Hi everyone. So glad you're here at Proxima What If. We've got something special for you today. What if Harry used a Goblin proxy to buy Hogwarts Castle and evicted Dumbledore on day 1? Don't forget to show some love by hitting like and subscribe. Your support helps us bring more amazing content. Alright, let's dive into the story. Chapter 1, The Deed. The heat sat on Privet Drive like a living thing, thick and hostile, pressing down on the identical rooftops and the identical lawns and the identical cars baking in identical driveways. Number 4 was no different from the rest, except that the boy lying on his back on the second-floor bedroom's narrow bed had killed a man 2 months ago. Not directly. Not with his hands. But Harry Potter had watched Cedric Diggory die, and whether or not the killing curse had come from his wand, he'd been the one to say let's take the cup together. That distinction didn't help him sleep. He stared at the ceiling. A crack ran from the light fixture to the corner, branching like a river delta. He'd memorized it by now. Memorized the way the afternoon light moved across it. Memorized the water stain near the window that looked vaguely like a hippogriff if he squinted. On the desk, 3 letters sat in a neat stack, already read so many times the parchment had gone soft at the folds. Can't say much. Stay where you are. Don't do anything rash. That was Ron. I know it must be frustrating, but Professor Dumbledore has his reasons. Please be patient, Harry. Hermione. Keep your head down, pup. More soon. Sirius. 3 different hands, 3 different voices, and all 3 saying exactly the same thing in exactly the same way, which meant none of them were really saying anything at all. They'd been told what to write. Or more precisely, they'd been told what not to write. Harry sat up. The bed springs groaned. Dumbledore's orders. Everything always came back to Dumbledore's orders. Stay at the Dursleys. Don't leave the house. Don't contact anyone. Don't ask questions. Sit in your room like a good weapon and wait until we need you again. Downstairs, Uncle Vernon was shouting at the television. Something about immigrants. Aunt Petunia's voice cut through periodically, agreeing in that sharp, nasal way of hers. Dudley was out somewhere, probably terrorizing the neighborhood children, though he'd been strangely subdued since the Dementor incident. Harry went still. Something had just struck the window. Not an owl. He'd know the sound of an owl by now, the soft thump of feathers against glass, the irritated hooting. This was different. A sharp, precise tick-tick-tick, like someone throwing pebbles. He crossed to the window and looked down. Standing on the front lawn, utterly unconcerned with the Muggle neighborhood around him, was a goblin. Harry blinked. He pressed his forehead against the glass to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. He was not. There was a goblin standing on the Dursleys' front lawn at 3:30 on a Tuesday afternoon in Little Whinging, Surrey. The goblin was short, they all were, but this one carried himself like he was 7 feet tall. He wore a dark suit of some material that looked like leather but moved like silk, and his long fingers were wrapped around a black attaché case embossed with the Gringotts seal in gold. His face was all sharp angles, a blade of a nose, deep-set black eyes, pointed ears that swept back from a high forehead. He looked up at Harry's window with an expression of professional impatience. Tick-tick-tick. 3 more pebbles, conjured from nothing and launched with surgical accuracy. Harry opened the window. Can I help you? You are Harry James Potter, the goblin said. It wasn't a question. His voice was deeper than Harry expected, a baritone rumble that seemed too large for his body. Last I checked. My name is Griphook. The goblin paused, as if expecting recognition. Harry did recognize the name, actually. You took me to my vault. First year. Something shifted in the goblin's expression. Surprise, maybe, that a wizard remembered a goblin's name. I did. I am gratified you recall. I come bearing a summons from Director Ragnarok, head of the Gringotts banking clan, with matters of extreme urgency pertaining to the House of Potter. What kind of matters? The kind that cannot be discussed on a Muggle lawn, Mr. Potter. The kind that should have been discussed 14 years ago. The kind that, if not addressed immediately, will result in irreversible financial and legal damage to your family's legacy. Griphook's black eyes glittered. The director requests your presence at Gringotts within the hour. Harry looked back at his room. At the empty cage where Hedwig sat sleeping in the corner. At the useless letters. At the locked trunk containing his wand, which the Dursleys hadn't managed to confiscate this year because he'd started sleeping with it under his pillow. "Give me 5 minutes," he said. He didn't pack much. Wand in his back pocket, invisibility cloak folded tight in a rucksack, the Marauder's map, and the small enchanted mirror Sirius had given him at the end of last term. He left the letters on the desk. Downstairs, he moved through the kitchen while Vernon was mid-rant about something on Channel 4. Petunia saw him. Their eyes met. She opened her mouth, to object, to screech, to demand, and something in Harry's expression stopped her. She closed her mouth and turned back to the stove. The front door closed behind him with a soft click. Griphook was waiting on the sidewalk, holding what appeared to be a brass compass. "This is a Gringotts transit token. It functions similarly to a portkey but operates on goblin magic, which means the Ministry cannot detect or intercept it. Take hold." Harry gripped the edge of the compass. The world lurched sideways, and Privet Drive dissolved. They materialized in a corridor that Harry had never seen before. It was deep underground, he could feel it in the pressure, in the weight of the air. The walls were rough-hewn stone veined with something that glowed faintly amber, and the ceiling arched high overhead, carved with geometric patterns that hurt his eyes if he looked at them too long. "The director's private corridor," Griphook said, already walking. "Follow me, and do not touch the walls. The defensive enchantments do not distinguish between guest and intruder." Harry followed. The corridor opened into a chamber that made the main Gringotts lobby look like a garden shed. It was circular, easily 50 meters across, with a domed ceiling covered in what Harry initially took to be a painting but quickly realized was a moving map, a real-time display of Gringotts' entire tunnel network, with tiny glowing dots representing vault carts in motion. The floor was polished obsidian, and at the center of the room sat a desk carved from a single block of white stone. Behind it, in a chair that looked more like a throne, sat the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen. Director Ragnarok was ancient. His skin had the texture of old parchment stretched over iron, and his eyes were milky at the edges but sharp, knife-sharp, at the center. His fingers were gnarled but steady, and he wore no jewelry except for a single ring on his right hand, a band of dark metal set with a stone that seemed to drink the light around it. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said. His voice was like gravel rolling downhill. "Sit." There was a chair. Harry hadn't noticed it a moment ago, but there it was, a high-backed chair positioned exactly the right distance from the desk. He sat. Griphook took a position to Ragnarok's left, opening the attaché case and withdrawing a sheaf of documents that he spread across the desk in a precise fan. "Before we begin," Ragnarok said, "I must ask you a question, and I require an honest answer. It will determine the nature of this meeting." "Ask." "Do you trust Albus Dumbledore?" Harry was quiet for a moment. The question landed differently than it would have a year ago, or even 3 months ago. A year ago, he'd have said yes without thinking. 3 months ago, after the graveyard, after watching Dumbledore's eyes go distant and calculating even as Harry screamed about Cedric, after being shipped back to the Dursleys with nothing but stay put and don't ask questions, "No," Harry said. "Not completely. Not anymore." Ragnarok nodded slowly. "Good. Because what I am about to tell you will require you to set aside everything that man has told you about your family, your inheritance, and your place in the wizarding world." He gestured to Griphook, who slid a thick document across the desk. The parchment was old, truly old, yellowed and brittle at the edges but preserved by magic that made it tingle under Harry's fingertips. "This," Ragnarok said, "is the last will and testament of James Charles Potter and Lily Evans Potter, executed on October 15, 1981, 16 days before their deaths. Harry's hands went still. I was told there was no will. You were told incorrectly. The will was filed with Gringotts on the date of execution, as is customary. 3 days after your parents' deaths, Albus Dumbledore, acting under emergency authority granted by Chief Warlock's privilege, sealed the will. Indefinitely. He further petitioned the Wisengamot to place you with your maternal relatives, overriding the explicit instructions contained within the document. The chamber was very quiet. Harry could hear his own breathing. What did the will say? Ragnar's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes softened a fraction. Read it. Harry read. The legal language was dense, but certain passages burned through the formality like fire through parchment. We, James and Lily Potter, being of sound mind and magic, do hereby declare our wishes regarding the care and inheritance of our son, Harry James Potter. Under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia Desley née Evans and her husband Vernon Desley. Our reasons are documented in the attached addendum. Guardianship shall pass to Sirius Orion Black. In the event of his incapacity, to Alice and Frank Longbottom. In the event of their incapacity, to Minerva McGonagall. Harry's jaw tightened. He kept reading. The financial sections were staggering. He'd known about his trust vault, the one he'd visited at 11, with its modest piles of galleons that he'd thought represented the entirety of the Potter wealth. He'd been wrong by several orders of magnitude. The Potter family vault, Vault 687, was just the trust fund. The training wheels contained assets that Griphook was now listing in a calm, clinical voice while Harry's vision tunneled. The Potter main vault contains approximately 14 million galleons in liquid assets, not accounting for interest accrued over 14 years. Additionally, the Potter estate includes properties in Godric's Hollow, a manor in Wales currently under Fidelius, a flat in London, and, Griphook paused, and something flickered across his goblin features that might have been satisfaction. A 60% controlling ownership stake in Hogwarts Castle. Harry looked up from the will. Say that again. Hogwarts Castle, Ragnar said, leaning forward. The physical structure. The land. The wards. The grounds from the edge of the Forbidden Forest to the shores of the Black Lake, from the Quidditch pitch to the gates of Hogsmeade. Your family has held majority ownership since 1647, when Hadrian Potter purchased the shares from the declining Gaunt family. I don't. Harry stopped. Started again. How can someone own Hogwarts? Because Hogwarts Castle and Hogwarts School are not the same thing, Ragnar said, and his tone carried the particular patience of someone explaining something obvious to a child, tempered by genuine understanding that the child had never been given the information necessary to know it. The school is an institution, governed by a board of governors and administered by a headmaster. The castle is a property, a building, sitting on land, bound by wards, and subject to all the laws of magical real estate. The school rents the castle. Has done so for nearly 1,000 years. And the rent is paid to whoever holds the deed. And Dumbledore knew this. Dumbledore sealed the will that would have told you. He authorized the conversion of your rent income into the school's operating budget, without your knowledge or consent. He further approved the diversion of approximately 200,000 galleons from your main vault to fund what our records describe as an independent defense organization. The Order of the Phoenix. Harry sat very still. The anger was there, it had been building all summer, formless and directionless, and now it had a shape and a target and a reason. But he didn't let it drive. He breathed. He thought. How much of the castle do I own right now? 60%. The remaining shares are distributed among several old families. The Bones family holds 12%. The Longbottom family holds 10%. The Smith family holds 8%. The Board of Governors holds a collective 5%, and there are miscellaneous fractional stakes totaling the remaining 5%. Can I buy them out? Ragnar smiled. On a goblin, it was a terrifying thing, all teeth, sharp and gleaming, with an edge of genuine delight. That is precisely what we wished to discuss. The next 2 hours were the most intense education Harry had ever received, and it had nothing to do with magic. Ragnarok and Griphook laid out the legal landscape with the precision of battlefield tacticians. Goblin property law, recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards as the governing framework for magical real estate, operated on principles fundamentally different from wizarding contract law. Ownership was sacred. Transfer required either willing sale or legally documented forfeiture. And once a property was held in total by a single owner, that owner's authority over the physical premises was absolute. Not over the people inside. Not over the institution. Over the building. You could not fire a professor, Griphook explained, as that is within the school's institutional jurisdiction. But you could ban any individual from the physical premises. You could set the terms under which the school operates within your property. You could modify the wards, control access points, and exercise emergency authority over the castle's defensive systems. What about the ministry? Can they override ownership? They can try, Ragnarok said mildly. They have tried before, with other properties. They have failed. Goblin property law predates the ministry by 4 centuries. The Statute of Magical Property, ratified in 1302 and never amended, is explicit: the sovereign owner of a magical property holds dominion over that property's physical space, its ambient magical infrastructure, and all defensive enchantments bound to its foundations. No governmental body may supersede this without the owner's consent or a unanimous vote of the International Confederation, which has never been achieved in the Confederation's history. Harry leaned back in his chair. The ceiling map above him pulsed with tiny lights, vault carts carrying gold through the depths of the earth. He watched them for a moment, thinking. You want this too, he said. Not just for me. Gringotts want something out of this. Ragnarok's smile widened. You are your father's son. James Potter asked the same question, in almost the same words, when he first learned of his inheritance. What's the answer? Gringotts has operated under increasingly hostile wizarding legislation for 3 centuries. The Goblin Rights Restriction Acts limit our ability to carry wands, own certain magical properties, and engage in political representation. An alliance with the Lord of Hogwarts, the owner of the most significant magical property in Britain, would provide us with political leverage we have not possessed since the Goblin rebellions. You want a seat at the table. We want a partner, Ragnarok said. Not a client. Not a master. A partner who recognizes that goblins have interests worth respecting, and who benefits from our considerable expertise in law, finance, and, when necessary, warfare. Harry studied the old goblin's face. There was no deception in it, or if there was, it was beyond his ability to detect. But the offer itself rang true. It was too honest to be a trap. A trap would have been smoother, more seductive. This was blunt, transactional, and completely transparent about self-interest. All right, Harry said. I want to buy the remaining shares. All of them. I want full ownership by September 1st. And I want it done through Gringotts as my proxy, so that no one, not Dumbledore, not the ministry, not the board, knows who's buying until the deed is done. Ragnarok extended his gnarled hand across the desk. Then we have an accord, Lord Potter. Harry shook it. The goblin's grip was like iron wrapped in old leather. One more thing, Harry said. The money Dumbledore took. I want a full accounting. Every canute, every transaction, every authorization he signed. I want documentation. You will have it before you leave this building. Good. Harry stood. How do we start? The weeks that followed were a masterclass in the application of gold, law, and strategic patience. Griphook managed the acquisitions with the ruthless efficiency of a predator stalking wounded prey. The minor fractional stakes went first, small families who barely remembered they held shares, happy to sell for above-market prices to an anonymous buyer represented by Gringotts. 5% became 6, became 8, became 10. The Smith family required more finesse. Zacharias Smith's father was a pompous man who considered his Hufflepuff heritage, and his family's nominal connection to Helga Hufflepuff through the castle shares, to be his primary claim to relevance. Griphook offered him 3 times market value and a clause guaranteeing the Smith family name would be engraved on a commemorative plaque in the castle's entrance hall. It was Goblin genius. The plaque cost nothing and meant nothing, but it gave Smith a story to tell at dinner parties. He sold within a week. The Bones family was different. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, held the family shares personally. Griphook requested a private meeting, and Harry attended, hooded, unrecognized, in a private Gringotts conference room. Amelia Bones was exactly what Harry had expected from Susan Bones' descriptions, a square-jawed woman with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle that she wore not for vision correction but because it contained 7 different detection enchantments. She looked at the hooded figure across the table with flat, professional skepticism. "Remove your hood, please. I don't negotiate with shadows." Harry pulled back the hood. Bones' expression didn't change, but her monocle whirred and clicked, cycling through detection modes. "Harry Potter. Madam Bones. You're the anonymous buyer." "I am." She studied him for a long moment. "You're 14. 15 in 2 weeks. That makes it better. My parents were 21 when they died. Age doesn't seem to count for much in our world." Something shifted in Bones' face, not softening, exactly, but a recalibration. She looked at him differently after that. Like she was seeing him for the first time. "Why do you want the castle?" "Because it's mine. Because it was always supposed to be mine. And because the people who hid that from me are the same people who put me in a house where I slept in a cupboard for 10 years. He hadn't planned to say that. It just came out, flat, factual, carrying weight without drama. Bones was quiet for a long time. Then she named a price, fair, not inflated, and they shook hands. Augusta Longbottom was the easiest and the hardest. Easy because she agreed immediately, without negotiation, without conditions. Hard because of how she looked at him when she did it. "Your parents and mine fought together," she said. They were in the Longbottom family's drawing room, a dark, severe space that smelled of old wood and dried flowers. Augusta was a formidable woman, tall, sharp-featured, wearing a hat adorned with what Harry was almost certain was a real stuffed vulture. Frank and Alice. James and Lily. They trusted each other with everything. "I know." "No, you don't. Not yet." She signed the transfer documents with a quill that moved like a sword. "But you will. Neville speaks highly of you, Mr. Potter. I have learned, somewhat belatedly, to trust my grandson's judgment." She handed him the documents and gripped his hand with surprising strength. "Give them hell." The Board of Governors' 5% was the final piece, and the most legally complex. The board's shares were held collectively, not individually, which meant they couldn't be purchased through normal sale, they had to be claimed through a provision in the original castle charter that Harry's legal team discovered buried in Gringotts archives. The provision was elegant in its simplicity. If any single owner held 95% or more of the castle's total shares, the remaining fractional stakes held by governing bodies were automatically absorbed into the majority holding. It was a safeguard the founders had built in, a mechanism to prevent minority stakeholders from holding the castle hostage through procedural obstruction. On August 29, 1995, Griphook filed the final paperwork. The Goblin forged deed, a document of living metal that recorded ownership in enchantments rather than ink, updated itself with a soft chime. Harry James Potter. Sole owner. Hogwarts Castle and all associated grounds, structures, and ward systems. 100%. He held the deed in his hands and felt its weight, not physical, but magical. The metal was warm. It hummed against his palms, and for just a moment, he felt something vast and distant stir, like a sleeping giant shifting in its dreams. Then it was gone, and he was just a 15-year-old boy holding a piece of metal in a goblin bank. September 1st, he said to Ragnarok. The old goblin's smile could have cut glass. September 1st dawned grey and cool, the kind of day that couldn't decide if it wanted to rain. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock, as it always did. Harry Potter was not on it. He stood instead at the gates of Hogwarts Castle, the massive iron gates flanked by stone pillars topped with winged boars, at 4:30 in the afternoon, wearing new robes, black, well-fitted, without house colors, and carrying the deed in an inner pocket. Flanking him were Griphook and two other goblins Harry didn't know by name, a stocky female goblin in what appeared to be light armor beneath her formal robes, and a tall, thin goblin carrying a leather satchel full of legal documents. The gates were locked. They always were, before the students arrived. The wards thrummed visibly in the air, a faint shimmer, like heat haze, extending from the gates in every direction. Harry placed his hand on the iron. The effect was immediate and startling. The wards recognized him. He felt it like a key turning in a lock, a deep, resonant click that he felt in his bones rather than heard with his ears. The gates swung open silently, and the shimmering barrier parted around him like water. The goblins exchanged glances. Harry noticed. What? The wards should not respond that quickly, Griphook said. Even to the owner. There are usually authentication protocols. Challenges. The castle is testing, he stopped. Looked at the open gates. Apparently it has decided to skip the formalities. They walked up the long drive. The castle rose before them, massive and ancient, its towers catching the grey light. Harry had seen it dozens of times, from the lake on his first night, from the Quidditch pitch, from 100 different windows. But he'd never seen it like this. He'd never felt it seeing him back. It was subtle. A warmth in the stone beneath his feet. A faint vibration in the air, like the purring of an enormous cat. The gargoyles on the parapets tracked his movement with stone eyes. A window on the third floor caught the light at exactly the right angle to flash gold, just for an instant, like a wink. Bloody hell, Harry muttered. Indeed, said Griphook. They reached the front doors. Harry pushed them open, they moved at his touch as if they weighed nothing, and stepped into the entrance hall. Hagrid was there. The half-giant was arranging something near the hourglasses that tracked house points, and he turned at the sound of the doors. His beetle-black eyes went wide. Harry? What are you, how'd you get here? The express hasn't, I came early, Hagrid. I need to see Professor Dumbledore. Well, he's in the Great Hall, gettin' ready for the feast, but Harry, you can't just, thank you. Harry walked past him. Hagrid stared at the goblin delegation following in Harry's wake, his mouth opening and closing like a landed fish. The Great Hall was being prepared for the welcoming feast. The enchanted ceiling showed the same grey sky from outside, and the long house tables were bare, waiting for the platters and goblets that would appear once the students arrived. At the staff table, several professors were already seated, McGonagall reviewing a parchment list, Flitwick arranging place settings with flicks of his wand, Snape sitting in his customary black-robed silence at the far end. And at the center, in the ornate headmaster's chair, Albus Dumbledore. He looked the same. The long silver beard, the half-moon spectacles, the robes of midnight blue embroidered with tiny silver stars. He was speaking to Professor Sprout about something involving greenhouse schedules, and his expression was one of benign good humor. He looked up when Harry entered. The good humor didn't waver, but something behind it did. Something subtle shifted in Dumbledore's blue eyes, a rapid calculation, an assessment. Harry had seen that look before, though he'd never recognized it for what it was. It was the look of a chess player seeing an unexpected move. Harry, my dear boy. What a pleasant surprise. I wasn't expecting, good evening, Professor. Harry walked up the center aisle between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables. His footsteps echoed in the empty hall. The goblins followed in formation, Griphook to his right, the armored goblin to his left, the thin one behind. McGonagall looked up sharply. Flitwick stopped his wand mid-flick. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and now the warmth was deliberate, performed. "You seem to have arrived ahead of schedule. And with guests, I see. Griphook, if I'm not mistaken." "Director Ragnarok sends his regards," Griphook said, in a tone that suggested the director's regards could go hang. "Perhaps we should discuss whatever this is in my office." "No," Harry said. "Here is fine." The word landed in the silence of the great hall like a stone in a pond. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Even Snape shifted slightly in his chair. Dumbledore's expression remained pleasant, but the calculation behind his eyes intensified. "Harry, I'm not certain that, I'll be brief, Professor." Harry reached into his robe and withdrew the deed. The goblin-forged metal caught the candlelight and threw it back in fragments, and the enchantments worked into its surface pulsed with a faint, warm glow that seemed to deepen the shadows in the corners of the hall. He set it on the table in front of Dumbledore. The old wizard looked down at it. For 3 seconds, Harry counted, he didn't move. Didn't breathe. The pleasant expression held, but behind it, something was happening. Harry watched it unfold across Dumbledore's face in micro-expressions that most people would never have caught: recognition, then shock, then a rapid cycling through anger, calculation, concern, and finally, something very close to fear. Then the mask was back, seamless and warm. "This is a Gringotts property deed," Dumbledore said mildly. "It is. For Hogwarts Castle." "Correct." "Bearing your name as sole owner." "Also correct." McGonagall stood up so fast her chair scraped against the stone floor. "What?" Harry didn't look at her. He kept his eyes on Dumbledore. "As of August 29th, I hold 100% ownership of Hogwarts Castle, its grounds, and all associated ward systems. The deed is authentic, validated by Gringotts, and legally binding under the Statute of Magical Property of 1302, the Goblin Wizard Property Accords of 1487, and Section 47 of the International Confederation's Charter on Sovereign Magical Holdings." Silence. Snape broke it. "Is this some kind of joke, Potter?" "Professor Snape." Harry turned to face him, and something in his expression made Snape's sneer falter. "I assure you, this is the least funny thing that's happened to me in a very long time." He turned back to Dumbledore. The old wizard hadn't moved. He was looking at the deed with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read, something complex and layered, like a book in a language Harry was only beginning to learn. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "You don't understand what you've done." "I understand exactly what I've done. I've claimed what was legally mine. What was always mine. What you hid from me." The temperature in the room dropped. Not literally, but something changed. McGonagall was looking between them, her face tight with confusion. Flitwick had quietly drawn his wand, not pointed at anyone, just, ready. Snape was watching with the intense, predatory attention of a man seeing the first crack in an edifice he'd thought permanent. "The Potter family's ownership stake," Dumbledore began. 60%. "Inherited from my father." "Who inherited it from his father?" "Going back to 1647, when Hadrian Potter purchased it from the Gaunt family. I've bought the rest. It's all in the documents. Harry, I sealed your parents' will to protect you, you sealed it to control me." The words cut through the air, clean and sharp. Harry hadn't raised his voice. He didn't need to. "You sealed the will that said I was never to go to the Dursleys. The will that named Sirius Black as my guardian, Sirius, who never got a trial, who rotted in Azkaban for 12 years while you sat on the Wizengamot and could have demanded one. The will that left me this castle, and the vault you've been raiding to fund your private war." McGonagall's hand flew to her mouth. Dumbledore's face had gone very still. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. What replaced it was something Harry had never seen before, something old and vast and slightly terrible. This was the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald. This was the man the Dark Lord feared. Everything I have done, Dumbledore said quietly, has been to protect you. From what? From knowing I had a home? From knowing my parents wanted me with people who loved me? From knowing I was sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs while you sat on 14 million galleons of my money? The silence that followed was absolute. Sprout had gone white. Flitwick's wand trembled. McGonagall looked like she'd been slapped. A cupboard, McGonagall whispered. She turned to Dumbledore. Albus. You told me they were treating him well. You told me the blood wards required, Minerva, a cupboard, Albus. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, the terrible power was gone, and what remained was something that might have been genuine grief. Or might have been the most convincing performance Harry had ever seen. He couldn't tell anymore, and that was the problem. Harry, Dumbledore said. I have made mistakes. Grave mistakes. But removing me from this school will leave you and every student within these walls vulnerable to forces you cannot yet comprehend. I'm not removing you from the school, Harry said. That stopped everyone. The school is an institution governed by the Board of Governors. I have no authority over the institution, nor do I want it. Hogwarts School can continue to operate exactly as it has. The board can appoint whoever it wants as headmaster. Harry paused. Let the word settle. But the castle is my property. And as owner, I have the absolute right to determine who is and is not welcome on my premises. Dumbledore understood. Harry watched it land. You're banning me from the building. I'm banning you from my property. Effective immediately. You can run the school from Hogsmeade. You can hold meetings by owl. You can communicate with staff through Floo. But you will not set foot inside this castle or on its grounds until I decide otherwise. Harry, this is non-negotiable. Dumbledore stood. He was tall, taller than Harry remembered, or maybe Harry had just never noticed how much space the old man occupied when he stopped pretending to be a kindly grandfather. The air around him crackled faintly with barely restrained power, and the candles in the great hall flickered. You are making a decision, Dumbledore said, and his voice carried weight that pressed against Harry's skin like a physical force, that will have consequences far beyond your ability to foresee. Harry didn't flinch. Didn't step back. The castle was behind him, he could feel it, a vast presence at his back, warm and watchful, and he met Dumbledore's gaze without blinking. Maybe, Harry said. But at least it's my decision. Something broke in the standoff. Not a concession, Dumbledore didn't concede. But a shift. The old wizard looked at Harry, really looked, and for just a moment, the calculation and the grief and the power all fell away, and what was left was a very old man who had just been outmaneuvered by a 15-year-old he had underestimated. Very well, Dumbledore said. He picked up the deed, examined it one final time, and set it down. I will comply. Under protest, and with the observation that you are doing exactly what Tom Riddle would want, isolating yourself from the one person with the knowledge and experience to help you survive what is coming. It was a precise, surgical blow. Harry felt it land. And he let it pass through him without sticking. Voldemort isn't here right now, Professor. You are. And you're the one who lied to me. Dumbledore gathered his robes. He looked at McGonagall, who stared back at him with an expression that mixed horror with something that looked disturbingly like agreement. He looked at Snape, who was watching with glittering black eyes that gave away nothing. Minerva, you will serve as acting administrator within the castle until the board appoints an interim arrangement. Severus, he paused. Something passed between them. Continue as we discussed. Snape nodded once. Dumbledore walked down from the staff table. His footsteps were measured and unhurried. He passed Harry without looking at him, and the air between them hummed with the ghosts of 14 years of secrets. At the doors of the great hall, he stopped. Your mother, he said without turning, had the same look in her eyes when she was furious. The same absolute certainty that she was right. A pause. She usually was. Then he walked through the doors, and the castle let him go. Harry felt it, a subtle relaxation in the wards, like a held breath released. The great front doors opened and closed, and through his connection to the building's magical infrastructure, Harry felt the precise moment Albus Dumbledore crossed the property boundary and passed beyond the gates. Gone. The great hall was very quiet. Then Snape spoke, his voice dry as dust. Well. That was dramatic. Severus, McGonagall said sharply. What? The boy just evicted the most powerful wizard in the world from his own school. I simply wish to note that Potter arrogance has, at last, achieved its final form. Harry turned to face the staff table. McGonagall was standing rigid, her lips so thin they'd nearly disappeared. Flitwick was leaning forward with an expression of academic fascination that had overwhelmed whatever shock he felt. Sprout was gripping the edge of the table. And Snape was watching Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with hatred and everything to do with reassessment. Professors, Harry said. The school will continue to operate normally. Your positions, your authority over students, your academic responsibilities, none of that changes. This castle is my property, but Hogwarts School is your institution, and I have no intention of interfering with education. Then what, precisely, do you intend? McGonagall's voice was clipped and controlled, but her eyes were burning. I intend to protect this castle and everyone in it. That includes making sure the wards are at full strength, which they haven't been, because the owner wasn't here to maintain them. It includes making sure no one enters this building who poses a threat to students. And it includes making sure that the person running this school answers to more than just his own judgment about what's best for everyone else. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Then something in her expression shifted, not agreement, not yet, but a grudging acknowledgement that the words had weight. You are 15 years old, Mr. Potter. Yes, ma'am. You have just expelled the greatest wizard of our age from a building full of children during the most dangerous period in recent magical history. Yes, ma'am. And you expect me to simply accept this? No, ma'am. I expect you to be furious. I expect you to question everything I've done and everything I plan to do. That's exactly what I want. Because that's what someone who actually cares about this school should do. Question power when it's being used, instead of trusting blindly. He met her eyes. I learned that lesson the hard way. McGonagall's jaw worked. She looked at the deed on the table. She looked at the doors Dumbledore had walked through. She looked at Harry. I will need to see the full documentation, she said at last. Every legal filing. Every financial record. If what you've said about the will and the vault is true, Griphook will provide everything. Tonight, if you want it. Griphook stepped forward and placed a thick folder of documents on the staff table. With the compliments of Gringotts' banking clan, Professor McGonagall. I believe you will find the records illuminating. McGonagall took the folder. She opened it, scanned the first page, and her face went through a transformation that Harry would remember for the rest of his life, from professional skepticism to dawning horror to cold, iron fury. Albus, she whispered. Then, louder, that absolute bastard. Flitwick nearly fell off his stack of cushions. Harry turned to the Goblin delegation. Thank you, Griphook. Please tell Director Ragnarok that the accord stands, and I'll be in touch within the week. Griphook bowed, a shallow, precise bow between equals, not the deep obeisance of a servant. The director anticipated your success, Lord Potter. He asked me to convey his personal satisfaction and to remind you that the clause regarding mutual defense remains active. The goblins departed. The great hall settled into a stunned, ringing silence. The students arrive in 2 hours, Harry said. I suggest we prepare the feast. Sprout let out a slightly hysterical laugh. Flitwick was grinning. McGonagall was reading documents with the intensity of a woman assembling a murder case. And Snape poured himself a goblet of wine from a bottle that had appeared on the table, took a long drink and regarded Harry with those impenetrable black eyes. "You realize," Snape said, "that you've just painted the largest possible target on your back. Larger than the one that was already there." Snape's lip twitched. It might have been a sneer. It might, just barely, have been something else. "Get out of my sight, Potter. Some of us have a feast to prepare for." Harry went. He found the owner's suite almost by accident, except that nothing in the castle happened by accident anymore. He was starting to understand that. He'd been walking the upper corridors, feeling the castle's attention on him like sunlight on skin. The portraits watched him pass with a mixture of curiosity and something older, deeper, recognition. A knight in a painting on the 4th floor actually saluted. A group of monks in a medieval landscape bowed their tonsured heads. The door appeared on the 7th floor, between a tapestry of trolls in tutus and a suit of armor that stood slightly straighter as he approached. It wasn't hidden, exactly, it was simply absent until Harry walked past, at which point it was suddenly, obviously there, as if it had been there all along and he'd just never bothered to look. It was a heavy oak door, ancient but not decayed, with iron fittings that bore the Potter crest, a stag rampant beneath a crescent moon. Harry touched the crest, and the door swung open. The room beyond was large but not ostentatious. A sitting room with deep leather chairs before a stone fireplace. A desk of dark wood positioned beneath a window that looked out over the lake. Bookshelves lining one wall, filled with volumes that Harry could feel humming with old magic. A bedroom through an archway, a proper bed, wide and comfortable, with curtains of deep red. An attached bath with a copper tub. Everything was clean, preserved by magic, waiting. On the desk, a single book lay open. Its pages were blank parchment, but as Harry sat down and watched, words began to appear, not written, but growing, like frost forming on glass. "Welcome home, Lord Potter." Harry stared at the words. "Who are you?" The page cleared. New words formed. "I am the castle." A chill ran down Harry's spine. Not fear, something stranger. Recognition. As if a part of him had always known this was here, waiting. The wards. More than wards. The founders built me from their own magic. 4 wills. 4 intentions. 1 purpose. What purpose? To protect. To test. To endure. Test what? The page was still for a long moment. Then, you. The fire in the hearth flared suddenly, burning hot and bright, then subsiding to a gentle warmth. The room settled around Harry like a coat being drawn over cold shoulders. "Right," Harry said quietly. He closed the book and sat for a moment, staring at nothing. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the mirror Sirius had given him. Sirius black. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water, and then Sirius was there, gaunt, unshaven, but grinning like a madman from wherever he was hiding. "Harry. How'd did you actually? It's done. I own the castle. Dumbledore's gone." Sirius let out a bark of laughter that echoed tinny through the mirror. "Merlin Saggy, you actually did it. James would be," his voice broke slightly. He recovered. "James would be so proud. Your mother would have done it better, mind you, but she'd have been proud too." Harry smiled. It felt strange on his face, unfamiliar, like a muscle he hadn't used in months. "Sirius, there's something in the castle. Some kind of intelligence. In the walls, in the foundations. It says it's going to test me." Sirius's grin faded. "The founders construct. Your dad found records of it in the Potter vault. He never got a chance to." Another pause, heavier this time. "Harry, listen to me. What you've done today is brilliant. It's exactly right. But don't let the anger drive you. Dumbledore is wrong about a lot of things, but he's not wrong about everything. And the real enemy is still out there. I know. Do you? Because it's easy to win a battle and forget the war. I should know, I spent 12 years forgetting everything. I'm not going to forget. No, Sirius said softly. I don't think you will. He smiled again, but it was different now, sadder, warmer. Get some sleep, pup. You've got a school full of students arriving in an hour, and you're the bloke who just kicked out their headmaster. Acting administrator. McGonagall's in charge of the school side. Minerva McGonagall running Hogwarts. Merlin help us all. Sirius laughed. I love it. Good night, Harry. Good night, Sirius. The mirror went dark. Harry sat alone in the owner's suite, his suite, in his castle, in the home his parents had owned and loved and died without ever telling him about. Outside, the sun was setting over the black lake, turning the water to molten copper. In the distance, he could see the lights of Hogsmeade beginning to flicker on, and he wondered which window was Dumbledore's. Somewhere below him, the Hogwarts Express would be arriving at the station. Students would pour off the train, laughing and shouting, eager for another year. They'd find the great hall lit and warm and exactly as they expected, except that the headmaster's chair would be empty and a 15-year-old boy would be sitting at the staff table in a chair that hadn't existed that morning. No. Harry paused. That wasn't right either. He wasn't staff. He wasn't a professor. He was the owner, but he was also still a student. He'd need to figure that out, where he fit, how to balance authority with adolescence, how to be Lord Potter and also just Harry. Tomorrow's problem. He stood and crossed to the window. His reflection looked back at him from the darkening glass, thin, messy-haired, scar-marked. Younger than he felt. Older than he should be. Behind his reflection, something moved. Not in the room, in the glass itself. A shape, vast and formless, pressing up against the surface of reality like something trying to wake. He felt the castle's attention sharpen, felt the wards tighten around the grounds like a fist closing, and for one heartbeat, he could feel every stone, every beam, every inch of this ancient, impossible building, and it was alive and it was watching and it was waiting. Then the moment passed. His reflection was just a reflection. The castle was just a castle. But the book on the desk had opened itself, and a new message glowed on the page in letters of pale gold: the first trial begins at dawn. Harry closed the book again. He straightened his robes, checked his wand, and walked out the door to go meet the students. He had a castle to run. The great hall was magnificent, as it always was on the first night. 1,000 candles floated beneath the enchanted ceiling, which had cleared from its afternoon gray to show a sky full of stars. The 4 house tables stretched the length of the hall, and the students filed in with the usual chaos of reunion, hugs and shouts and the scraping of benches as friends saved seats for friends. Harry entered from a side door near the staff table. He debated where to sit, Gryffindor table, staff table, somewhere in between, and had decided, with the instinct that was becoming more reliable by the hour, on a solution that was none of the above. A new chair had appeared at the far end of the staff table, slightly apart from the professor's seats. It wasn't larger or more ornate than the others. It was simply there, in a space that hadn't had a chair before, positioned at an angle that let its occupant see both the staff and the students. The castle had provided it. Harry sat down without comment. McGonagall, at the center of the table in the headmaster's chair, acting administrator's chair, now, gave him a look that communicated approximately 17 different things, most of them disapproving, but nodded. The sorting went normally. Harry watched from his strange perch as tiny first years were divided into their houses by a hat that, he now realized, was probably another fragment of the founder's magic. Another piece of the castle's consciousness. He wondered if the hat was aware of the change in ownership. He wondered if it cared. After the sorting, McGonagall stood. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts," she said, and her voice carried the crisp authority that Harry had always associated with her. "Before we begin the feast, I must inform you of several changes to our arrangements this year." The hall quieted. Students could sense it, something was different. The empty headmaster's chair. The goblin scent still lingering in the corridors. The fact that Harry Potter was sitting at the staff table. "Professor Dumbledore remains headmaster of Hogwarts School," McGonagall said carefully. "However, he will be administering his duties from off-site for the foreseeable future. I will serve as his deputy and on-site administrator. All school rules, academic schedules, and disciplinary procedures remain unchanged." A murmur ran through the hall. Ron Weasley, at the Gryffindor table, was staring at Harry with his mouth open. Hermione, beside him, had gone very still, her eyes moving rapidly between Harry and the empty headmaster's chair and back, doing the calculations that Hermione always did. Additionally, McGonagall continued, "I must inform you that Mr. Harry Potter has been confirmed as the legal owner of Hogwarts Castle and its grounds. This is a matter of property law, not school governance. Mr. Potter has no authority over academic matters, student discipline, or school policy. However, he does hold authority over the castle's physical infrastructure, its wards, and access to the premises." The murmur became a roar. 100 conversations erupted simultaneously. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy had gone so pale he looked translucent. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins were grinning identically. Hermione had pulled out a quill and was scribbling notes on her napkin. Harry stood. The hall didn't go quiet, it went quiet, the way a room full of people goes quiet when they realize something fundamental has changed and they're not sure if they should be excited or terrified. "I'll keep this short," Harry said. "Hogwarts is your school. It's my castle. Those things aren't in conflict. The professors will continue to teach you. The prefects will continue to manage their houses. The house elves will continue to overcook the turkey at Christmas." A ripple of uncertain laughter. "What changes is this: no one enters this castle who means harm to anyone inside it. The wards will see to that. And any decision about this building's use, its defenses, or its future will be made by the people who actually live here, not by a ministry that's never set foot inside these walls, and not by anyone who thinks they know what's best for you better than you do." Silence. Then Dean Thomas, at the Gryffindor table, started clapping. Seamus joined him. Then Parvati, then Lavender, and it spread, not unanimous, not universal, but real. The Hufflepuffs joined in, and most of the Ravenclaws, and even a handful of Slytherins, younger students, mostly, who hadn't yet learned to hide what they felt. McGonagall watched it happen with an expression that was somewhere between pride and exasperation. Harry sat down. The feast began. Food appeared on golden platters, and the great hall filled with the smell of roast meat and warm bread and the particular magic of 1,000 people eating together in a building that loved them. Ron materialized beside Harry's chair approximately 45 seconds later. Mate. What the bloody hell? Hi, Ron. You own Hogwarts. Since when? How? Why didn't you tell me? Couldn't. Dumbledore's been reading your mail. Ron's indignation stalled. He what? All summer. Every letter you sent me was screened. Everything I wrote back was read before it was delivered. That's why none of us could say anything real. Ron's ears went red. Not embarrassment, anger. That manipulative old Ron. Hermione had arrived, slightly breathless, her napkin covered in tiny, precise handwriting. Harry, is this real? The Statute of Magical Property, I've read about it, but I thought the ownership provisions were purely historical. They're not. Griphook can give you the full legal chain if you want it. I want it. I very much want it. She sat down on Harry's other side, and her expression softened from academic intensity to something warmer. Harry, are you okay? He looked at her. Hermione Granger, who had been his friend since she was 11 and he was too clueless to know what friendship meant. Who had believed him about the Philosopher's Stone, about the Chamber, about Sirius, about Voldemort's return. Who was asking the only question that mattered. "I'm getting there," he said. She squeezed his hand. Below, at the Gryffindor table, Neville Longbottom caught Harry's eye and raised his goblet in a quiet toast. Harry raised his back. The feast rolled on. The candles burned. The castle hummed. And deep in the foundations, in the bedrock beneath 1,000 years of magic, something ancient and patient turned its attention fully to the boy who had come home at last. It began to plan its tests. Later, much later, after the feast was done and the students had been shepherded to their dormitories by prefects, after McGonagall had retired to the headmaster's office with the folder of financial documents and a bottle of fire whiskey she didn't think anyone had seen her conjure, after Snape had swept through the dungeons like a particularly well-dressed storm cloud, Harry stood alone in the entrance hall. The torches had dimmed to a low amber glow. The suits of armor stood in their alcoves, and for the first time, Harry noticed that they weren't facing forward. They were facing him. Every visor, every helm, every polished steel face in the hall was turned toward the boy who stood at its center. Harry looked at them. They looked at him. Not hostile. Not reverent. Attentive. "All right," he said to the empty hall. To the castle. To whatever was listening in the stone and the mortar and the ancient, sleeping magic of 4 founders who had poured their lives into something that would outlast them all. "All right. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." The torches flared once, bright, warm, welcoming, and then settled back to their gentle glow. Outside, beyond the gates, in a room above a pub in Hogsmeade, Albus Dumbledore sat at a window and looked up at the castle he had called home for over 50 years. His expression was unreadable. On the desk before him, a chessboard sat mid-game. He studied it for a long time. Then, slowly, he reached out and toppled his own king. "Well played, Harry," he murmured. "Well played indeed." He picked the king back up. Set it upright. Began rearranging the pieces. The game, after all, was far from over. Chapter 2, The Landlord. Harry woke to the sound of stone grinding against stone. He was on his feet before his eyes were fully open, wand in hand, heart slamming. The owner's suite was dark, pre-dawn dark, the kind of black that meant the sun hadn't even started thinking about rising. The fire in the hearth had died to embers, and the only light came from the book on the desk, which had opened itself again and was glowing faintly. The grinding sound came from everywhere and nowhere. From the walls. From the floor. From somewhere deep beneath him, as if the castle's bones were shifting in their sleep. Then it stopped. Harry stood in the silence, breathing hard, wand casting a faint glow across the room. Nothing moved. Nothing happened. He crossed to the desk. The book's message was simple: the courtyard. Now. Harry dressed quickly. New robes, he'd had grip hook arranged for proper ones, well made but not flashy, dark fabric that moved easily. He strapped his wand holster to his forearm, a piece of goblin-made leather that Ragnarok had included as a partnership gift, and headed for the door. The corridor outside was empty. The portraits were asleep, or pretending to be. The castle was quiet in the way that old buildings are quiet at night, not silent, but full of small sounds. Settling stones. Distant wind. The faint, rhythmic pulse of magic in the walls that Harry could feel now like a second heartbeat. He made his way down through the castle, and the route was strange. He'd intended to take the main staircase to the ground floor and go through the entrance hall to the courtyard, but the castle had other ideas. Staircases swung to meet him before he reached them. Doors opened as he approached and closed behind him. A shortcut he'd never seen before appeared in a wall on the 5th floor, a narrow passage that dropped him directly into a corridor behind the great hall. The castle was guiding him. Hurting him, almost. He emerged into the central courtyard through an archway he didn't recognize. The space was open to the sky, enclosed on four sides by the castle's inner walls, with a stone fountain at its center that Harry had walked past 100 times without ever really looking at. He looked at it now. The fountain was ancient. Older than the rest of the castle, maybe. The stone was darker, rougher, worn smooth by centuries of rain. It depicted four figures standing back to back, each facing a different direction, each holding something: a sword, a cup, a diadem, a locket. The founders. Water should have been flowing from the cup, but the fountain was dry, and had been for as long as Harry could remember. As he stepped into the courtyard, the grinding sound returned. The flagstones beneath his feet vibrated. And the fountain moved. The four stone figures rotated slowly, like the hands of a clock, until the figure holding the sword, Gryffindor, Harry assumed, was facing him directly. Then the figure's stone eyes opened. Not literally. The eyes were still carved stone. But they were aware. Harry could feel them seeing him, evaluating him, with the same vast, patient intelligence he'd felt in the book's messages. The sword-bearing figure raised its weapon and pointed it at the ground between them. Where it pointed, the flagstones split apart, and from the gap rose something that made Harry take a step back. A knight. Full plate armor, 7 feet tall, made entirely of the same dark stone as the fountain. It held a massive greatsword in both hands and a shield on its back, and it moved with a fluid grace that stone should not have possessed. Its helm had no visor, just a smooth, blank faceplate with no features at all. It stood before Harry and was very still. Trial of courage, the intelligence whispered, and Harry heard it not as words but as a vibration in his bones. Survive. The knight attacked. Harry threw himself sideways as the great sword came down where he'd been standing, cracking the flagstones like eggshells. The speed was wrong. Something that big, that heavy, should have been slow, but it moved like quicksilver, the sword sweeping back into a horizontal cut that would have bisected him at the waist. Reducto. The spell hit the knight's chest plate and splashed off like water on hot iron. Not absorbed, deflected. The stone drank his magic and gave nothing back. Harry rolled under the next swing, came up on one knee, and fired 3 rapid stunners. Same result. The knight was immune to direct magical attacks. Of course it was, the thing was made of the castle's magic. Hitting it with spells was like trying to punch the ocean. The great sword came down again, and Harry barely got out of the way. Stone chips stung his face. The courtyard was a kill box, 4 walls, no cover, one exit behind him that he strongly suspected had sealed itself shut. He was right. The archway was gone. Smooth stone wall where the opening had been. The knight advanced. Methodical. Patient. Each swing precise, powerful, and designed to hurt Harry into a corner. It wasn't trying to kill him quickly, it was testing him. Seeing what he'd do when brute force failed and escape was impossible. Harry's mind raced. Wand magic didn't work. The knight was faster than it should be. The courtyard was sealed. What did he have? The environment. He looked at the fountain. At the walls. At the flagstones, already cracked from the knight's attacks. At the pre-dawn sky above, beginning to lighten at the edges. Bombarda. He aimed not at the knight but at the ground beneath it. The flagstones exploded. The knight stumbled, not much, but enough. Its foot caught in the crater, and for half a second, it was off balance. Harry didn't waste it. Bombarda Maxima. At the wall behind the knight. Stones blew outward, and a cascade of rubble rained down on the construct's shoulders. It staggered, went to one knee, and then it was up again, shrugging off the debris like dust. The wall was already repairing itself, stones flowing back into place like a wound healing. The floor smoothed under the knight's feet, the crater filling in. Right. The knight was the castle, and the castle was repairing it in real time. He couldn't damage it faster than it could heal. So stop trying to damage it. Harry ran. Not away, there was nowhere to go, but toward the knight. It swung the great sword in a vicious horizontal arc, and Harry dropped into a slide, skating across the smooth flagstones on his back, passing directly under the blade. He came up behind the knight, grabbed the edge of its shield, and pulled. Climbing a 7-foot animated stone construct was not, Harry reflected, something they taught at Hogwarts. The stone was rough enough to grip, and the knight, designed for frontal combat, couldn't easily reach behind itself with the great sword. Harry scrambled up its back like a monkey climbing a tree, his fingers finding gaps in the armor plates, his feet bracing against joints. The knight thrashed. It spun, trying to shake him off. Harry hung on with one hand, pressed his wand against the back of the thing's neck, the gap between helm and gorget, and said, very clearly, "I'm not going to destroy you. You're part of the castle. You're part of me. Stand down." The knight froze. Harry felt it happen through his connection to the wards, a pulse of recognition, like the castle blinking in surprise. The construct had expected him to fight until he won or lost. It had not expected him to claim it. The stone knight lowered its sword. Then it knelt, a slow, grinding descent to one knee, bowing its blank helm. Harry slid off its back and landed on the flagstones, breathing hard, robes torn, palms scraped raw. The fountain's Gryffindor figure lowered its sword. Its stone eyes closed. "Adequate," the intelligence said, and Harry got the distinct impression it was amused. "Adequate?" Harry wiped blood from a cut on his cheek. "You sent a 7-foot rock monster after me before breakfast and the best you've got is adequate?" No response. The knight sank back into the ground, the flagstones closing over it like water. The archway reappeared. The courtyard was still and silent, as if nothing had happened. Except for the cracks in the flagstones. Those remained, scars from the fight, left deliberately. A reminder. Harry looked at the fountain. The 4 figures stood motionless, their stone eyes closed, holding their treasures. "You're going to be a pain in the arse, aren't you?" he said. The fountain's dry basin filled with water. Clear, cold, and faintly luminous. It began to flow from the cup in Hufflepuff's hands, water that hadn't flowed in what must have been centuries. Harry took that as a yes. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a controlled riot. The Daily Prophet had arrived. The headline took up half the front page: "Boy who lived claims ownership of Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore ousted." The article, written by a reporter Harry didn't recognize, was surprisingly factual in its first 3 paragraphs and descending into breathless speculation by the 4th. It mentioned the Gringotts deed, the legal basis under the Statute of Magical Property, and the fact that Dumbledore was now operating from Hogsmeade. It did not mention the sealed will or the financial irregularities. The prophet wasn't ready for that story yet. Or someone was suppressing it. Harry ate porridge at his strange new chair at the end of the staff table and watched the reactions ripple through the student body. The Gryffindors were loudly proud, as if Harry's ownership was something they'd collectively achieved. The Hufflepuffs were uncertain but cautiously supportive. The Ravenclaws were debating the legal precedents with the intensity of a championship Quidditch match. The Slytherins were quiet. Not all of them. Some of the younger students kept sneaking glances at Harry with expressions of naked curiosity, the kind kids wore when they weren't sure yet whether something was dangerous or exciting. But the upper years had closed ranks. Draco Malfoy sat at the center of his usual court, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, and his face was the careful blank that pure-blood children learned to wear when the political ground shifted beneath them. Harry noticed one Slytherin who didn't fit the pattern. She sat slightly apart from the main group, not isolated, but adjacent. Blonde hair, sharp features, gray-blue eyes that moved with the quick intelligence of someone cataloging everything she saw. She wasn't watching Harry with hostility or hero worship. She was watching him the way Ragnarok had, evaluating. Calculating. Interested. He didn't know her name. He'd file that away for later. McGonagall intercepted him as he left the Great Hall. She looked like she hadn't slept, and her eyes had a particular quality that Harry associated with barely contained fury, not at him, he realized, but at the contents of the folder she'd been reading all night. "My office," she said. Now. Her office was the same as it always had been, neat, organized, smelling faintly of shortbread and tartan polish. She sat behind her desk and fixed Harry with a look that could have stripped paint. "I have read the documents," she said. And Albus Dumbledore is fortunate that I am a civilized woman, because if I were not, I would track him down in whatever Hogsmeade hovel he's hiding in and hex him until his beard fell out." Her brogue thickened when she was angry. It was very thick now. 200,000 galleons, Potter. 200,000 galleons from your vault, redirected to the Order without your knowledge or consent. Your parents' will, I was named as tertiary guardian. I was named. And he looked me in the eye, year after year, and told me you were safe. That the Dursleys were adequate. They weren't. Obviously they weren't. A cupboard, Potter. A cupboard under the stairs. I told him, on the day he left you there, I told him they were the worst sort of muggles. He said the blood wards required. She stopped. Pressed her lips together. When she spoke again, her voice was controlled. I owe you an apology. I should have checked. I should have insisted. You trusted him. I did. And I was wrong to do so blindly. She pulled a sheet of parchment from her desk. I've prepared a formal acknowledgement of your property rights, countersigned by myself as acting administrator and witnessed by Phileas Flitwick as the senior-most professor. This establishes the framework for the school's continued use of the castle under your ownership. Harry took it and read it. It was fair, meticulously fair, the work of a woman who valued justice the way other people valued gold. The school would continue to operate autonomously in academic matters. Harry would control the physical plant, the wards, and premises access. Disputes would be resolved through a joint committee. Rent would be paid from the school's operating budget at a rate determined by independent Gringotts assessment. This is good, Harry said. I should hope so. I was up until 4 in the morning writing it. She paused. Potter, Harry. I need to ask you something, and I need an honest answer. Ask. Are you doing this out of anger? Harry considered the question. Really considered it. Partly, he said. But not mostly. Mostly I'm doing it because nobody else was going to. And because the castle needs an owner, and Voldemort is coming, and the wards need to be at full strength, and Dumbledore can't do that from inside a building he doesn't own. McGonagall flinched at the name. Then she straightened, as if annoyed at herself for flinching. Very well. Then we'll make this work. She picked up her quill. Your first class is Transfiguration at 9. I expect you in your seat, like any other student, and if you are late, I will take points regardless of who owns the building. Harry grinned. It was the most normal thing anyone had said to him in days. Yes, Professor. He made it to the door before she spoke again. Harry. He turned. McGonagall's expression was complex, pride, worry, and something that might have been affection, carefully guarded. Your mother would have been terrifying in your position. I mean that as the highest compliment I know how to give. He never made it to Transfiguration. At 8:45, as Harry was crossing the entrance hall, he felt it through the wards, something pushing against the boundary. Not an attack, nothing violent. But insistent, like a hand pressing repeatedly against a locked door. He changed direction and walked out the front doors, down the long drive, toward the gates. The morning was cool and bright, the kind of September day that felt like summer's last gasp. The grounds were beautiful, the lake glittering, the forest dark and mysterious at its edges, the Quidditch pitch standing against the sky like a crown. At the gates, a woman stood. She was short and squat, with a face like a toad, broad, flat, with bulging pale eyes that gave her an expression of perpetual, offended surprise. She wore a pink cardigan over a pink dress, and her wand was in her hand, jabbing repeatedly at the gate's iron bars as if she could poke her way through the wards by sheer persistence. Behind her stood two wizards in ministry robes, looking deeply uncomfortable. Absolutely unacceptable. I am a senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, I have every right to. Good morning, Harry said. The woman whipped around. Her eyes, pale, slightly protruding, fixed on Harry with an intensity that was immediately, viscerally unpleasant. It was the look of someone who had already decided you were guilty and was now simply choosing the charge. Mr. Potter. Her voice was girlish, high-pitched, completely at odds with the malice in her eyes. I am Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. I have been sent to inspect Hogwarts and to assume the position of defense against the Dark Arts Professor, as appointed by the Ministry under Educational Decree 22. Pleased to meet you, Harry said, in a tone that communicated the opposite. You can't come in. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but something behind it curdled. I beg your pardon. The wards won't let you through. They respond to the owner, and I haven't authorized your access. Mr. Potter, Educational Decree 22 clearly states, educational decrees govern the Hogwarts school institution. They don't govern private property. Hogwarts Castle is my property. You're standing at the boundary of my land, and you cannot enter without my explicit permission. One of the ministry wizards, a young man with a face that suggested he'd rather be literally anywhere else, shifted his weight and muttered something Harry didn't catch. Umbridge's smile had frozen. It was a terrible thing, that frozen smile, all teeth and no warmth, like a crack in a mask. The Ministry of Magic has the authority, to do what, exactly? Seize private property. The Statute of Magical Property of 1302 says otherwise. The Goblin Wizard Property Accords of 1487 say otherwise. Section 47 of the International Confederation's Charter says otherwise. If Minister Fudge wants to test those precedents in front of the International Confederation, he's welcome to try. But I suspect he won't enjoy the outcome. Harry kept his voice calm. Conversational, even. He'd practiced this in his head a dozen times since Griphook had warned him the ministry would move fast. The key was not to argue. Arguments implied the outcome was uncertain. He was stating facts. Facts didn't need to be argued. Umbridge's smile had become something closer to a grimace. You are a 15-year-old child. You cannot seriously expect, I seriously can. Here's what I'm prepared to offer. The school needs a defense professor. If Professor McGonagall, as acting administrator, approves your appointment, I'll grant you access to the castle for the purposes of teaching and only teaching. You will have access to your office, your classroom, the Great Hall during meals, and the corridors necessary to move between them. You will not have access to student dormitories, the headmaster's office, the restricted section of the library, or any part of the castle's defensive infrastructure. This is outrageous, those are my terms. Take them or leave them. If you leave them, the ministry can explain to every wizarding parent in Britain why their children don't have a defense professor because the senior undersecretary couldn't accept reasonable conditions. Umbridge stared at him. The two ministry wizards stared at him. A bird sang somewhere in the forest, cheerful and oblivious. I will be reporting this to the minister, Umbridge said. I'd expect nothing less. Shall I have Griphook send him a copy of the property deed? It might save time. The silence that followed was rich with fury. Umbridge's face had gone from pink to puce, and her stubby fingers were white-knuckled around her wand. Harry could see her calculating, could see the political machinery grinding behind those toad-like eyes. She couldn't force her way in. She couldn't discredit the legal basis. She could either accept the terms or go back to Fudge empty-handed. I accept your terms, she said sweetly, for now. Under protest. Noted. Harry pulled a small scroll from his pocket, prepared by Griphook, carrying the Gringotts seal. This is a premises access contract. It specifies exactly which areas of the castle you're permitted to enter. Sign it and the wards will let you through. Umbridge took the scroll like it was something she'd found on the bottom of her shoe. She read it. Her expression went through several entertaining contortions. Then she signed, with a quill that she produced from her handbag with the air of someone unsheathing a weapon. The moment her signature dried, the wards shifted. Harry felt it, a precise, surgical modification, creating what amounted to a corridor of permission through the castle's magical infrastructure. Umbridge could enter, but she was on a leash. If she tried to access a restricted area, the wards would stop her. And Harry would know. He opened the gates. Umbridge walked through with the rigid dignity of a woman who was already planning her revenge. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor," Harry said to her retreating back. She didn't turn around. The two Ministry wizards lingered. The younger one, the uncomfortable one, caught Harry's eye. That was. He trailed off, glancing at Umbridge's retreating figure. "Necessary," Harry said. "I was going to say brilliant." The wizard stuck out his hand. "Nigel Whitmore, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Madam Bones sends her regards." Harry shook his hand. "Tell Madam Bones I'll keep her updated." Whitmore nodded and followed Umbridge up the drive. Harry watched them go, then closed the gates and let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His hands were shaking. Not with fear, with adrenaline. The confrontation had lasted maybe 5 minutes, but it had felt like an hour. He'd just stared down the Ministry's chosen enforcer and won. For now. He could feel Umbridge inside the castle now, a tight knot of hostile intent moving through the corridors within her prescribed boundaries. The wards tracked her automatically, and Harry could sense her the way you'd sense a splinter under your skin, small, irritating, and potentially dangerous if left unattended. He headed back inside. He was going to be very late for Transfiguration. McGonagall took 5 points from Gryffindor for his tardiness. Harry took his seat without complaint, and the look of fierce approval she gave him when no one else was watching was worth twice that. The morning passed in a strange blur of normalcy and unreality. He sat in classes, Transfiguration, then Charms, like any other fifth-year student, taking notes, practicing wand movements, listening to Flitwick's enthusiastic lectures on the theory of summoning charms. But the castle was always there, humming at the edge of his awareness. He could feel students moving through corridors, could sense the house elves working in the kitchens, could track Umbridge's position like a blip on a radar screen. It was distracting. It was also, he realized, a profound tactical advantage. Between classes, students approached him. Some wanted to congratulate him. Some wanted to ask questions. Some just wanted to stare. Harry handled each interaction with a patience he didn't entirely feel, answering what he could, deflecting what he couldn't, and gently but firmly establishing that he was not going to discuss the specifics of his ownership in the corridor between Charms and lunch. Ron walked with him, a loyal, slightly bewildered presence at his side. "You really did it, mate. You really just bought a castle." "It was already mine. I just bought the bits that weren't." "Right. Yeah. Totally normal. I'll just buy a castle, then. Mum will be thrilled." Hermione caught up with them outside the Great Hall, carrying a stack of books that came up to her chin. "Harry, I've been researching the Statute of Magical Property. Did you know that castle ownership carries with it certain obligations regarding the maintenance of ambient magical fields? The owner is responsible for." Hermione. "Breathe." She breathed. "Sorry. It's just, this is fascinating. The legal framework is completely different from anything I've studied. Goblin property law doesn't operate on the same principles as wizarding contract law at all. It's based on possession and stewardship, not ownership and rights. The philosophical implications are enormous, yes. Can we talk about it after lunch? I haven't eaten since a stone knight tried to kill me at dawn." Ron stopped walking. What tried to what? Long story. They entered the great hall. Harry felt Umbridge before he saw her, that not of hostile intent, now seated at the staff table in a chair that was, he noticed, slightly smaller than the others. The castle's sense of humor, apparently. He also felt something else, a different kind of attention, focused and deliberate, coming from the Slytherin table. The blonde girl from breakfast. She was watching him again, and this time she wasn't pretending otherwise. Their eyes met across the hall, and she held his gaze for a beat, cool, assessing, unafraid, before turning back to her meal. "Who's that?" Harry asked Ron, nodding toward the Slytherin table. Ron followed his gaze. "Greengrass. Daphne Greengrass. Ice Queen of Slytherin. Neutral family, they didn't side with you-know-who last time, but they didn't fight against him either." "Why?" "Just wondering." "Mate, I know that tone. That's your, I'm about to do something tone." "I don't have a tone." "You absolutely have a tone." Harry ate lunch and tried not to think about the fact that the castle was purring. The owl arrived during his free period. Harry was in the owner's suite, studying the books on the shelves. They were a strange collection. Some were straightforward magical texts on ward theory and property enchantments, but others were older, stranger, written in languages he couldn't read and bound in materials he couldn't identify. One book seemed to be made of compressed moonlight, its pages glowing faintly silver. Another was carved from a single piece of dark wood, its text burned into the grain. The book on the desk, the castle's communication device, he'd come to think of it, had been quiet since the trial that morning. But the message it had shown last night lingered in his mind: the first trial begins at dawn. First. Which meant there were more coming. The owl was a massive eagle owl, the kind that pureblood families used for important correspondence. It swept through the window with aristocratic disdain, dropped a cream-colored envelope on the desk, and departed without waiting for a treat. The envelope bore the seal of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Harry opened it. "Mr. Potter, an emergency session of the Hogwarts Board of Governors has been convened for this evening at 7 p.m. to address the matter of your claimed ownership of Hogwarts Castle. Your attendance is required. The session will take place at the board's chambers in the Ministry of Magic. Lucius Malfoy, Chairman, Board of Governors." Harry read it twice. Then he pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment and wrote his response. "Mr. Malfoy, thank you for the invitation. I'll attend, but the meeting will take place at Hogwarts, not the Ministry. It's my property, and any disputes about it will be addressed here. 7 o'clock is fine. I'll have the house elves prepare refreshments. Regards, Harry Potter, Lord and Owner, Hogwarts Castle." He tied the letter to Hedwig's leg. She'd returned from hunting that morning and was preening on a perch the castle had provided, and watched her vanish into the sky. Then he picked up the mirror. Griphook. The mirror's surface shimmered, and Griphook's sharp face appeared. The goblin was at his desk, surrounded by documents. "Lord Potter. I anticipated your call. The Board of Governors has filed an emergency challenge. Lucius Malfoy. He wants a meeting tonight." "Of course he does. Malfoy's position as board chairman gives him nominal oversight of the school, and he will argue that this oversight extends to the premises. It does not, but he will argue it regardless." Griphook's thin lips curved. "I will attend as your legal counsel. I suggest we also invite Director Ragnarok to observe. The presence of the Gringotts director tends to discourage creative interpretations of property law. Do it. 7 o'clock, in the Great Hall. It will be arranged." Griphook paused. "Lord Potter. Malfoy will not come alone. He will bring allies on the board, and he may bring his own legal representation. Do not underestimate him. He is a fool in many ways, but he is a wealthy fool with powerful friends, and wealth and friends can compensate for a great deal of foolishness." Noted. "Thank you, Griphook." The mirror cleared. Harry sat for a moment, thinking. Then he made one more call. Sirius Black. Sirius appeared in the mirror, looking marginally better than last time. He'd shaved, at least, and there was color in his cheeks. Harry. What's happened? Malfoy's challenging the ownership. Emergency board session tonight. Sirius's expression hardened. Lucius Bloody Malfoy. He's been pulling the board strings for years. Gold in every pocket, threats behind every door. He leaned closer to the mirror. Harry, listen. Malfoy's dangerous, but he's predictable. He'll try 3 things: legal challenge, political pressure, and if those fail, intimidation. The legal challenge won't work. Goblin property law is airtight. The political pressure won't work because Fudge is already on thin ice and can't afford another scandal. So he'll fall back on intimidation, and that's where you need to be careful. I can handle intimidation. I know you can. That's not what worries me. Sirius's voice dropped. What worries me is what Malfoy is when he's not playing politician. He's a Death Eater, Harry. Whatever mask he wears in public, underneath it he serves Voldemort. And Voldemort will be very interested in who controls Hogwarts wards. The thought had already occurred to Harry. It had been circling the back of his mind since the purchase, a cold certainty that his ownership of the castle wasn't just a political move, it was a strategic one. Hogwarts was one of the most magically fortified locations in Britain. Whoever controlled its wards controlled a fortress. I know, Harry said. That's partly why I did it. Sirius studied him through the mirror. James's instincts and Lily's brain. Merlin help anyone who gets in your way. He grinned, but it faded quickly. One more thing. Dumbledore. What about him? He's not your enemy, Harry. He's made terrible choices, unforgivable choices, and you're right to hold him accountable. But he's fought Voldemort longer than anyone alive, and he knows things that nobody else knows. Don't let your anger at him blind you to the real threat. I'm not blind, Sirius. But I'm done being his chess piece. Fair enough. Just, leave a door open. You might need him before this is over. Harry thought about the courtyard that morning. About the Stone Knight and the Trial of Courage. About the Intelligence's cryptic warnings and the vast, ancient power sleeping in the castle's foundations. I'll think about it, he said. The afternoon brought an encounter Harry hadn't planned for but probably should have expected. He was in the library, not the restricted section, just the main stacks, looking for books on ward theory that might help him understand his connection to the castle's defenses. The library was mostly empty, afternoon classes were still in session, and Madame Pants was terrorizing a group of second-years who'd committed the cardinal sin of eating chocolate near the reference section. Harry found a promising-looking volume on Founder-era enchantment theory and was reaching for it when a voice behind him said, "That one's rubbish." The author misattributes half of Ravenclaw's innovations to Gryffindor and ignores Slytherin's contributions entirely. He turned. The blonde Slytherin, Greengrass, stood at the end of the aisle, arms crossed, leaning against the bookshelf with the studied casualness of someone who'd chosen their position deliberately. Up close, she was striking. Not beautiful in the conventional, soft way, her features were too sharp for that, her jaw too defined, her eyes too pale and direct. But there was a clarity to her, an absence of pretense, that made it hard to look away. What would you recommend instead? Harry asked. Marchbank's Architectural Thaumaturgy of the Founders. It's in the restricted section, but I imagine that's not a problem for you anymore. The faintest ghost of a smirk. Being as you own the building. Daphne Greengrass. Harry Potter. She tilted her head. You've been asking about me. Your name came up. I'm sure it did. The Ice Queen of Slytherin. Neutral family. Sits apart from the blood purists. Fascinating subject of gossip, terrible at Quidditch, excellent at arithmancy. She said it flatly, as if reciting a file. There. That saves you the research. You left out the part where you've been watching me since breakfast. I've been watching everyone since breakfast. You're just the most interesting thing to watch. She uncrossed her arms and stepped forward. I have a proposition, Potter. Shall I be direct, or would you prefer the traditional pure-blood dance of implications and subtext? Direct. Always. My family is neutral. We survived the last war by picking no side, and my father intends the same strategy this time around. But neutrality is getting harder. The Dark Lord is back, don't bother with the ministry line, I have eyes, and the pure-blood families are being pressured to commit. My father is receiving owls. Visits. The kind of visits that come with implied threats. Her expression didn't change, but something in her voice tightened on the word threats. The Greengrass family has resources. Knowledge. Connections in the neutral block that neither Dumbledore nor the Dark Lord can easily access. What we lack is protection. A powerful ally with the ability and willingness to shield neutral families from being crushed between the two sides. And you think I'm that ally? I think you just outmaneuvered Albus Dumbledore, stared down the ministry, and took control of the most magically fortified building in Britain. At 15. So yes, I think you're a reasonable candidate. Harry studied her. There was no hero worship in her eyes. No desperation. She was making a calculated play, and she was being completely transparent about it. He liked that. More than he'd expected to. What do I get? My family's expertise in magical property law and pure-blood political maneuvering. My personal knowledge of the Slytherin political landscape, who's loyal to the Dark Lord, who's wavering, who might be turned. And my brain, which, not to be arrogant, is the best in my year. Hermione Granger might argue with that. Granger is brilliant at absorbing information. I'm brilliant at using it. Different skill sets. No malice in the comparison, just assessment. I'm also, unlike most of your current allies, capable of thinking like a Slytherin. You're going to need that. Why? Because Lucius Malfoy is coming to your castle tonight to try to take it away from you, and if you think he's going to play fair, you don't know Slytherins at all. Harry leaned against the bookshelf. They were close now, close enough that he could see the faint freckles across the bridge of her nose that she probably hated and definitely hid with concealment charms on formal occasions. Close enough to notice that her eyes weren't just gray-blue but had tiny flecks of gold near the pupils, like sparks in ice. All right, he said. You're in. Provisionally. I wouldn't expect anything else. She reached past him, brushing his shoulder in a way that might or might not have been deliberate, and pulled a different book from the shelf. Read this one first. Wardcraft and Dominion by Hector Dagworth Granger, no relation to your friend. It'll help you understand what your connection to the castle actually is. She placed the book in his hands. Her fingers were cool against his. 7 o'clock tonight, Harry said. Great Hall. Malfoy's challenging the ownership. I want you there. Watching. Advising. Sit with Griphook. He's my legal counsel. You two should get along, he's about as warm and cuddly as you are. The smirk came back, fuller this time, with something behind it that was almost warm. Flattery will get you nowhere, Potter. Good. I hate flattery. She walked away down the aisle, and Harry watched her go with the uncomfortable awareness that he was watching her go. Stop staring, Potter, she said without turning around. It's beneath a castle lord. He grinned and opened the book. The Board of Governors arrived at 7 o'clock precisely. There were 12 of them, 11, technically, since the 12th seat had been held collectively and was now absorbed into Harry's ownership. They filed through the gates in a procession of expensive robes and carefully arranged expressions, led by Lucius Malfoy, who swept up the drive with the particular arrogance of a man who believed the world existed for his convenience. Harry met them at the castle doors. He'd changed into formal robes, black, with the Potter crest embroidered in silver at the breast. The castle had provided them from a wardrobe in the owner's suite, and they fit perfectly, because of course they did. Griphook stood at his right hand. Daphne stood 3 steps behind, in the shadow of a pillar, where she could see without being seen. Mr. Malfoy. Governors. Welcome to Hogwarts Castle. Malfoy's eyes swept over Harry with the practiced contempt of a man who'd spent decades looking down at people. His cane, silver-headed, containing his wand, tapped against the stone floor. Mr. Potter. How generous of you to open the school's doors for us. My doors, Harry corrected mildly. Shall we? The great hall had been reconfigured. The house tables were pushed to the sides, and a long conference table occupied the center of the room, conjured by the house elves and set with parchment, quills, and refreshments. Harry sat at the head. The governors arranged themselves along the sides. Griphook took a chair at Harry's right, his legal documents spread before him in precise rows. Director Ragnarok had not come in person, but a goblin Harry hadn't met before, a female goblin named Sharpclaw, introduced as Ragnarok's deputy, sat at the far end of the table with an expression of professional menace. Lucius Malfoy sat at the opposite end from Harry and crossed his legs. Let us not waste time. This board has convened to examine the legitimacy of Mr. Potter's claimed ownership of Hogwarts Castle and to determine the appropriate course of action. The legitimacy is not in question, Griphook said, before Harry could respond. The deed is goblin-forged, self-authenticating, and recognized under every relevant statute. I have provided copies to each governor. The chain of ownership from Hadrian Potter in 1647 through to Harry James Potter in 1995 is complete and unbroken. Unbroken except for the 14-year period during which the current claimant was unaware of his ownership, Malfoy said smoothly. One might argue that such a prolonged period of non-engagement constitutes constructive abandonment. One might argue that, Griphook agreed, if one were unfamiliar with Section 12 of the Statute of Magical Property, which explicitly states that ownership cannot be lost through involuntary non-engagement, that is, non-engagement caused by external interference rather than the owner's own negligence. As Mr. Potter's non-engagement was the direct result of Albus Dumbledore's illegal sealing of the Potter will, constructive abandonment does not apply. Malfoy's expression didn't change, but Harry saw his fingers tighten on his cane. First argument down. The board nevertheless has legitimate concerns about the operation of the school under these, unusual circumstances, Malfoy said. The governors have a responsibility to the parents of Hogwarts students, absolutely, Harry said. And I share that responsibility. Which is why the school will continue to operate exactly as it has. Academic governance remains with the board and the headmaster. I have no interest in curricula, examinations, or house points. My interest is in the castle's physical security, its wards, and ensuring that no one who enters this building poses a threat to the students inside it. A noble sentiment. And who determines what constitutes a threat? I do. As the owner. And if the owner is a 15-year-old boy with no training in security assessment, no experience in threat evaluation, and, forgive me, a well-documented tendency toward reckless behavior? Murmurs around the table. Some of the governors were nodding. Harry could feel the room tilting, and he could feel Daphne's eyes on him from the shadows, and he remembered what she'd said, if you think he's going to play fair, you don't know Slytherins at all. My reckless behavior, Harry said, has included surviving Voldemort 4 times, several governors flinched. Defeating a basilisk, producing a corporeal Patronus that drove off 100 Dementors, and navigating the Triwizard Tournament. My training includes 5 years of defense against the dark arts, private instruction in advanced combat magic, he was stretching, but they didn't know that, and a direct connection to the castle's ward system that allows me to sense every individual within these walls, monitor their intentions, and respond to threats in real time. He paused. Let that sink in. A few of the governors shifted uncomfortably, suddenly aware that the boy at the head of the table could feel them right now, their nervousness, their skepticism, the racing of their hearts. But my qualifications aren't really what this meeting is about, are they, Mr. Malfoy? Malfoy's eyes narrowed. This meeting is about power. You've controlled this board for years, through gold, through favors, through the same kind of persuasion that got Dumbledore suspended in my second year. Now there's a new variable, and you can't control it, and that frightens you. The hall went very quiet. Malfoy stood slowly. He was taller than Harry, broader, dressed in robes that cost more than most people's houses. He radiated wealth and power and the particular menace of a man who had never been told no by anyone who mattered. You are a child, he said softly, playing at a game you do not understand. You have no idea what forces you've set in motion, what enemies you've created, or what the consequences will be when the protection of powerful men is no longer available to you. The protection of powerful men, Harry repeated. You mean Dumbledore? The man who sealed my parents' will and stole from my vault? Or do you mean the minister, who spent the summer calling me a liar while Voldemort rebuilds his army? More flinches. Malfoy's mask slipped for just a fraction of a second, a flash of something ugly and real beneath the polished surface. Or maybe, Harry said, very quietly, you mean a different powerful man. One whose protection comes with a tattoo on the forearm. Silence. Absolute. The kind of silence that exists in the space between a lightning flash and the thunder. Malfoy's hand moved to his cane. Harry felt the ward shift, the castle responding to a potential threat, suits of armor turning in their alcoves, the air thickening with defensive magic. Be very careful, Mr. Potter, Malfoy whispered. I'm always careful, Mr. Malfoy. It's how I've survived this long. The moment stretched. Then Malfoy smiled, a thin, cold thing, and sat back down. The board will take this matter under advisement, he said, as if the last 60 seconds hadn't happened. In the meantime, we expect regular reports on the castle's condition and full cooperation with ministry-appointed personnel. You'll get reports when there's something to report. As for ministry-appointed personnel, Professor Umbridge has been granted limited access under a premises contract. If the ministry wants to send anyone else, they can submit a request through Gringotts. Through Gringotts? Through my legal proxy. Standard procedure. Malfoy's jaw tightened. He looked at Griphook, who smiled pleasantly, which was to say, terrifyingly. The meeting ended 20 minutes later, having resolved nothing and established everything. The board couldn't invalidate Harry's ownership. The legal arguments bounced off Griphook's expertise like spells off the Stone Knight. And Malfoy left the castle with the fixed expression of a man who has been beaten in public and is already planning how to make someone pay for it. Harry stood at the front doors and watched the governors depart. The last to leave was a small, quiet witch named Griselda Marchbanks, ancient, sharp-eyed, and leaning on a cane that was, Harry noticed, not dissimilar to Malfoy's. Well done, Mr. Potter, she said as she passed him. Your great-grandfather would have been proud. He had the same gift for making powerful people uncomfortable. Thank you, Madam Marchbanks. Don't thank me. I voted against you. She paused at the threshold. But I'll be voting differently next time. The doors closed behind her. Daphne emerged from the shadows. That could have gone worse. High praise. It's the best you'll get from me. She was looking at him with that evaluating expression, but there was something new in it now. Something warmer. The Malfoy gambit was risky. Accusing him of Death Eater ties in front of the board, I didn't accuse him. I implied. Same thing, in pure-blood politics. But it worked because you timed it perfectly. You let him overextend, then you hit him where he couldn't recover without confirming the accusation. She tilted her head. Who taught you that? No one. I just watched him and did the opposite of what he expected. That's either genius or luck. Can't it be both? She almost smiled. Almost. Malfoy won't let this go. He'll come back with something more creative. Possibly more dangerous. I know. Harry looked out the window. The governor's carriages were pulling away down the drive, lanterns bobbing in the dark. What would you do, if you were him? Daphne considered. Legal channels failed. Political pressure failed. He'll go to his master next. Voldemort will want to know about the wards, how strong they are, where the weak points are, whether they can be breached. And Malfoy's son is inside the castle right now. Their eyes met. The implication hung in the air between them. I'm not going to punish Draco for his father's sins, Harry said. I'm not suggesting you should. But you should watch him. And you should make sure he knows you're watching. Harry nodded. Walk with me. I want to check the wards before bed. Is that a euphemism? He blinked. She raised an eyebrow, and for just a moment, the Ice Queen of Slytherin looked like a teenager who'd just made a joke and was waiting to see if it landed. No. I literally need to walk the castle's perimeter and check the ward anchors. The intelligence showed me how this morning. The intelligence? Long story. Involves a stone knight, a talking book, and the collective consciousness of the 4 founders embedded in the castle's magical infrastructure. Daphne stared at him. You're serious. Completely. And you want me to come along? You said you wanted an alliance. This is what alliance looks like. Walking the walls at night, checking the defenses, and talking about things that would make normal people run screaming. She was quiet for a moment. Then she fell into step beside him, and they walked out of the great hall together. The ward walk took 2 hours. Harry led them along the castle's outer perimeter, following a route that the intelligence had burned into his awareness during the morning's trial. The ward anchors were physical objects, standing stones, carved with Founder-era runes, positioned at intervals around the grounds. 12 in total, corresponding to some magical geometry that Harry could feel but not yet articulate. At each anchor, Harry placed his hand on the stone and listened. The ward energy flowed through him, and he could sense its strength, strong in some places, weaker in others. Several anchors had degraded over the centuries, their runes fading, their magical charge diminished. The castle could maintain them to a degree, but without an owner actively reinforcing them, the slow erosion continued. Harry reinforced each one. It wasn't a spell, exactly, more like an act of will, channeling his own magic through his connection to the castle and into the stone. It was exhausting. By the 6th anchor, he was sweating. By the 10th, his hands were shaking. Daphne watched. She asked questions, sharp, specific questions about the ward structure, the rune sequences, the magical resonance patterns, and Harry answered as best he could, which often meant admitting he didn't know. You're doing this by instinct, she said, as he leaned against the 11th anchor and tried to catch his breath. You don't actually understand the theory. Not yet. That's terrifying. Tell me about it. She sat down on the grass beside him. The night was clear, and the sky was full of stars. The castle rose behind them, its windows glowing warm, and the lake stretched out before them like a sheet of black glass. My sister has a blood curse, Daphne said. Harry looked at her. The moonlight turned her hair silver and her eyes to mercury, and the mask she wore, the cool, calculated exterior, had thinned enough for him to see what was underneath. Fear. The quiet, constant fear of someone watching a loved one die by inches. Astoria. She's 13. She was cursed in the womb, a hereditary malediction that's been in the Greengrass bloodline for generations. It manifests differently each time. For Astoria, it's slow. She looks fine. She acts fine. But the curse is eroding her from the inside, and no healer we've consulted can stop it. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be useful. She said it without cruelty, it was the same directness she applied to everything, turned inward now, weaponized against her own vulnerability. The Founder's Library, the restricted archives that come with castle ownership. There are texts in there that haven't been read in centuries. Medical magic, curse theory, things that the modern wizarding world has forgotten. If there's a cure for Astoria, it might be in those archives. Then we'll find it. She looked at him. Just like that? Just like that. You're helping me protect this castle. I'll help you protect your sister. That's what alliance means. Daphne was quiet for a long time. The lake lapped softly at the shore. An owl called somewhere in the forest. You're not what I expected, she said finally. What did you expect? A Gryffindor. Brave, impulsive, charging into things without thinking. I do plenty of that. Maybe. But you also listen. And you think. And you don't promise things you can't deliver, you promise to try, which is honest, and honesty is, not common, in my experience. She stood, brushing grass from her robes. It's late. I should get back to the dungeons before curfew. The castle won't enforce curfew on you. Owner's guest privilege. Useful perk. She started walking, then stopped. Potter. Greengrass. Thank you. The words sounded like they'd been dragged out of her by force. For saying yes. You didn't have to. Yeah, I did. She walked away into the dark. Harry sat by the ward anchor for a few more minutes, feeling the magic pulse beneath his palm, feeling the castle's vast awareness settle around him like a blanket. When he finally stood and headed back inside, the book on his desk had a new message: the girl is perceptive. She will be important. Mind your own business, Harry told the castle. The fire in the hearth crackled. It sounded like laughter. The confrontation with Draco Malfoy happened the next morning, and it happened exactly the way Harry had known it would, loudly, publicly, and with an audience. Harry was crossing the entrance hall after breakfast, heading for potions in the dungeons, when a voice rang out across the stone floor. Oi, Potter. Draco stood at the base of the marble staircase, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. His pale face was flushed, his grey eyes bright with a fury that Harry recognized. It was the fury of a boy who'd spent the night listening to his father rage through the flue about being humiliated by a half-blood orphan. Students stopped. Conversations died. In the space of 3 seconds, the entrance hall became a theater, and everyone in it became an audience. Malfoy. You think you can just take this school? You think because some goblin gave you a piece of metal, you can push around anyone you want? I don't want to push anyone around, Malfoy. I just want to go to potions. My father, your father was here last night. He made his arguments. They didn't hold up. If he has new ones, he can submit them through the proper channels. Draco's hand moved toward his wand. It was a reflex, born of anger and embarrassment and the particular Malfoy conviction that problems could be solved by dominance. His fingers closed around the handle, and every suit of armor in the entrance hall turned to face him. The sound was extraordinary, a dozen sets of plate mail pivoting simultaneously, a symphony of metal on stone. Visors lowered. Gauntlets tightened on swords and maces and halberds. The nearest suit, a massive figure in full tournament plate, took a single step forward. Draco's hand froze. The castle doesn't like it when people draw wands in anger on its owner, Harry said calmly. I wouldn't test it. Crabbe and Goyle had gone the color of old cheese. Draco stood rigid, his hand on his wand but not drawing it, his eyes darting between Harry and the animated armor. You're welcome to stay here as a student, Malfoy, Harry said. Your marks are decent. Your potions work is solid. Professor Snape speaks well of you. I have no problem with you, and I have no interest in punishing you for your father's politics. He took a step closer. The suits of armor didn't move, but their attention intensified. Harry could feel it through the wards, the castle's protective instinct sharpening. But remember whose house you're in. Draco let go of his wand. His face was a mask of pure, concentrated hatred, and behind the hatred was something else, something that looked almost like fear. Not fear of Harry. Fear of what he'd have to tell his father. He turned and walked away. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him like confused oxen. The suits of armor returned to their positions. The entrance hall exhaled. Fred Weasley's voice drifted from the crowd. Did anyone else just see the castle threaten Malfoy, or did I hit my head this morning? You definitely hit your head, George replied, but yeah, that happened. Harry continued to potions. Behind him, the whispers started, and by lunch, the story had spread through every corridor, every common room, every abandoned classroom where students gathered to gossip. The castle had defended Harry Potter. The walls themselves had taken his side. It wasn't entirely accurate, the castle had responded to a perceived threat, not to Harry's command, but the effect was the same. A line had been drawn, and everyone in the building knew where it was. The Ministry's response came faster than Harry expected. He was in the owner's suite that afternoon, studying the ward theory book Daphne had recommended, which was dense, brilliant, and exactly as useful as she'd promised, when McGonagall's Patronus burst through the door. The silver cat spoke in McGonagall's clipped voice, "My office." Immediately. "The Minister for Magic is on the floor." Harry went. Cornelius Fudge's face floated in the green flames of McGonagall's fireplace, and he looked terrible. His lime green bowler hat was askew, his face was blotchy, and he was sweating despite the magical nature of Floo communication. "Potter. Now see here, this has gone far enough. The Ministry of Magic will not be dictated to by a child, and if you think, good afternoon, Minister. Don't you, good afternoon, me. Dolores tells me you've restricted her access, the board tells me you've insulted Lucius Malfoy, and I've got 17 owls from parents demanding to know if Hogwarts is even safe anymore." "Hogwarts is safer now than it's been in 14 years, Harry said. "The wards are being reinforced. The castle's defensive systems are active. And no one enters the premises without my knowledge. That's exactly the problem. A 15-year-old boy controlling access to the premier educational institution in magical Britain, it's absurd. It's dangerous. The Ministry has a responsibility to intervene." "Under what authority?" Fudge sputtered. "Under the authority of the Ministry of Magic, which governs all magical activities in Britain." "All magical activities, yes. But not all magical properties. The Statute of Magical Property of 1302, don't quote statutes at me, boy." Then perhaps, Griphook's voice came from behind Harry, the goblin had appeared silently, which was a neat trick given that he was 3 feet tall and carrying a briefcase. "You would prefer to hear them from the director of Gringotts." Fudge's face went from red to white. Gringotts has no standing in, Gringotts has absolute standing in matters of magical property law, Minister. We have held that standing since before the Ministry existed. Should you wish to challenge it, we are prepared to escalate the matter to the International Confederation, which would, I believe, require a full public hearing. Given the current political climate, I imagine such a hearing would attract considerable attention. Harry watched Fudge process this. The minister wasn't stupid, not exactly. He was weak, vain, and easily led, but he understood political survival, and he could smell a trap. The trap was simple: if Fudge challenged Harry's ownership publicly, the hearing would inevitably reveal why the ownership had been hidden in the first place. Dumbledore's role in sealing the will, the financial irregularities, the placement of Harry with abusive relatives, all of it would come out. And since Fudge had been publicly aligned with Dumbledore for the past 14 years, the fallout would bury him. "This isn't over, Potter," Fudge said, but the fight had gone out of his voice. "The Ministry will be monitoring the situation closely." "Monitor all you like, Minister." From outside the gates. The Floo connection died in a shower of green sparks. McGonagall, who had been standing behind her desk with the expression of a woman watching a train crash in slow motion, let out a long, controlled breath. "You know," she said, "when I imagined my career at Hogwarts, this was not what I had in mind." "Sorry, Professor. Don't apologize for competence, Potter. It's unbecoming." She sat down heavily. Fudge will send Aurors next. He's too afraid of the legal implications to act directly, but he'll find a pretext. Let him try. The wards will stop anyone who enters with hostile intent. And if the Aurors' intent is technically lawful? A warrant, perhaps, or a court order. Harry hesitated. It was a good point. The wards responded to intent, not legality. An Auror carrying a legitimate warrant might not register as hostile. I'll talk to Griphook about it. There might be a way to add a legal screening layer to the ward protocols. McGonagall studied him. You're adapting quickly. I don't have a choice. No. You don't. She straightened her spectacles. Go to class, Potter. You've missed enough today already. That evening, Harry used the mirror to call Sirius. He sat on the windowsill of the owner's suite, looking out at the sunset bleeding red and gold across the lake, and told his godfather everything. The trial of courage. Umbridge. The board meeting. Fudge. Draco. Daphne. Sirius listened with the particular intensity of a man who had spent too many years with nothing to listen to. When Harry finished, he was quiet for a moment. You're doing well, pup. Better than anyone could have expected. But you're holding a lot of weight, and you're holding it alone. Ron and Hermione, are you keeping them close? Harry thought about it. Ron had been at his side all day, loyal and bewildered and fiercely proud. Hermione had been researching with a determination that bordered on mania, feeding Harry information about property law and ward theory and political precedent. They were there. They were always there. Yeah, he said. They're here. Good. You'll need them. Sirius paused. And this Greengrass girl? What about her? Nothing. Just, your dad had a thing for redheads, and look where that got him. She's blonde. Noted. And you noticed. Also noted. Sirius, I'm just saying, Harry. Be careful with your heart. It's the one part of you that no ward can protect. Harry looked out at the lake. The sunset had faded to a thin line of amber at the horizon, and the first stars were appearing. Below, at the edge of the water, he could see tiny figures, students, enjoying the last warm evening of summer. From this height, they looked small and fragile and precious. Sirius. What was Dad like? As a person, not as a legend. Sirius was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice had a roughness to it that had nothing to do with the mirror's magical distortion. He was the best man I ever knew. Not the smartest, that was Remus. Not the bravest, that was, honestly, your mum. But the best. He had this thing about him. A light. When James walked into a room, people stood up straighter. Not because he demanded it, because he inspired it. He made you want to be better than you were. I don't feel like that. You don't have to feel it, pup. You just have to be it. And from where I'm sitting, you're doing a bloody good job. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool glass. I miss them. Mum and Dad. I know I never knew them, not really, but I miss them. Is that stupid? It's the smartest thing you've ever said. Sirius's voice cracked. Good night, Harry. I love you, kid. I know I don't say that enough. Good night, Sirius. Love you too. The mirror went dark. Harry stood at the gates of Hogwarts Castle at 10:30, in the dark, in the cold, waiting. He'd felt Dumbledore's approach through the wards, a massive magical presence moving up the road from Hogsmeade, unmistakable, like feeling the sun rise. The old wizard walked slowly, as if giving Harry time to change his mind. Harry didn't change his mind. But he went to meet him. Dumbledore arrived at the boundary with his usual quiet drama, robes rippling, beard luminous in the moonlight, half-moon spectacles catching the starlight and reflecting it back like tiny mirrors. He looked tired. Not diminished. Harry suspected Dumbledore never looked diminished, but tired in the way that old men get tired, when the weight of years compounds the weight of mistakes. Harry. Professor. They stood on either side of the invisible line that separated Hogwarts grounds from the public road. 2 meters of distance. 1,000 miles of distrust. I received your message, Dumbledore said. The twinkle was absent. His blue eyes were clear and serious. You said you wished to speak. I did. Not inside. Not yet. Here. Dumbledore nodded, as if this were perfectly reasonable, and conjured a pair of comfortable chairs on his side of the boundary. Harry looked at them, then conjured his own chair on his side. It wasn't as elegant. Dumbledore's were chintz, Harry's was plain wood, but it served. They sat. 2 wizards in chairs in the dark, separated by an invisible wall of ancient magic. I want to be clear about something, Harry said. I don't hate you. I know. I don't trust you, either. I know that as well. But Sirius is right. You're not the real enemy. Voldemort is. And whatever I think about what you've done, the will, the money, the Dursleys, I can't fight a war while also fighting you. Dumbledore said nothing. He waited, with the patience of a man who had learned that silence was sometimes the most powerful form of communication. So here's what I'm offering, Harry said. A truce. Not forgiveness, you haven't earned that, and I'm not sure you can. But a truce. I will share information about the castle's defenses with you, within limits. You will share information about Voldemort with me, without limits. No more secrets. No more manipulation. No more, it's for your own good. If you know something I need to know, you tell me. If you think I'm making a mistake, you tell me that too, but you tell me, you don't maneuver around me. And if I disagree with your decisions, then you disagree. You don't override them. You don't go behind my back. You disagree, out loud, like a person with respect for the person they're disagreeing with. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. The moonlight silvered his beard and threw deep shadows under his eyes, and for a moment, he looked impossibly old, not the performative oldness of the kindly grandfather, but the real oldness of a man who had lived too long and seen too much. You are asking me to relinquish control, he said. I'm asking you to stop pretending you ever should have had it. The words hung in the air between them. A night bird called from the forest. The lake murmured against its shores. I have spent 50 years, Dumbledore said slowly, trying to prevent the worst outcomes. Trying to steer events toward the least terrible future. I have made choices that haunt me, choices that I would give anything to unmake. But I made them because I believed, with every fiber of my being, that I was the only one who could see the full picture. And were you? Sometimes. Not always. Less often than I believed. He looked at Harry with those ancient blue eyes, and something in them cracked open. I was wrong about the Dursleys. I was wrong to seal the will. I was wrong to take your money. I was wrong to treat you as a piece on a board rather than a person with agency and rights and the capacity to make your own choices. Yes, Harry said. You were. I do not ask your forgiveness. I ask, he paused. Started again. I ask for the opportunity to do better. Harry studied him for a long moment. This wasn't a performance. Or if it was the most convincing one Harry had ever seen, and he'd have to accept it at face value because the alternative, eternal suspicion, endless second-guessing, would destroy him faster than any Dark Lord could. The Department of Mysteries, Harry said. Voldemort's after something there. You know what it is. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. How did you? McGonagall mentioned you'd uncovered intelligence. I want to know what it is. A prophecy, Dumbledore said. Made before your birth. It concerns you and Voldemort. It is the reason he targeted your family, and it is the reason he wants you dead. The night seemed to grow colder. Tell me. Not tonight. The prophecy is complex, and its implications require careful discussion. But I will tell you. Soon. All of it. Dumbledore met his eyes. That is my first act of good faith under our truce. Harry nodded slowly. I'm going to hold you to that. I expect nothing less. They sat in silence for a while. Two men, one old, one young, both carrying weight that would have crushed lesser people, looking out at a castle full of sleeping children who didn't know how close the darkness was. The castle has a consciousness, Harry said. The founders left something in the walls. It's testing me. Dumbledore leaned forward, and for the first time, Harry saw genuine surprise on his face. The intelligence. It spoke to you. Sent a stone knight to try to kill me, actually. Remarkable. In all my years as headmaster, it never. I knew there was something. A presence in the deeper magic. But it never manifested, never communicated. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, something that looked, impossibly, like envy. It needed an owner. A true owner, connected by blood and magic. It says there are more trials. Courage was the first. The founders were not known for their restraint. I suspect the trials will escalate. Yeah, that's what I figured. Another silence. More comfortable this time. The frost of enmity hadn't thawed entirely, but it had cracked in places, and through the cracks, something cautious and tentative, not quite trust, not quite respect, but the seed of both, had begun to grow. Dumbledore stood. He vanished his chair with a wave of his hand, wandless, effortless, a casual display of power that reminded Harry exactly who he was dealing with. One more thing, Harry said. Umbridge. Dumbledore's expression hardened slightly. Dolores is a bureaucratic weapon. Fudge sent her to control the school and, through it, the narrative about Voldemort's return. She signed a premises contract. She's restricted to specific areas. But she's smart in a mean, persistent way, and she'll find workarounds. Dolores Umbridge is the most dangerous kind of enemy, one who believes absolutely in her own authority and has no capacity for self-doubt. Handle her carefully, Harry. She is worse than she appears. I gathered. Dumbledore turned to leave, then paused. Harry. The castle, the intelligence. Be careful with it. The Founder's magic is ancient and powerful, but it is not human. It thinks in ways we do not, values things we do not, and its idea of a test may not align with what we would consider survivable. Reassuring. I am told that reassurance is not my strong suit. The faintest ghost of a twinkle. Good night, Harry. Good night, Albus. The name came out without planning, and it surprised both of them. Dumbledore paused mid-step, and something crossed his face, not pleasure, exactly, but the distant cousin of it. Then he walked away down the road to Hogsmeade, his robes fading into the darkness until he was just a tall shadow and then nothing at all. Harry sat in his wooden chair for a few more minutes, watching the stars. The castle hummed behind him. The wards pulsed at the boundary like a heartbeat. Somewhere in Hogsmeade, the most powerful wizard alive was walking home to a pub, stripped of his castle and his authority and the comforting illusion that he was the only one who could see the board. Somewhere in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy was composing an owl to a master who dealt in fear and death. Somewhere in the ministry, Dolores Umbridge was sharpening her quills and planning her next move. And somewhere deep in the castle's foundations, where the magic of 4 extraordinary people had been woven into stone and time and purpose, the intelligence stirred and turned its attention to the trials ahead. Harry stood. He vanished his chair, not as smoothly as Dumbledore, but it vanished, and walked back through the gates. Behind him, they closed with a resonant clang that echoed across the grounds like a declaration. The castle was secure. Its lord was home. And whatever was coming, prophecy, war, stone knights, ministry tyranny, would have to come through him first. He'd deal with it in the morning. Chapter 3, The Trials of Stone. The second week at Hogwarts settled into a rhythm that was almost normal, if you ignored the part where the castle was alive and watching everything. Harry went to classes. He sat in Transfiguration and Charms and Herbology like any other fifth year, took notes, practiced spells, and pretended that the desks didn't subtly rearrange themselves to give him a better angle on the blackboard. He ate meals in the great hall at his strange chair at the end of the staff table and listened to McGonagall's morning announcements and tried not to think about the fact that the enchanted ceiling showed him different things than it showed everyone else, subtle things, like wind patterns over the grounds and disturbances in the ward perimeter, overlaid on the normal sky like a magical heads-up display. He attended Umbridge's defense class exactly once. She'd set up her classroom with pink doilies and kitten plates and an atmosphere of suffocating, saccharine control. The textbook was a joke, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard, which contained no practical instruction whatsoever. When Harry pointed out that you couldn't learn defense without actually casting spells, Umbridge had smiled her toad smile and given him detention. Harry had looked at her across the room and said, very calmly, "I'll serve detention when you're qualified to assign it. Your premises contract specifies teaching activities. Punitive measures against the castle's owner exceed your authorized access." The room had gone so quiet you could hear the kitten plates purring. Umbridge's face had done something complicated, a rapid cycling through rage, calculation, and the dawning realization that she couldn't actually enforce a detention on the person who controlled the building. The walls themselves seemed to lean inward slightly. A crack appeared in the ceiling plaster directly above her desk. "We will discuss this later, Mr. Potter," she'd said, in a voice like poisoned honey. They hadn't discussed it later. Harry had stopped attending her class entirely, studying defense independently from books in the owner's suite and, increasingly, from the castle itself, which had begun teaching him things, pushing knowledge into his awareness through the ward connection, like memories that weren't his own. How to detect concealment charms through vibrations in the ambient magic. How to read the signature of a ward breach. How to feel the difference between a person walking with peaceful intent and one walking with violence coiled behind their eyes. It was the third category, the education he hadn't asked for and couldn't refuse, that consumed most of his energy. The intelligence was patient in the way that mountains are patient. It didn't rush. It didn't explain. It simply presented, and expected Harry to figure out the lesson on his own. On Monday night, he'd found his bedroom rearranged. The furniture had been moved to the walls, and in the center of the floor, a pattern of glowing runes had appeared, a ward schematic, he realized after 20 minutes of study, representing a section of the castle's southwestern defenses. 3 of the runes were wrong. Harry had to identify and correct them before the room would let him sleep. On Wednesday, every door in his suite had been sealed, and the only way out was through a window that opened onto a sheer drop to the courtyard below. The intelligence had watched, he could feel its attention, heavy and expectant, as Harry worked through the problem. Flying was too obvious. Cushioning charms were a crutch. In the end, he'd pressed his palm to the wall and asked the castle to help, and the stones had rearranged themselves into a staircase that spiraled down the exterior wall. The lesson, he'd realized afterward, was that the castle would help him, but only if he asked. Only if he acknowledged the relationship. On Friday, the intelligence had spoken to him through every portrait on the 7th floor simultaneously. He'd been walking to the owner's suite after dinner, tired and distracted, thinking about Umbridge's latest attempt to circumvent her premises contract. She tried to access the headmaster's office, claiming she needed to inspect administrative records, and the wards had locked the door so thoroughly that Flitwick had spent an hour trying to unseal it before realizing the castle simply wasn't going to let her in. The portraits had gone still. All of them. Every painted figure on the corridor froze in place, their eyes going blank and milky, and then they'd all turned to face Harry and spoken in unison with a voice that was neither male nor female, neither old nor young, but all of these things at once. "You are not ready." Harry had stopped walking. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. The corridor had gone cold, genuinely cold, frost forming on the stone, his breath visible in the air. Ready for what? The dark approaches. The wards are weak. You are not ready. Then make me ready. The portraits had gone silent. Their eyes cleared. The painted figures blinked, looked confused, and went back to their normal activities. A monk returned to his illuminated manuscript, a witch resumed stirring her cauldron, a knight continued polishing his sword. The frost remained for hours. Harry hadn't told anyone about that one. Saturday morning brought Neville Longbottom to the owner's suite door, knocking with the particular firmness of someone who had rehearsed what they were going to say and was determined to say it before they lost their nerve. Harry opened the door. Neville stood in the corridor, wearing weekend clothes, his round face set with an expression that Harry had never seen on him before. Determination. Not the fragile, easily shattered kind that Neville had shown in first year when he tried to stop them sneaking out, something harder than that. Something that had been forged quietly, over years, while everyone was too busy looking at Harry to notice. I want to help, Neville said. With what? With everything. The castle. The wards. He gestured vaguely. Whatever you're doing. I know I'm not, I know people think I'm, he stopped. Started over. My gran sold you our family's shares. She didn't have to. She did it because she trusts you. I trust you too. And I'm tired of being the boy who gets left behind. Harry studied him. Neville Longbottom, who'd stood up to them in first year and earned 10 points that won the House Cup. Who'd faced a boggart shaped like Snape and turned it into his grandmother's clothing. Who'd watched the Cruciatus curse demonstrated on a spider in Moody's class and hadn't flinched, even though his parents, "Come in," Harry said. He showed Neville the owner's suite, the sitting room, the desk, the book that communicated with the intelligence. He explained the ward system, the premises contracts, the political situation with the board and the ministry. He told Neville about the trials, about the Stone Knight, about the portrait incident. Neville listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, he was quiet for a moment, then said, "What do you need me to do?" "I need someone I trust to manage things when I can't. Student relations, logistics, communication with the staff. Someone who knows the castle, who the students respect, who can make decisions without asking me first." "You want me to be your deputy?" "I want you to be the castellan. That's the traditional title, the castle's steward. The person who runs the household when the lord is busy fighting wars or getting attacked by stone furniture." Neville's eyebrows rose. "That's a real thing. It's in the castle charter. The owner can appoint a castellan with delegated authority over daily operations, student welfare, and non-combat defense coordination." "And you want me?" Neville said it flatly, as if testing the words for structural integrity. "Gran told me you're not what people think." "She's right. I've watched you for 4 years, Neville. You're brave when it matters. You're loyal without conditions. And you're the only person in this castle who's never asked me for anything." Something shifted in Neville's expression. The determination was still there, but it was joined by something warmer, gratitude, maybe, but the kind that sits close to dignity. The gratitude of being seen. "All right," Neville said. "I'll do it. But I have conditions." Harry blinked. "Conditions?" "If I'm going to be castellan, I need to actually be able to do the job. That means training. Combat, wards, leadership. I need to be better than I am, and I need you to help me get there." "Done. And I want access to the greenhouses outside of class. The castle grounds have plants that Professor Sprout hasn't catalogued. I've seen them at the edges of the forest. Some of them might be useful for the wards. For healing, if it comes to that." "Done." Neville nodded. He extended his hand, and Harry shook it. The grip was firmer than he expected. "One more thing," Neville said. "I heard about the defense group." Harry frowned. "What defense group?" The one people are saying you should start. Umbridge isn't teaching anything useful, and the OWLs are this year, and people are scared, Harry. They want to learn how to fight. Not just pass exams, actually fight. Because whatever the ministry says, people know what's coming. Harry hadn't heard this particular rumor, but it made sense. Students talked. Students worried. And students, faced with a defense professor who refused to teach defense, would inevitably look for alternatives. Who's saying this? Everyone. Well, Hermione brought it up first. She's been talking to people in Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The Ravenclaws are interested. Some of the Slytherins too, though they won't say so openly. Harry thought about it. Teaching defense. Using the castle's resources, the Room of Requirement, which he now realized was probably another manifestation of the intelligence's power. Training students to fight. Let me think about it, he said. Talk to Hermione. Get a sense of numbers. I'll have an answer by Monday. Neville nodded and turned to leave, then stopped. Harry? Yeah. Thanks. For seeing me. He left before Harry could respond. The door closed, and Harry stood in the silence of the owner's suite, thinking about Neville Longbottom and the particular courage of people who have been overlooked their entire lives and choose to step forward anyway. The book on the desk opened. One word, glowing faintly, good. The second trial came without warning on Sunday afternoon. Harry was in the Founder's Library, a vast, hidden chamber beneath the castle that the intelligence had revealed to him on Thursday, accessible through a door in the owner's suite that led down a spiral staircase carved from living rock. The library was enormous, its shelves stretching into shadows that the torchlight couldn't reach, filled with books and scrolls and artifacts that predated the castle itself. Daphne was with him. They'd fallen into a routine without discussing it. After dinner, Daphne would appear at the owner's suite with a stack of research notes and a cup of tea that she never offered to share. They'd work in the library for 2 or 3 hours, Harry studying ward theory and combat magic, Daphne methodically cataloging the medical texts, searching for anything related to blood curses. It was comfortable in a way Harry hadn't expected. Daphne didn't fill silences with chatter. She didn't need reassurance. She worked with a fierce, quiet intensity that reminded Harry of Hermione, except that where Hermione's research was driven by the joy of learning, Daphne's was driven by something sharper. Every text she read, every technique she uncovered, was a weapon in a war against the thing killing her sister. They were 3 levels deep in the stacks when the air changed. Harry felt it first through the wards, a sudden, massive shift in the castle's magical field, like the drop in pressure before a storm. The torches flickered. The books on the shelves began to vibrate, their pages rustling as if caught in a wind that didn't exist. Harry, Daphne started. The library vanished. Not gradually, instantly. One moment they were standing between shelves of ancient texts. The next, they were standing in the Great Hall. Except it wasn't the Great Hall as Harry knew it. The house tables were gone. The enchanted ceiling was gone. The windows were dark and featureless, as if the world outside had simply ceased to exist. In the center of the room stood a figure. It was made of light, pale, shifting, formless light that suggested a human shape without committing to one. It was tall. Its features changed constantly, now a woman's face, now a man's, now something older and stranger that had no gender at all. Trial of wisdom, the intelligence said, speaking through the figure and through the walls and through the floor beneath their feet, the words vibrating in Harry's chest. The castle contains 2 things of value. Knowledge and people. You may save one. Choose. The room split. To Harry's left, the Founder's Library materialized, not just the section he'd been exploring, but all of it. Thousands of years of magical knowledge. Texts that existed nowhere else. Cures for curses, ward techniques beyond modern understanding, the collected genius of the 4 most powerful magical minds in history. As Harry watched, flames licked at the edges of the stacks. The fire was slow, spreading steadily, consuming shelf after shelf, but it was real. He could feel the heat. To his right, a door appeared. Through it, he could hear voices, students. Dozens of them. Frightened, calling for help, trapped somewhere in the castle that was collapsing around them. He could hear individual voices, Ron's panicked shout. Hermione's controlled instructions. Neville's steady calm. Others, younger voices, first years, crying. The students weren't real. The library fire wasn't real. He knew this intellectually, this was a trial, a simulation, a test. But the intelligence's magic was absolute within the castle's walls, and everything felt real. The heat of the flames. The desperation in the voices. The weight of the choice. Harry. Daphne gripped his arm. She could feel it too, the awful, binary pressure of the choice, the intelligence stripping away nuance and context until all that remained was a raw, fundamental question about what mattered most. Knowledge or people? Power or compassion? The legacy of the past or the lives of the present? Harry didn't hesitate. He turned right and walked through the door. The voices engulfed him, louder now, closer, more desperate. He couldn't see the students, couldn't find them in the shifting architecture of the simulated castle, but he moved toward the sound, wand out, calling back to them, following the cries through corridors that twisted and reformed around him. Behind him, the library burned. He felt it through the ward connection, centuries of knowledge turning to ash, irreplaceable texts consumed, the magical heritage of the founders dissolving into flame and smoke. It hurt. Not physically, but in a deep, aching way, like watching a loved one's possessions destroyed. He knew what was in those books. He knew what Daphne was searching for, the cure for Astoria's curse. He knew what the knowledge represented, power, understanding, the accumulated wisdom of ages. He chose the people anyway. The voices led him to a chamber he didn't recognize, a vast, empty space with a high ceiling and walls of featureless stone. In the center, the students stood in a tight group, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and dozens of others. They looked real. They looked terrified. The ceiling above them was cracking, fragments of stone falling like rain. Harry raised his wand and threw everything he had into a shield, not a simple protego but something bigger, something that drew on his connection to the castle itself. The shield was immense, a dome of blue-white light that covered the entire group, and the falling stones bounced off it like hail off a roof. The students rushed toward him. Ron grabbed his shoulder. Hermione was there, her eyes wide with something he couldn't read. Neville stood at the back, wand drawn, protecting the younger ones. Then they were gone. All of it, the chamber, the students, the falling ceiling, dissolved like mist in sunlight. Harry stood alone in the great hall, which was back to normal. House tables, enchanted ceiling, floating candles. Sunday afternoon light streaming through the tall windows. Daphne stood beside him, breathing hard. She looked shaken, actually shaken, in a way Harry hadn't seen before. Her mask was cracked, and underneath it was a girl who had just watched the one thing that might save her sister burn to ashes. "You chose the people," the intelligence said. The light figure was gone, but the voice remained, resonating in the stones. The knowledge is not destroyed. It cannot be destroyed. It is the castle. The test was whether you would choose to save it over living hearts. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the floor of the great hall, wand clattering against stone, and pressed his hands against his face. "Bloody hell," he said. Daphne sat down beside him. Not gracefully, she just folded, like someone cutting the strings on a marionette. They sat on the floor of the great hall, surrounded by empty tables and silence. "The library isn't really burned," Harry said. "The intelligence just said so. The knowledge is intact. I heard. Astoria's cure might still be in there. I know." Her voice was very small, smaller than he'd ever heard it. But for a moment, I thought, she stopped. Drew a breath. Rebuilt the mask, piece by piece. You didn't even hesitate. No. Why? Because books can be rewritten. Spells can be rediscovered. But people, he thought of Cedric. Of the green flash in the graveyard and the sound a body makes when it hits the ground and the way Cedric's eyes had gone empty in an instant, all that potential and personality and life just, gone. People don't come back. Daphne looked at him. The mask was in place, but something behind it had changed. A rearrangement of priorities. A recalibration of who Harry Potter was and what he was worth. You would have chosen the library, Harry said. Not accusing, just observing. Yes. I would have. For Astoria. She met his eyes. Does that make me a bad person? It makes you a sister. She was quiet for a long time. The sunlight moved across the floor. In the kitchens below, the house elves were beginning dinner preparations, and the faint sounds of activity drifted up through the castle's bones. Potter. Greengrass. I think I might have underestimated you. High praise from the Ice Queen. She almost smiled. Then she stood, offered him a hand, and pulled him to his feet. The library, she said. I want to check that it's really intact. Right behind you. They went down together. The library was untouched, every book in place, every scroll intact, not a single page singed. The intelligence had told the truth. The fire had been an illusion, a simulation designed to test Harry's values under pressure. But the test itself had been real. The choice had been real. And the fact that Harry had made it without hesitation, had chosen people over power, connection over knowledge, the fragile and irreplaceable over the eternal and recoverable, meant something. The book on the desk in the owner's suite had a new message when Harry checked it that night: 2 trials complete. 1 remains. You are not what the last claimant was. Who was the last claimant? Harry asked. A boy who became a monster. He chose the knowledge. Tom Riddle. Voldemort had tried to claim the castle. Of course he had. He'd been at Hogwarts for 7 years, obsessed with the founders, obsessed with power. He must have learned about the ownership somehow, tried to assert a claim, and the intelligence had rejected him. Because he'd chosen knowledge over people. Because the castle could see what he was, what he would become, and it had refused him. Harry closed the book. He sat in the dark for a long time, thinking about choices and monsters and the thin, terrible line between them. Monday brought the defense group into existence. Hermione had done the organizational work, she always did, efficiently and thoroughly, with sign-up sheets and schedules and a name she'd clearly spent hours choosing. Dumbledore's Army, she'd wanted to call it, and Harry had vetoed it immediately. We're not Dumbledore's anything. Not anymore. They'd argued about it, the friendly, productive kind of argument that was the bedrock of their friendship, over breakfast in the Great Hall, with Ron mediating from behind a plate of sausages. The Hogwarts Defense Association. Hermione offered. Boring, Ron said. Potter's Army? Neville suggested from down the table, and Harry's immediate reaction must have shown on his face because Neville grinned. Yeah, I didn't think so. The Castle Guard, Daphne said. Everyone looked at her. She'd appeared at the Gryffindor table without anyone noticing, a Slytherin among lions, drawing stares and whispers that she ignored with practiced ease. The Castle Guard, she repeated. It's what you are. You're training to defend the castle and the people in it. It ties to Harry's authority as owner, it doesn't reference any external figure or ideology, and it sounds exactly serious enough to be taken seriously without being pretentious. Hermione considered this with the expression of someone encountering a rival intelligence for the first time. That's, actually quite good. Don't sound so surprised, Granger. It's insulting. I didn't mean, I know what you meant. Daphne's tone was dry but not hostile. She pulled up a chair between Harry and Hermione and sat down as if she'd always been there. 28 people have signed up. 12 Gryffindors, 8 Hufflepuffs, 5 Ravenclaws, and 3 Slytherins, including myself, Tracy Davis, and Blaise Zabini. Only 3 from Slytherin? Ron asked. 3 is remarkable. The political pressure on Slytherin students to avoid association with Potter is immense. The fact that 3 of us signed up openly is a minor revolution. She glanced at Harry. We'll need a training space that Umbridge can't access. The room of requirement, Harry said. 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. It creates whatever room you need. I know what it is. Daphne's eyes were sharp. I also know it's part of the castle's magical infrastructure, which means Umbridge's premises contract doesn't cover it. She can't enter a room she doesn't know exists. Harry looked at her, then at Hermione. The 2 brightest witches in his year, sitting on either side of him, each regarding the other with a mixture of respect and territorial wariness. This was either going to be brilliant or a disaster. First meeting tonight, Harry said. 8 o'clock. The room of requirement outdid itself. It had always been impressive. Harry remembered it from the Triwizard Tournament, when Dobby had mentioned it as the place where Winky went to drink butterbeer. But now, connected to Harry through the ownership bond, it responded to his intentions with an eagerness that was almost puppyish. He walked past the wall 3 times, thinking I need a place to train fighters, and the door that appeared was twice the size he expected. The room beyond was a perfect training hall, wide and high-ceilinged, with padded floors, practice dummies along one wall, a bookshelf stocked with defense texts, and an ambient light that was bright enough to work by without being harsh. Mirrors lined one wall for spellform practice. A corner had been set up with chairs and a large board for strategy discussions. The students filed in nervously. 28 of them, ranging from 3rd years to 7th years, representing all 4 houses. The Gryffindors were enthusiastic, the Hufflepuffs determined, the Ravenclaws curious. The 3 Slytherins, Daphne, Tracy Davis, and Blaise Zabini, entered last, their postures carefully neutral, aware that they were outsiders in a group that had every reason to distrust them. Harry stood at the front and looked at them. 28 faces. Some he knew well, Ron, Hermione, Neville, the Weasley twins, Ginny, Luna Lovegood. Others he knew barely at all, Annie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, Anthony Goldstein, Terry Boot. And some he'd never spoken to, the Slytherins, watching him with the careful attention of people who had bet their social standing on this decision. Let me be honest with you, Harry said. I'm not a qualified teacher. I'm 15. I've survived a lot of things I probably shouldn't have, and I've learned some useful magic along the way, but I'm not Dumbledore or McGonagall or anyone with a teaching credential. You fought you-know-who 4 times, Susan Bones said from the Hufflepuff contingent. That's a better credential than Umbridge has. Scattered laughter. Some of the tension eased. Fair point. Here's what I can teach you, how to defend yourselves. Not theory, practice. Shields, counters, movement, awareness. How to fight when you're scared, how to think when someone's throwing curses at you, how to protect the person next to you. He paused. And I can teach you something Umbridge never will, that the most important defense isn't a spell. It's the decision to stand up when you could run away. Silence. Then Neville, standing at the back, said quietly, when do we start? Right now. Pair up. I want to see where everyone is. The next 2 hours were chaotic, exhausting, and surprisingly effective. Harry moved through the pairs, correcting wand grips, demonstrating shield charms, adjusting stances. He was surprised by what he found. Some students were better than he'd expected. Ginny Weasley had a vicious bat bogey hex that could stop a charging troll, and Blaise Zabini's spellwork was precise and economical. Others needed more work. Neville's casting was powerful but erratic, and several of the younger students couldn't produce a shield charm at all. Fred and George turned out to be creative fighters, unconventional, unpredictable, using their twin connection to coordinate attacks that left their opponents bewildered. Luna Lovegood fought in a style that could only be described as dreamlike. She seemed to dodge curses by accident, moving with an absent-minded grace that made her nearly impossible to hit. Daphne was methodical. She fought the way she did everything, analytically, precisely, exploiting weaknesses with cold efficiency. When Harry paired her against Ron, she disarmed him in 12 seconds. Oi! Ron protested, retrieving his wand from where it had clattered against the wall. I wasn't ready. An enemy won't wait for you to be ready, Weasley. She twirled her wand between her fingers. Again. Ron's ears went red, but he raised his wand. The second bout lasted 30 seconds. Ron won by brute force, overwhelming Daphne's precision with sheer magical power. They were both breathing hard at the end, and the look they exchanged was grudging mutual respect. Harry called a break. Students collapsed onto chairs, gulping water. The room provided refreshments without being asked, the castle's hospitality extending through the room of requirement. Hermione approached Harry with a clipboard and an expression that meant she'd been observing, analyzing, and drawing conclusions. We need a structured curriculum. Not just practice, a progression. Start with shielding and disarming, then move to offensive magic, then group tactics. I'll draft a syllabus. Work with Daphne on it. Hermione blinked. With Greengrass? She knows things you don't. You know things she doesn't. Between you, the syllabus will be twice as good as either of you could make alone. Hermione looked across the room at Daphne, who was demonstrating a footwork pattern to Tracy Davis. The two witches made eye contact, held it for a beat, and nodded at each other with the careful precision of rival generals acknowledging a ceasefire. Fine, Hermione said. But I'm doing the theoretical framework. Wouldn't dream of it being otherwise. The days blurred into a pattern of classes, training, ward maintenance, and the constant low hum of political maneuvering. Umbridge was escalating. She couldn't touch Harry directly, the premises contract and the castle's own defenses prevented that, but she was finding other ways to exert pressure. Educational decrees arrived from the ministry with increasing frequency, each one attempting to expand the authority of the High Inquisitor, a title Fudge had invented for her, over school operations. Educational Decree 23, the High Inquisitor has the authority to inspect all teachers and evaluate their performance. Educational Decree 24, all student organizations must be approved by the High Inquisitor. Educational Decree 25, the High Inquisitor has the authority to place teachers on probation. Harry read each one, consulted with Grip Hook and Daphne, and responded the same way each time. Educational decrees governed the school institution. They did not govern private property. The castle guard trained in the room of requirement, which was part of the castle's infrastructure, not a school facility. Umbridge could inspect teachers if the board approved, but she could not enter areas of the castle outside her premises contract, which meant she couldn't reach the room of requirement, the owner's suite, the founder's library, or any of the castle's defensive systems. It was a legal firewall, and it held. But Umbridge was patient and vicious in the way that bureaucrats could be when they had institutional power behind them. She couldn't reach Harry, so she reached for the people around him. Trelawney was first. Harry felt it through the wards, a disturbance in the entrance hall, raised voices, the particular emotional signature of humiliation and despair. He was in the founder's library with Daphne, researching blood curse theory, and he was on his feet and moving before he consciously decided to respond. He arrived in the entrance hall to find Sybil Trelawney standing in the middle of the floor, surrounded by trunks and shawls and scattered belongings, sobbing with the broken, ugly grief of someone whose world had just ended. Umbridge stood before her, pink cardigan pristine, smile firmly in place, holding a scroll that she was reading aloud in that girlish, poisonous voice. Hereby placed on immediate probation and removed from the teaching roster, effective, stop. Harry's voice cut through the entrance hall like a blade. Umbridge turned. Her smile widened, which meant she'd been expecting this. Mr. Potter. This is a school matter. As you've so frequently reminded us, you have no authority over the school institution, no. But over who lives in this castle? Absolutely. He turned to Trelawney, who was clutching a crystal ball to her chest and trembling. Professor Trelawney, you are welcome to remain at Hogwarts Castle as my guest. Your quarters are yours for as long as you want them. Umbridge's smile flickered. The ministry has decreed that she's removed from the teaching roster. Fine. The board and the acting administrator can deal with staffing. But the ministry can't evict someone from private property. Only I can do that. And I'm not going to. McGonagall arrived, robes billowing, face thunderous. She took in the scene in a single glance, Trelawney weeping, Umbridge smirking, Harry standing between them, and her expression settled into something cold and hard. Sybil. McGonagall's voice was gentle in a way Harry had never heard from her. Come with me. Your rooms are exactly as you left them. She guided Trelawney away, and Harry was left facing Umbridge in the entrance hall. Students watched from the margins, from the staircases, from doorways, from the edges of the hall. The audience grew by the second. You are making a mistake, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said softly. Her eyes were steady, and behind the toad face and the pink cardigan, something genuinely dangerous looked out at him. The ministry does not forget defiance. And I don't forget cruelty. Professor Trelawney may not be the most effective teacher, but she's a person. She has a home here. You don't get to throw people out of their homes because they're inconvenient. How very noble. The smile was back, harder than before. I wonder if you'll feel so noble when the ministry's patience runs out. She turned and walked away, her footsteps clicking on the stone. Harry watched her go and felt, through the wards, the ripple of her fury, a dark, concentrated thing, like poison spreading through water. Behind him, someone started clapping. Then someone else. Then more. It wasn't the whole school, plenty of students were afraid, uncertain, or actively hostile, but it was enough. Enough to matter. Enough to tell Harry that the lines were being drawn and people were choosing sides. He just hoped they were choosing the right one. The third trial came in the dead of night, 11 days after the first. Harry was asleep in the owner's suite when the castle pulled him under. Not literally, physically, he remained in his bed. But his consciousness was dragged down, through layers of stone and magic and time, into a place that existed beneath the castle's foundations. Beneath reality itself. A place where the Founder's magic was raw and unfiltered and overwhelming. He stood in darkness. Not the darkness of a room without light, the darkness of a space without dimension. No floor, no ceiling, no walls. Just void, stretching in every direction, and the weight of 4 ancient intelligences pressing in on him from all sides. Trial of heart. The voice was different now. Not the composite voice of the previous trials, this was 4 voices, distinct and overlapping, speaking in harmony, a woman's voice, sharp and fierce, Ravenclaw. A man's voice, warm and steady, Hufflepuff. A man's voice, bold and commanding, Gryffindor. A man's voice, cold and precise, Slytherin. We would know your heart. You have shown courage. You have shown wisdom. Now show us what you are. The darkness shifted, and Harry was somewhere else. He was in the cupboard under the stairs. It was exact. Perfect. The spiderwebs in the corners. The dull light filtering through the crack beneath the door. The smell of dust and cleaning supplies and the particular, unmistakable scent of neglect. The cot was there, the thin, lumpy mattress where he'd slept for 10 years, with its threadbare blanket and its collection of broken toys that Dudley had thrown away. He was small again. Child-sized. His hands were tiny, a 5-year-old's hands, with bitten nails and a scrape across one knuckle from where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him too hard. No, Harry said. His voice was a child's voice, and the word echoed in the tiny space. The cupboard opened. Not to freedom, to the Dursleys' kitchen, where Uncle Vernon sat at the table, massive and red-faced, and Aunt Petunia stood at the stove, bony and sharp, and Dudley, fat, sulky, hateful Dudley, sat in his oversized chair with a plate of food that Harry wasn't allowed to share. "Boy!" Vernon's voice was a thunderclap in the small room. "Get in here and clean this up." Harry stood frozen. The fear was real, not remembered but experienced, as if the intelligence had reached into his childhood and pulled it forward, made it present, made it now. The flinch response, the hunched shoulders, the instinctive need to make himself small, invisible, acceptable. "This is what made you," the intelligence said. "This is the foundation. The fear. The hunger. The knowledge, absorbed into bone and blood, that you were unwanted. Unworthy. Unloved." "That's not true," Harry said. But his voice shook. The kitchen dissolved. He was in the graveyard. Cedric lay on the grass, dead. His eyes were open, staring at nothing. The blank surprise of it, the terrible ordinariness of death, how quickly a person became a body, hit Harry like a physical blow. Voldemort stood across the circle of headstones, red-eyed, white-faced, smiling the lipless smile that Harry saw every night when he closed his eyes. "Kill the spare," Wormtail said. The green light. The sound. The way Cedric just stopped. "This is what haunts you," the intelligence said. "The boy who died because you said, 'Let's take the cup together.' The guilt. The weight of choices that cannot be unmade." "I know," Harry whispered. The graveyard dissolved. He was in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, but it was wrong, destroyed. The ceiling had collapsed, and the enchanted sky was visible through the rubble, dark, starless, empty. The house tables were broken. The floor was covered in bodies. Ron. Hermione. Neville. Ginny. The Weasley twins, lying side by side. McGonagall, her spectacles cracked, her wand still in her hand. Daphne, face down, her blonde hair matted with blood. Harry's legs buckled. He hit his knees on the stone floor, and the sound echoed through the ruined hall. "This is what you fear," the intelligence said. "This is the price of failure. The people you love, broken and gone, because you were not strong enough, not smart enough, not good enough to save them." "Stop," Harry said. "Stop it." "Why?" "This is the trial. To know your heart, we must see what fills it. Fear. Guilt. Love. Loss. These are the chambers of your heart, Harry Potter, and we have walked through all of them." Harry knelt among the bodies of everyone he loved and felt the grief pour through him like water through a broken dam. It was enormous, vast, oceanic, the accumulated sorrow of a life spent losing things before he'd had a chance to hold them. His parents. His childhood. His innocence. Cedric. And now, in this terrible vision, everyone else. "There is another option," the intelligence said, and its four voices were soft now, almost gentle. The ruined hall shifted. The bodies faded, not gone, but distant, like a painting viewed through frosted glass. And something else appeared, a doorway, standing alone in the center of the hall, made of the same dark stone as the fountain in the courtyard. Through the doorway, Harry could see himself. But different. Larger. More. The Harry beyond the doorway was part of the castle, woven into its foundations, merged with its consciousness. His awareness expanded to encompass every stone, every ward, every inch of the ancient structure. He was ageless. Deathless. Omnipotent within the castle's bounds. He could feel the power of it, the ability to protect everyone, to prevent the vision of the ruined hall from ever becoming reality, to ensure that no one he loved would ever be harmed within these walls. "Merge with us," the intelligence said. "Become the castle. Become eternal. Become power beyond any wizard's imagining. Within these walls, you would be God. No one could touch the people you love. No enemy could breach the gates. The castle would stand forever, and you would stand with it. The offer was intoxicating. Harry could feel it pulling at him, the seductive promise of absolute safety, absolute control. No more fear. No more guilt. No more lying awake wondering if he was strong enough for what was coming. All he had to do was stop being human. Harry stood. The bodies were still there, faint behind the frost. The doorway stood before him, radiating power and permanence. He looked at Daphne's body, the distant, frosted image of it, and thought about her sitting on the grass by the lake, telling him about Astoria. The way her mask had cracked. The warmth underneath. He looked at Ron and Hermione and thought about 4 years of friendship, the fights, the laughter, the moments of quiet understanding that didn't need words. He looked at Neville, who'd asked for nothing and offered everything. He looked at Sirius, who loved him from a distance and called him pup and told him he was doing well. He looked at the doorway. At the power. At the promise of eternity. No, he said. The intelligence was silent. Waiting. I don't want to be the castle. I don't want to be God. I don't want to be eternal. He stepped back from the doorway. I want to be Harry. I want to be scared and wrong and uncertain and alive. I want to grow up. I want to make mistakes. I want to fall in love and be bad at it and get better. I want to sit by the lake with my friends and complain about homework and worry about the future, because worrying about the future means having won. He met the intelligence's attention, not with his eyes, because it had no eyes, but with his awareness, his consciousness, his self. I want to be a person. Not a castle. Not a weapon. Not a symbol. A person. And if that means I can't protect everyone, if that means the wards are a little weaker and the walls are a little thinner, his voice broke. He let it. Then that's the price of being human, and I'll pay it. Because the alternative is worse than anything Voldemort could do to me. Silence. Vast, deep, ancient silence, in which 4 intelligences considered the boy who had refused their greatest gift. Then, the boy who came before you, the intelligence said, and its 4 voices were soft, almost reverent, chose the power. He chose eternity. He chose to become something more than human, and in doing so, became something less. He tore his soul to achieve what we offered freely, and the fragments of him have poisoned the world ever since. Voldemort. Tom Riddle, standing in this same void, facing this same choice, and choosing differently. Choosing power over humanity. Choosing the castle over the people in it. You are not him. The void dissolved. The cupboard, the graveyard, the ruined hall, all of it fell away like curtains dropping, and Harry was back in his bed in the owner's suite, gasping, drenched in sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs. The book on the desk was glowing. Not faintly, brilliantly, the golden light filling the room, casting sharp shadows on the walls. He stumbled to the desk and looked down at the words, 3 trials complete. The castle accepts you, Harry James Potter. Not as master. Not as God. As guardian. As steward. As the imperfect, mortal, extraordinary human being the founders hoped would come. The wards are yours. Fully. Without reservation. But know this, the final test is not ours to give. It will come when the dark approaches. And it will cost you more than courage, more than wisdom, more than heart. It will cost you everything you are. Be ready. The light faded. The book closed. The room was dark and quiet, and Harry sat on the edge of his bed and pressed his palms against his eyes and cried, not from grief, not from fear, but from the sheer, overwhelming weight of being known. Truly known, down to the foundations, and being found worthy despite everything broken inside him. He cried for the boy in the cupboard. For Cedric. For the parents he'd never known. For the future he was terrified of and desperately wanted. Then he dried his eyes, got dressed, and went to check the wards. The change was immediate and dramatic. When Harry placed his hands on the first ward anchor, the standing stone at the castle's northeastern corner, the response was like nothing he'd felt before. The magic didn't just flow through him, it welcomed him, rushing through the connection like a river breaking through a dam. He could feel every anchor simultaneously, could sense their connections, their resonances, the vast geometric web that linked them into a unified defensive system. And he could feel the weaknesses. Not the degraded anchors, he'd been reinforcing those all week. Something else. Something wrong. A corruption in the ward matrix, subtle and insidious, like a slow poison in the bloodstream. Harry closed his eyes and looked. The ward schematic bloomed in his mind's eye, a three-dimensional map of the castle's magical infrastructure, glowing lines of force connecting 12 anchor points in a complex lattice. Most of the lattice was bright and strong, pulsing with healthy magic. But 3 nodes were wrong. 3 points where the lattice had been twisted, not broken, but redirected, their energy flowing in patterns that weakened the overall structure. It was subtle. Whoever had done it knew exactly what they were doing and had worked slowly, carefully, over what must have been weeks. Someone was sabotaging the wards from inside the castle. Harry opened his eyes. Dawn was breaking over the lake, painting the water in shades of rose and gold. The castle hummed around him, and for the first time, its hum carried a note of urgency. He went to find Daphne. She was in the Slytherin common room. Harry knew this because the castle told him, and also because the castle helpfully opened a passage from the 7th floor directly to the dungeons that Harry was fairly certain hadn't existed 5 minutes ago. He knocked on the common room entrance. Daphne emerged in a dressing gown, looking sleepy and dangerous. "It's 6 in the morning, Potter. Someone's sabotaging the wards." The sleepiness vanished. "What?" he told her. She listened with the intense focus that he'd come to associate with her best thinking, asking sharp questions about the location and nature of the corrupted nodes, the timeline, the type of magical manipulation involved. "It's sophisticated work," she said. "Not student level. Someone with genuine knowledge of ward theory. And they'd need physical access to the anchor points. You can't corrupt wards from a distance. All 3 corrupted nodes are on the castle's western face. Near the forest. Someone's been going out at night. To the anchors. The castle tracks everyone. I should be able to feel who's been near those anchors. Do it." Harry closed his eyes and reached into the ward connection. The castle's memory was vast, it recorded everything, every footstep, every presence, an endless archive of movement and intention. Sorting through it was like searching for a single grain of sand on a beach. But the intelligence helped. It had been watching too, and it was angry, a cold, deep fury that radiated through the stones. Someone had violated its body, twisted its defenses, and the castle wanted the intruder found. The memories surfaced, 3 nights over the past 2 weeks. A small figure, moving through the grounds after curfew, approaching the western anchors. The castle's sensors showed the figure, but not clearly, it was concealed, somehow. Masked against the ward detection. Not invisible, but blurred. Like trying to read through smudged glass. "I can't identify them," Harry said, frustration tightening his voice. "They've got some kind of concealment that blocks the ward sensors. But they're small. And they know the grounds well enough to avoid the main paths." Daphne's expression was sharp. "Small. Knows the grounds. Has access to sophisticated concealment magic and ward theory knowledge." She paused. "Could be a student under someone's control. Imperius, maybe. Or an animagus." They looked at each other. The same thought, arriving simultaneously. "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said. "The traitor who faked his death. He's a rat animagus. And Voldemort would want him at Hogwarts. Close to the wards. Close to me." The castle pulsed with fury, Harry's and its own, indistinguishable now. "Pettigrew. The man who'd betrayed his parents, who'd lived as Ron's pet for 12 years, who'd brought Voldemort back to life with Harry's own blood. Inside the castle. Gnawing at the wards like the rat he was. I can set traps, Harry said. The wards can be modified to detect animagi. It'll take time, I need to research the enchantment patterns, but the Founder's Library should have what I need. Do it. In the meantime, we should reinforce the corrupted nodes. Repair what's been done. And tell McGonagall. And Neville. They need to know. Daphne nodded. Then she reached out and caught his arm. Harry. He looked at her. She'd never used his first name before. The trials. The intelligence. You look like you've been through something. I have. Are you all right? He could have deflected. Could have given the easy answer, I'm fine, don't worry about it. It was what he'd always done, what everyone expected. No, he said instead. Not completely. But I'm better than I was. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she released his arm, and the mask settled back into place, but it was different now. Thinner. More translucent. He could see the girl behind it more clearly, fierce, frightened, brilliant, loyal. Fighting for her sister with every breath. Choosing to trust him with something as dangerous as honesty. Go fix the wards, she said. I'll brief McGonagall. Greengrass. Potter. Thank you. For being here. Her expression flickered. Not the mask, the thing underneath it. Where else would I be? She disappeared back into the Slytherin common room. Harry stood in the dungeon corridor for a moment, feeling the castle settle around him, feeling the wards pulse with their new, deeper connection, feeling the vast and ancient awareness of the intelligence watching from every stone. Then he went to work. The ward repair took most of the day. Harry cancelled his classes, McGonagall raised an eyebrow but didn't object when he explained the situation, and spent 8 hours at the corrupted anchors, unraveling the damage and reweaving the ward matrix. It was brutal work. The corruption was deep and cunningly woven, designed to look like natural degradation rather than deliberate sabotage. Each node required careful analysis, deconstruction of the twisted enchantments, and reconstruction from the ground up. Harry worked on his knees in the grass, hands pressed to the standing stones, pouring magic through the connection until his vision blurred and his muscles shook. Neville helped. The new castellan stood watch while Harry worked, wand drawn, scanning the forest edge with the focused intensity of someone who'd found his purpose. Between anchors, he brought Harry water and food and the particular kind of quiet companionship that didn't require conversation. You're good at this, Harry told him during a rest break, sitting against the third anchor stone while the afternoon sun slanted through the trees. At standing around? At being present. At being steady. Harry looked at his friend, because Neville was his friend, had been since first year, even if neither of them had quite recognized it until now. Most people would be asking questions. Demanding explanations. You just showed up and started helping. Neville shrugged, but the tips of his ears went pink. My parents didn't ask questions when they went to fight. They just went. A pause. Gran told me once that the best thing you can do in a crisis is be useful without being asked. Your Gran is scary and brilliant. She is. Don't tell her I said that. By late afternoon, the 3 corrupted nodes were repaired. Harry added new layers of detection to each one, Animagus-specific enchantments adapted from a text in the Founder's Library, modified with Daphne's input on concealment theory. If Pettigrew, or whoever the saboteur was, approached the anchors again, the wards would not only detect them but contain them. The trap was set. Now they had to wait. The waiting was harder than the action. 3 days passed without incident. The saboteur didn't return to the western anchors. The wards held at full strength, their new connection to Harry thrumming with power that the intelligence reinforced from within. Umbridge continued her crusade of educational decrees, but they bounced off the castle's legal framework like pebbles off a shield. Classes continued. The castle guard trained every evening, growing stronger and more cohesive with each session. On the surface, things were stable. Underneath, Harry felt the tension building, in the wards, in the castle's awareness, in the intelligence's warnings. The Dark Lord was not idle. Harry could feel it in the way the wards occasionally tightened without his input, as if the castle was bracing itself. In the way the portraits watched the corridors with unusual intensity. In the way the suits of armor had begun patrolling at night, moving through the halls in pairs, their metal feet ringing softly on the stone. On the fourth night, the wards tripped. Harry bolted upright in bed, fully alert, his connection to the castle flooding with information. The western anchors, the trapped ones. Something had triggered the detection enchantments. Something small. Something very fast. Something that was, at this exact moment, caught in a containment ward that was closing around it like a fist. He was out of bed and moving in seconds. Through the owner's suite, down the passage that the castle opened for him, through corridors that shifted to create the shortest possible route to the western grounds. The night was cold and clear. Stars blazed overhead, and the forest was a wall of blackness at the edge of the grounds. Harry ran across the grass toward the third anchor stone, his wand lit, his heart pounding. The containment ward glowed faintly in the darkness, a sphere of blue-white light about 3 feet in diameter, hovering just above the ground near the anchor stone. Inside it, trapped and frantic, something moved. A rat. Small. Gray. Missing a toe on its right front paw. Harry stared at it through the containment ward's translucent surface. The rat stared back with tiny, terrified eyes. It scratched at the ward's interior, squeaking with a desperate urgency that was almost, but not quite, human. "Hello, Peter," Harry said. The rat went very still. Footsteps behind him, Neville, arriving at a run, wand drawn. Daphne was 30 seconds behind, her dressing gown replaced by conjured outdoor robes. McGonagall came next, her animagus keen senses having detected the disturbance from her quarters. They stood in a semicircle around the containment ward, looking down at the rat that had once been Peter Pettigrew. The rat that had betrayed Harry's parents. That had lived as a pet in the Weasley household for 12 years. That had cut off its own finger to fake its death, escaped Sirius and Lupin in the Shrieking Shack, and returned to its master to help resurrect the Dark Lord. "Force the transformation," McGonagall said, her voice tight with fury. "I can do it." "The animagus reversal spell, no," Harry said. "Not yet." He knelt beside the containment ward. The rat pressed against the far side of the sphere, as far from Harry as it could get. Its little chest heaved with rapid breaths. Its beady eyes were wide with terror. "You've been in the walls," Harry said quietly. "In the spaces between stones. Moving through the castle like the rat you are, gnawing at the wards the way you gnawed at everything else. My parents' trust. Sirius's freedom. Your own humanity." The rat squeaked. It was a pitiful sound. "How long has Voldemort had you in here?" "Since the start of term." "Before?" No response. Rats couldn't talk, and Peter Pettigrew had spent most of his life hiding from the consequences of his choices. But Harry didn't need a verbal answer. He could feel it through the wards, the residue of Pettigrew's presence, a trail of corruption and dark magic that stretched back weeks. Before the term started. Before Harry had even arrived. Pettigrew had been inside the castle when the wards were transferred to Harry. He'd been hiding in the walls, the crawlspaces, the gaps between stones, the places that even the castle's awareness couldn't easily reach, because they weren't rooms or corridors but the structural spaces in between. "He's been here for months," Harry said. "Since summer, at least. Planted here to weaken the defenses from within." McGonagall's expression could have curdled milk. "We need to question him." "The Aurors will bungle it," Daphne said flatly. "The Ministry is compromised." Half the DMLE is either sympathetic to the Dark Lord or under Imperius. If Pettigrew goes to the Ministry, he'll disappear into a cell and will never get the intelligence he's carrying. What do you suggest? McGonagall asked, and the fact that she was asking a fifth-year Slytherin for strategic advice told Harry everything about how much the world had shifted in the past 2 weeks. Goblin custody, Harry said. Gringotts has its own detention facilities. Neutral ground. No Ministry interference. We question him there, with Ragnarok's people providing security and Veritaserum. Can Gringotts hold a wizard prisoner? Neville asked. They can hold anything they want, Daphne said. The question is whether the Ministry will accept Gringotts' jurisdiction. And the answer is, they won't. But if they challenge it, we reveal Pettigrew's existence, which proves Sirius Black's innocence, which proves the Ministry imprison an innocent man for 12 years without trial, which destroys Fudge, Harry finished. It's a dead man's switch. Fudge can't challenge Gringotts' jurisdiction without triggering his own downfall. McGonagall looked between the three of them, Harry, Daphne, Neville, and something in her expression shifted. Not the reluctant approval of a teacher acknowledging a student's cleverness. Something deeper. Recognition. She was seeing something she hadn't expected to see, a team. A functional, effective, complementary team that could think strategically, act decisively, and outmaneuver opponents who had decades more experience. Do it, she said. Contact Gringotts. Get that creature off my grounds. Harry pulled out the mirror. Grip hook. Within the hour, a goblin extraction team arrived through the castle's hidden passages, tunnels that connected Gringotts to Hogwarts through the ancient underground network, accessible only to goblins and the castle's owner. They took Pettigrew, still in rat form, still in the containment ward, with the clinical efficiency of professionals who handle dangerous magical creatures on a daily basis. Griphook lingered after his colleagues departed. Lord Potter. You should know that the Director has received intelligence suggesting increased Death Eater activity in the region. Probing operations. Testing defensive perimeters. Not just Hogwarts, several key magical locations have reported similar activity. Voldemort's mapping the battlefield, Harry said. That is the Director's assessment, yes. He is preparing for something large. The question is when. And whether the wards will be ready. Griphook's thin lips curved. With Pettigrew removed, the ward corruption can be fully cleansed. The castle's defenses should be at full strength within days. But the Director wishes me to convey a warning. Go on. The Dark Lord is not a fool. He would not have placed Pettigrew in the castle unless he had a secondary plan, an alternative route of attack in case the primary sabotage was discovered. Whatever that alternative is, we have not yet identified it. Harry nodded. The same thought had been nagging at him, the sense that catching Pettigrew had been too clean, too simple. Voldemort didn't rely on single points of failure. He layered his strategies the way he layered his Horcruxes. Harry froze. Horcruxes. The intelligence had said, he tore his soul to achieve what we offered freely, and the fragments of him have poisoned the world ever since. Fragments. Plural. Not one Horcrux. Multiple. He filed that away. It was important, critically important, but it wasn't something he could deal with right now. Right now, the immediate threat was the wards, the castle, the students sleeping peacefully in their dormitories while dark forces probed the perimeter. Thank you, Griphook. Tell the Director I'll strengthen the wards personally. And tell him. Harry paused. Tell him that when the time comes, I'm going to need more than legal counsel. I'm going to need soldiers. Griphook's smile widened. The Director anticipated that request. He has authorized the mobilization of the Gringotts Guard, 200 goblin warriors, armed and armored, ready to deploy through the tunnel network on 12 hours' notice. 200. The Director is a cautious man. He wished to start with a manageable number. The smile became something sharp and fierce. Should you require more, Lord Potter, the Gringotts vaults guard considerably larger forces. The goblin vanished into the tunnel entrance. The stone sealed behind him, leaving no trace. Harry stood in the corridor and breathed. The castle breathed with him, a slow, deep rhythm that pulsed through the walls and floor and ceiling. Above him, the intelligence watched. Around him, the wards hummed. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the castle's boundaries, Voldemort was planning his next move. Harry closed his eyes and felt the castle's awareness expand around him, every room, every corridor, every student and professor and suit of armor. A vast, breathing, ancient living thing, and he was at its center, imperfect and mortal and terrified and ready. The book would have more messages for him in the morning. The trials were complete, but the test, the real test, was still to come. The intelligence had warned him, it would cost everything he was. He went back to bed. He didn't sleep. In Hogsmeade, in a room above the Hog's Head, Albus Dumbledore felt a disturbance in the ambient magic, a ripple that spoke of ancient powers stirring, of ward strengthening, of something very old recognizing something very young. He stood at his window, looking up at the castle, and for the first time in a very long time, Albus Dumbledore felt something he almost didn't recognize. Hope. Chapter 4, The Siege. The morning began with birdsong and ended with fire. Harry felt the wrongness at dawn, not through the wards, not through the intelligence, but through something older and simpler. Instinct. The animal part of his brain that had kept him alive in the cupboard under the stairs, that had told him when Uncle Vernon's footsteps were angry instead of merely heavy, that had screamed run in the graveyard a fraction of a second before the killing curse came. He was standing at the window of the owner's suite, watching mist rise from the black lake, when the feeling hit. A pressure behind his eyes. A tightness in his chest. The sense that something was watching him from beyond the horizon, something patient and vast and hungry. He reached for the wards. They were strong, stronger than they'd been since he'd arrived, reinforced by the trials, deepened by his full acceptance as guardian. 12 anchor points burned bright in his awareness, their lattice complete and thrumming with power. No corruption. No weakness. But beyond the boundary, in the space where the castle's awareness faded into the wild magic of the Scottish Highlands, something was gathering. He could feel it the way you feel a thunderstorm before the first lightning, the charge in the air, the heaviness, the sense of imminence. Harry dressed quickly and went down to breakfast. The great hall was its usual morning chaos. Students eating toast and arguing about Quidditch and complaining about homework, the blessed ordinary rhythm of a school that hadn't yet learned to be afraid. Harry sat in his chair at the staff table and ate porridge and said nothing about the feeling in his chest. McGonagall noticed. She always noticed. "You look like you haven't slept," she said, settling into the acting administrator's chair with her customary morning tea. "I slept fine. Something's wrong." Her teacup paused halfway to her lips. "The wards?" "No. The wards are perfect. It's what's outside them that worries me." She set the cup down. "Be specific." "I can't be. It's not a specific thing. It's..." He searched for the words. "Pressure. Like the castle is bracing for something." McGonagall's eyes sharpened. She looked at the enchanted ceiling, clear September sky, a few wispy clouds, nothing unusual, and then at Harry, and her expression settled into something hard and ready. "I'll put the staff on alert." Quietly. "Thank you, Professor." She swept away, robes billowing, and Harry turned to find Daphne sliding into the chair beside him. She'd started doing that, appearing at the staff table without invitation, sitting close enough to talk quietly without being overheard. None of the professors objected anymore. Even Snape had stopped raising an eyebrow. "You feel it too," she said. "Not a question." "How do you? You've been gripping your wand under the table for the past 5 minutes, and your jaw is clenched so tight I can hear your teeth grinding from the Slytherin table." Harry deliberately relaxed his jaw. "Something's coming. Today." I don't know. Maybe. The castle thinks so. Then we prepare. She pulled a folded parchment from her robes, a map of the castle's exterior, annotated in her precise handwriting with defensive positions, sight lines, and choke points. She'd been working on it for days, ever since the Pettigrew capture. I've identified 17 optimal defensive positions along the perimeter. You've been planning for a siege? I've been planning for everything. That's what I do. She met his eyes, and behind the cool exterior, he could see it, the same tension he felt. She was afraid. Not paralyzed by it, not diminished by it, but afraid in the way that intelligent people are afraid when they understand exactly what's at stake. Walk the defenses with me, Harry said. They spent the morning circling the grounds. Harry checked each ward anchor personally, reinforcing connections, tightening the lattice. Daphne annotated her map, noting the castle's natural defensive features, the lake on the south side, the forest on the east, the steep cliffs on the north face, the long open approach from the west where the main gates stood. The western approach is the weakness, she said, standing at the gates and looking down the long drive toward Hogsmeade. Open ground for nearly a mile. No natural cover. An attacking force would be exposed, but if they came in numbers, the wards would have to absorb enormous amounts of hostile magic. The wards can handle it. Can they handle Voldemort? Harry didn't answer immediately. The honest answer was, he didn't know. The wards were powerful, Founder-era enchantments, reinforced by the intelligence, deepened by Harry's connection. But Voldemort was Voldemort. The most dangerous dark wizard in history, wielding magic that Dumbledore himself struggled to match. The wards aren't the only defense, Harry said finally. The castle itself is a weapon. The architecture responds to me, I can shift corridors, seal doors, animate the armor. And the intelligence. The intelligence is an unknown variable. We don't know its limits. We don't know if it will act autonomously in combat. It protected itself during the trials. I think it'll protect itself during an attack. You think? Yeah. I think. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she folded her map, tucked it into her robes, and nodded once. Then we'd better make sure the rest of the defenses are as solid as possible. In case thinking isn't enough. They were halfway back to the castle when the mirror in Harry's pocket vibrated. He pulled it out. Snape's face stared back at him, sallow and intense, his black eyes burning with an urgency Harry had never seen in the potion's master. Potter. My office. Now. And bring Minerva. The mirror went dark before Harry could respond. He exchanged a look with Daphne. That was, Snape. Looking terrified. Which terrifies me. She grabbed his arm. Go. I'll start organizing the castle guard. Harry ran. Snape's office was its usual dungeon gloom, jars of preserved things floating in murky liquid, a desk covered in parchment and potion stains, the perpetual chill of underground stone. But Snape himself was different. He stood behind his desk with the rigid posture of a man holding himself together by force of will, and his left forearm, the one he always kept covered, was bared. The dark mark was black as ink. And it was moving. Harry stared at it. The skull and serpent design writhed on Snape's pale skin, the snake coiling and uncoiling, the skull's empty eyes seeming to track movement. The skin around it was inflamed, angry red, and Snape's hand trembled with what Harry suspected was considerable pain. McGonagall stood beside the desk, her face white. He's calling them, Snape said. His voice was controlled, but barely. All of them. A full muster. Every Death Eater in Britain. When? Harry asked. Now. The mark's intensity indicates immediate assembly. Based on previous patterns, he'll attack within hours. Not days. Hours. How can you be sure the target is Hogwarts? Snape's lip curled, not with contempt, but with the bitter certainty of a man who'd been expecting the worst. Because I was in the inner circle until 3 weeks ago, Potter. Before the Dark Lord began questioning my loyalties, before your little property stunt made my position untenable, I had access to his strategic planning. He has been preparing an assault on the castle since July. Pettigrew was the advance element. The ward sabotage was supposed to create breach points for the main force. We caught Pettigrew. We repaired the wards. And you think that will stop him? Snape's eyes were black holes. The Dark Lord does not abandon objectives because of setbacks. He adapts. He will come with overwhelming force, 30 Death Eaters at minimum, plus whatever auxiliaries he's recruited. Giants. Dementors. Possibly werewolves, if Greyback has delivered on his promises. The room was very quiet. How long do we have? McGonagall asked. Based on the marks pattern, the assembly will be complete by nightfall. He'll attack after dark, the Dementors are more effective at night, and the psychological impact of a night assault on a school full of children is exactly the kind of theater the Dark Lord favors. Harry's mind was already racing. Nightfall. 8 hours, maybe 9. 8 hours to prepare a castle full of children for a military assault by the most dangerous force in the wizarding world. Can you fight? He asked Snape. The question surprised the potion's master. Something flickered in his expression, not gratitude, exactly, but the shock of being treated as an asset rather than a suspect. My cover is blown regardless. If the Dark Lord takes the castle, I'm dead whether I fight or not. He rolled down his sleeve, covering the writhing mark. Yes, Potter. I can fight. Good. I need you on potions. Every healing draft, every defensive elixir, every combat potion you can brew in 8 hours. Recruit whoever you need from the upper year potion students. I'll need access to the restricted ingredient stores. You have it. The castle will open whatever you need. McGonagall was already moving. I'll alert the staff. Phileas, Pomona, Aurora, they're all combat capable. The ghosts can serve as scouts. The house elves are bound to the castle, Harry said. They'll fight. They won't like it, but they'll fight. And the students? Harry's jaw tightened. The younger ones evacuate. First through third years, out through the Hogsmeade Tunnel. Fourth years and above who want to fight can fight. No one stays who doesn't choose to. This isn't a choice that children should have to make, McGonagall said, and her voice cracked on the word children. No. It's not. But they're going to make it anyway, because that's the world we live in. And I'd rather they make it with training and preparation than be caught unprepared. He looked at her. Professor. I need Dumbledore. The words hung in the air. McGonagall's expression shifted, surprise, relief, and something cautious. I know what I said, Harry continued. I know what he did. I haven't forgotten any of it. But Voldemort is coming with an army, and Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard alive, and I will not let pride cost lives. McGonagall's eyes were bright. I'll send word immediately. Don't send word. Drop the ban. Harry reached for the ward connection and felt it respond, the castle's vast awareness, the lattice of enchantments, the precise architecture of permissions that governed who could enter and who could not. He found the thread that barred Albus Dumbledore from the premises and, with a deliberate act of will, removed it. The wards shifted. The castle shuddered, not with reluctance, but with something closer to acknowledgement. As if it, too, understood that some battles required setting aside grievances. It's done. He can enter freely. Full access. No restrictions. McGonagall nodded once, sharply, and swept from the room. Snape was already pulling potion ingredients from his stores, his movements rapid and precise, his face set with the concentrated fury of a man who'd been waiting for this fight for 14 years. Harry left the dungeons at a run. The next 8 hours were the longest and shortest of Harry's life. He moved through the castle like a general preparing a battlefield, and the castle moved with him. Corridors shifted to create better defensive positions, choke points where attackers would be funneled into kill zones, dead ends that could trap flanking forces, hidden passages that would allow defenders to move unseen between positions. The suits of armor came off their pedestals and formed into squads, their ancient enchantments activating with a sound like 100 swords being drawn simultaneously. Neville was magnificent. The Castellan took command of the student defenders with a calm authority that Harry had always known was in him, buried beneath the diffidence and the self-doubt. Neville divided the castle guard into teams, assigned positions, ran through defensive protocols that Hermione had drafted and he'd refined. He didn't shout. He didn't posture. He spoke clearly, made eye contact, and radiated the particular kind of confidence that came not from arrogance but from absolute commitment. Teams 1 through 3, you're on the main entrance. The corridor narrows past the Great Hall, use that. Shield wall formation, rotating casters. Teams 4 and 5, you've got the western windows. Reducto and bombarda on any breach, then fall back to the second line. Team 6, your reserves. You go where you're needed, when you're needed. No heroics. Stay alive, protect the person next to you, and trust the plan. The students listened. They were scared, Harry could see it in their faces, could feel it through the wards, a collective tremor of adolescent fear that filled the castle like a low hum. But they listened to Neville because Neville believed in them, and belief was contagious. Ron was there, pale and set-jawed, his wand gripped tight. Hermione beside him, her fear channeled into furious preparation. She'd memorized 17 combat spells in the past 3 hours and was quietly teaching them to anyone who'd listen. The Weasley twins had raided their own secret stash and were distributing products that Harry suspected were not ministry-approved, shield hats, decoy detonators, something they called Peruvian instant darkness powder that they'd been saving for a special occasion. Reckon this qualifies, Fred said, tossing a pouch to Neville. Definitely qualifies, George agreed. Ginny Weasley stood with her team, her red hair tied back, her brown eyes blazing. She was 14, too young for this, too young for any of this, and she was ready. Harry could see it in the set of her shoulders, the way she held her wand like she'd been born with it in her hand. Luna Lovegood was serene. She drifted through the preparations with her usual otherworldly calm, pausing to help a terrified third year with her evacuation luggage, offering a dirigible plum to a crying first year, and then quietly taking a position at a window overlooking the lake with a wand in one hand and a pair of enchanted spectacles in the other. They're coming from the north as well, she said to no one in particular. The Raxperts are very agitated. Harry stopped. The north? How do you, the Raxperts always cluster around dark magic. They're thickest to the north-northeast. She pointed, her gaze unfocused, seeing something no one else could see. Harry reached into the wards and looked. North-northeast. Beyond the lake, beyond the far shore, where the cliffs rose sheer from the water, something was gathering. A cold pressure, familiar and terrible. Dementors. Dozens of them, massing in the shadows of the cliff face, waiting for dark. Luna. You're brilliant. Thank you, Harry. You're quite nice for someone who's about to be attacked by an army. He relayed the information to McGonagall and adjusted the defensive positions. The north face had been lightly defended, the cliffs were nearly vertical, considered a natural barrier. But Dementors didn't climb. They flew. Daphne found him in the entrance hall at 4 o'clock, and she wasn't alone. Behind her stood 11 Slytherin students, ranging from 4th to 7th year. Harry recognized some, Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Knott. Others he knew only by sight. They stood in a loose group, their expressions a mixture of defiance and uncertainty, and they wore their Slytherin ties like badges of something complicated. They want to fight, Daphne said. Harry looked at them. Theodore Knott, his father was a Death Eater. Tracy Davis, neutral family, like the Greengrasses. Blaise Zabini, his mother had buried 6 husbands and was rumored to have helped with at least 3 of the funerals. These were not the uncomplicated heroes of Gryffindor. These were children of ambiguity, of compromise, of families that had survived the last war by making ugly choices. And they were here. Standing in the entrance hall, volunteering to fight the Dark Lord their parents served or feared or both. "Are you sure?" Harry asked. Not challenging. Not suspicious. Just making certain they understood what they were choosing. Theodore Nott stepped forward. He was thin, dark-haired, with his father's sharp features and his mother's nervous intensity. His hands shook, but his voice was steady. "My father is out there." "Probably." A pause, weighted with something vast and painful. "I'm not my father." "No," Harry said. "You're not. None of you are." He extended his hand. Nott shook it. The other Slytherins followed, one by one, and Daphne watched with an expression that was carefully blank but radiated pride from every pore. "Daphne, they're yours. Your team, your positions. You know the castle better than any of them. I know where to put us." She'd already identified the most critical internal choke points, the junctions where breach forces would try to reach the dormitories, the stairwells that led to the evacuation routes, the corridor outside the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey was preparing for casualties with the grim efficiency of a woman who'd done this before. "If any of them try to defect," Harry began. "They won't." The certainty in her voice was absolute. "I've vetted every one of them. They're here because they choose to be." He believed her. Not because he trusted blindly, he'd learned the cost of that, but because he trusted her, specifically, to know her own people. "Be careful," he said. "Be alive," she replied. They parted. The castle hummed around them, tightening its defenses, drawing its awareness inward like a dragon folding its wings. Dumbledore arrived at 5:30. Harry felt him before he saw him, a massive surge in the ambient magic, a presence that made the wards sing like a struck bell. The old wizard walked through the gates and up the long drive without hurry, his robes flowing, his silver beard luminous in the late afternoon light. He carried his wand openly, the Elder Wand, Harry knew now, though he didn't know its name. 15 inches of ancient power, held loosely in a gnarled hand. Harry met him at the front doors. For a moment, they just looked at each other. The last time they'd faced each other here, Harry had evicted him. Had stood in the great hall and stripped him of his authority with legal documents and righteous anger and the cold precision of a boy who'd been betrayed. Now Harry was asking him to come back. And they both knew what it cost. "Thank you for coming," Harry said. "Thank you for asking." Dumbledore's voice was quiet, stripped of its usual theatrical warmth. He looked old. Not the performative oldness of the twinkling grandfather, genuinely old, the way that ancient trees look old, weathered by storms that would have broken lesser things. But his eyes were fierce. "Severus briefed me," Dumbledore continued. 30 Death Eaters, minimum. Dementors from the north. Possible giant support from the east. I've received intelligence suggesting Hagrid's diplomatic mission to the Giants was less successful than hoped. Giants? 1 or 2, perhaps. They're less dangerous than they seem, slow, stupid, and vulnerable to coordinated magic. The Dementors concern me more. We have the Patronus. I've been teaching the castle guard, most of them can produce at least a corporeal form. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You've taught them the Patronus charm? At their age? Some of them are better at it than I was at their age. Harry paused. I need you on the perimeter. At the gates, if you're willing. You're the strongest combat wizard we have, and the western approach is our most vulnerable point. You want me as your front line. I want you where you'll save the most lives. Something passed across Dumbledore's face, something too complex to name, too deep to decode. Regret, pride, grief, determination, and beneath it all, the terrible weight of a man who had fought too many wars and was about to fight another. "I will hold the gates," he said. "Thank you, Professor." "Albus," Dumbledore corrected gently. "If we're fighting together, I think we can manage first names." Harry almost smiled. "Almost. Albus. There's something else. The castle's intelligence, the Founder's consciousness. It's active. It's going to fight." "How do you know?" "I can feel it. It's been quiet since the trials, but now it's awake. Fully awake. And it's angry." Dumbledore's expression shifted. Concern. Real concern, not the performative kind. "The intelligence is powerful, Harry, but it is not human. Its priorities may not align with ours. If it perceives all uninvited presences as threats, I know. I'll keep it in check." "Can you?" Harry met the old wizard's eyes. Blue met green, and something passed between them that was neither trust nor distrust but the raw, honest acknowledgement of shared stakes. "I'll have to," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. He walked into the castle, and the castle let him in, and the wards sang with the particular harmonic that meant welcome. Sunset came at 7:43. Harry stood on the astronomy tower and watched the light die. The sky went from gold to amber to deep crimson, and then the crimson faded to purple and the purple to black, and the stars came out one by one like sentries taking their posts. Below him, the castle was as ready as it would ever be. Younger students had been evacuated through the Hogsmeade tunnel. Neville had supervised, counting heads, making sure no one was left behind. The castle guard was in position. The staff was deployed. Dumbledore stood at the gates like a monument, his wand held loosely at his side, his eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the boundary. Snape had produced an arsenal of combat potions, healing draughts, shield-strengthening solutions, something he called essence of clarity that sharpened reflexes and cleared the mind. He distributed them to the defenders with the brusque efficiency of a man who expected them to be needed. The suits of armor patrolled in pairs, their enchanted joints moving with oiled precision. The castle's gargoyles had come alive, stone creatures perching on the parapets, their wings half spread, their stone eyes scanning the darkness. The giant squid had surfaced in the lake, its tentacles spread wide, and from the deep water, Harry could feel the mere people gathering, armed with their trident spears. And the intelligence watched. Through every stone, every beam, every inch of the ancient structure, it watched and waited with the patient fury of something that had endured for 1,000 years and would not be taken tonight. Harry's mirror vibrated. He pulled it out. Sirius's face appeared, drawn and desperate. "Harry. I know what's happening. Dumbledore contacted me. I'm coming, no. Sirius, stay where you are. You're a wanted fugitive. If the Aurors show up, to hell with the Aurors. My godson is about to fight Voldemort, and you think I'm going to sit in a cave and listen to it on the wireless? Sirius, I'm coming, Harry. You can't stop me. I love you, and I'm coming, and that's the end of it." The mirror went dark. "Damn it," Harry whispered. He didn't have time to worry about it. The wards flared, a sudden, massive alert, every anchor point lighting up simultaneously, the entire defensive lattice vibrating with the shock of contact. They were here. Harry closed his eyes and looked through the wards. The western approach first, the main gate, the long drive. Dark figures materialized from the tree lane along the Hogsmeade Road, emerging from apparition and portkey transit in groups of 3 and 4. Robed, masked, wands drawn. Death Eaters. He counted them as they appeared, 5, 10, 15, 20. Still coming. 25. 30. More than 30. 40. 45. Voldemort had brought everyone. From the north, across the lake, the temperature plummeted. The Dementors came like a black tide, flowing over the cliff face and across the water, their ragged cloaks trailing frost in their wake. The surface of the lake froze in their path, a spreading sheet of ice that cracked and groaned under its own weight. Harry felt the cold before he saw them, the familiar, terrible cold that dragged the happiness from your bones and left nothing but despair. There were at least 50. From the east, crashing through the edge of the forbidden forest, two shapes that made the ground shake with each step. Giants. Actual giants, 20 feet tall, carrying clubs made from uprooted trees. They bellowed as they advanced, and the sound echoed off the castle walls like cannon fire. Harry opened his eyes. The stars above were cold and indifferent. He raised his wand and sent a cascade of red sparks into the sky, the signal. Across the castle, defenders saw the sparks and gripped their wands and took deep breaths and remembered what Neville had told them: stay alive, protect the person next to you, and trust the plan. Then Harry pointed his wand at his own throat and spoke, and his voice rolled across the grounds like thunder, amplified by magic and by the castle itself, which carried his words through every corridor and every room and every corridor and every stone. All defenders, battle stations. This is not a drill. Voldemort's forces are approaching from the west, north, and east. Shield positions, now. Patronus teams to the north wall. Heavy combat teams to the gates. Everyone else, hold your positions and wait for my signal. He took one last look at the sky. Then he stepped off the astronomy tower. The castle caught him. Stone shifted beneath his feet, forming a staircase that spiraled down the tower's exterior, and Harry descended at a run, his robe streaming behind him, his wand blazing with light. He hit the ground floor and sprinted through corridors that opened before him and sealed behind him, the castle routing him to the entrance hall in seconds. The great hall was empty. The house tables had been shoved against the walls, and the space had been converted into a triage center, Madame Pomfrey and her volunteer healers working amid rows of cots and potion supplies. Through the tall windows, Harry could see the first curses lighting up the darkness, red and green and purple, streaking through the air like malevolent fireworks. He burst through the front doors. The battle had begun. Dumbledore at the gates was a sight that Harry would carry for the rest of his life. The old wizard stood alone on the drive, his wand raised, and the air around him shimmered with barely contained power. The Death Eaters had reached the ward boundary, that invisible line where the castle's defenses met the outside world, and they were hammering at it with dark magic. Curses, rituals, brute force, a coordinated assault that sent shockwaves through the ward lattice with every impact. The wards held. Harry could feel them straining, the anchor points flaring, the lattice bending under the pressure, but they held. The intelligence poured power into the defenses from below, and Harry fed his own magic through the connection, reinforcing the weak points, redistributing the load. But the wards couldn't hold forever. Not against this much concentrated malice. Already, Harry could feel hairline fractures forming in the lattice, stress points where the dark magic was eroding the enchantments faster than they could regenerate. Dumbledore moved first. He stepped forward, crossed the ward boundary, and walked into the teeth of the assault. The first Death Eater who engaged him lasted approximately 2 seconds. Dumbledore's wand moved once, a lazy, almost casual gesture, and the man was wrapped in ropes of golden fire and hurled 20 feet into the darkness. The second attacker fared no better. Nor the third. Dumbledore advanced into the enemy line like a scythe into wheat. His magic was overwhelming, not the precise, surgical work of a dueler, but the vast, elemental power of a wizard who had spent a century accumulating strength. The ground cracked beneath his feet. The air turned to white fire around him. Death Eaters scattered, regrouped, attacked in coordinated formations, and he dismantled each formation with the ease of a man swatting flies. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. And it wasn't enough. Because while Dumbledore held the western gate, the north wall was crumbling. Harry felt it through the wards, the Dementors hitting the northern defenses like a black wave. The cold was overwhelming. Even from across the grounds, he could feel it draining the warmth from the air, the joy from the castle, the will from the defenders. Patronus teams, now. Neville's voice, magically amplified, rang from the north parapet. Think of what you're fighting for. Think of who you're protecting. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from the north wall. A dozen corporeal patronuses blazed into existence, stags and otters and terriers and a massive silver bear that Harry didn't recognize, someone's secret guardian roaring into the night. They charged the Dementor line, and the cold retreated, and for a moment, just a moment, the north held. Then the giants hit the eastern wall. The impact shook the castle to its foundations. Harry felt it like a punch to the gut, the ward lattice screaming under the strain as 20-foot clubs smashed into ancient stone. The eastern wall was thick, reinforced by 1,000 years of magical construction, but even enchanted stone had limits. Harry ran. Through the castle, the corridors reshaping around him, the castle guiding him to the eastern battlements. He emerged onto the wall walk and looked down. Two giants stood at the base of the wall, pounding at it with clubs the size of small trees. Each impact sent cracked spiderwebbing through the stone. Behind them, a squad of Death Eaters provided covering fire, keeping the defenders on the wall pinned behind their battlements. Harry. Hermione was there, pressed against the parapet, her face streaked with dust. They're breaking through. The wall won't hold. Harry looked at the giants. He looked at the wall. He looked at the castle around him, his castle, his home, his responsibility. He jumped up onto the parapet. The Death Eaters below saw him and opened fire. Curses streaked past him, close enough to feel the heat. Harry raised his left hand, the one not holding his wand, and the castle answered. The wall came alive. Stone flowed like water, the battlements extending outward, forming a massive stone fist that swung down at the nearest giant. The impact was colossal, the giant staggered, bellowed, and went down. The second giant turned its tiny, fury-filled eyes upward and swung its club at the parapet. Harry moved. The castle moved with him. The wall shifted under his feet, carrying him sideways as the club demolished the spot where he'd been standing. Stone reformed behind him, the damage healing in real time, and Harry channeled everything he had into the castle's response. The wall grew. New stone erupted from the foundation, climbing upward, forming a barrier that rose over the giant's head, 20 feet, 30, 40, and then curled inward like a breaking wave and crashed down. The giant disappeared under 1,000 tons of conjured stone. The defenders on the wall stared. Even the Death Eaters below hesitated, their curses faltering as they processed what they'd just seen. Harry swayed on the parapet. The effort had been enormous, channeling that much magic through the ward connection felt like trying to drink the ocean. His vision blurred. His hands shook. But the eastern wall held. Harry. Hermione again, at his side, steadying him. I'm fine. Where's Ron? Main entrance. He's with Neville's team. Go. Help them. I need to get to the north wall. She hesitated, Hermione always hesitated, always wanted to argue, to discuss, to make sure every angle was covered, then she nodded and ran. Harry watched her go and felt a surge of something fierce and protective that he channeled directly into the wards. The north wall was chaos. The patronuses had held the Dementors back, but the cold was relentless, seeping through the walls, dimming the torches, sapping the defenders' strength. Several students had collapsed, overwhelmed by the Dementors' proximity, reliving their worst memories, unable to maintain their patronuses. Neville stood in the middle of the line, wand raised, his silver bear blazing like a beacon. He hadn't faltered. His Patronus was the strongest Harry had ever seen from anyone who wasn't himself or Dumbledore, a massive, luminous form that charged through the Dementor ranks and scattered them like leaves. But even Neville couldn't hold them all. Harry stepped onto the north parapet and raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. His stag erupted from the wand tip, brighter than it had ever been. The castle's magic flowed through it, amplifying the Patronus charm beyond anything Harry had achieved alone, the silver stag blazed with the light of a small sun, its antlers throwing off arcs of white fire that carved through the Dementor swarm. The cold retreated. The Dementors scattered, fleeing the light, their ragged forms dissolving into the darkness beyond the lake. The defenders on the north wall cheered, ragged, exhausted, half-hysterical cheers that echoed off the castle stone. "They'll be back," Neville said, moving to Harry's side. His face was grey with exhaustion, but his eyes were steady. "Dementors don't give up. They'll circle and come again. We'll be ready." Harry looked at his castellan and felt a swell of pride so intense it almost hurt. "You're holding the line, Neville. These people are alive because of you." Neville's jaw tightened. He nodded once, a sharp, military nod that had nothing of the uncertain boy he'd been a month ago, and turned back to his defenders. "Rotate the Patronus casters. Fresh teams every 15 minutes. If you're depleted, fall back to the reserve line and drink a restorative draft." Harry left the north wall in Neville's hands and plunged back into the castle, running toward the western gates where the main battle raged. He arrived to find Dumbledore dueling Voldemort. The sight stopped him dead in the entrance hall. Through the shattered front doors, blasted off their hinges by what must have been a curse of staggering power, he could see the drive, and on the drive, two figures faced each other in a circle of scorched earth. Dumbledore, tall and straight, his wand weaving patterns of golden light that hung in the air like burning calligraphy. And Voldemort, pale, red-eyed, inhuman, his wand slashing through the air with a violence that made the darkness shudder. Between them, magic clashed and screamed and tore reality at the seams. The ground cracked. The air ignited. Shadows twisted into shapes that shouldn't exist and were immediately consumed by countermagic that blazed like molten silver. It was the most magnificent and terrible thing Harry had ever seen. Two titans, the greatest wizards of their age, fighting with everything they had, with magic that warped the fundamental rules of the world, that bent light and time and thought into weapons, that made the very air taste of ozone and old blood. Harry couldn't help. Not directly. Against either of these men, his combat magic would be a candle in a hurricane. But he could do something else. He reached for the wards, reached deep, into the foundations, into the intelligence itself, and he gave. He poured his magic into the castle's defenses, feeding the wards with everything he had, strengthening the lattice around the western gate, creating a barrier of magical force that kept the other Death Eaters at bay while their master fought. The intelligence responded. It rose through the castle like a tide, filling every stone with ancient power, and the castle itself became a weapon. The gargoyles on the parapets launched themselves from their perches, stone wings carrying them into the Death Eater lines. The castle's ghosts swept through the enemy ranks, their ethereal forms disorienting and confusing. The very ground beyond the gates softened into mud that dragged at Death Eater feet, slowed their movements, broke their formations. And inside the castle, in the corridors and staircases and junctions where the breach had come, because the breach had come, finally, Death Eaters pouring through a gap in the eastern defenses where the giant's assault had temporarily overwhelmed Harry's repairs, the defenders fought. Harry intercepted the breach force in the third-floor corridor. 7 Death Eaters had made it inside, through the gap, through the outer defenses, past the animated armor, and into the castle proper. They moved in formation, efficient and lethal, their curses blasting doors off hinges and shattering windows. Bellatrix Lestrange led them. Harry recognized her before he saw her face, by the wild, cackling laugh that echoed through the corridor, by the particular gleeful violence of her magic. She danced as she fought, her wand ablur, her dark eyes bright with madness. "Ickle baby Potter," she shrieked when she saw him. "Come to play." Harry's response was not verbal. He slammed his hand against the wall, and the corridor came alive. The floor tilted. Stone slabs rose from the ground like teeth, creating barriers that split the Death Eater formation. The ceiling dropped, not collapsing but compressing, forcing the attackers to duck, to stumble, to break their careful spacing. Bellatrix blasted through the first barrier with raw power, her curse shattering the stone slab into fragments. But Harry was already moving, using the castle the way a general uses terrain. He didn't stand and duel, he ran, and the castle ran with him, creating cover, opening passages, closing routes, herding Bellatrix and her squad deeper into the building and away from the defended positions. "Coward!" Bellatrix screamed. "Stand and fight!" A suit of armor stepped out of an alcove and swung a mace at her head. She ducked, blasted it apart, and 3 more appeared behind her. Stone hands erupted from the wall and grabbed at her robes. A portrait frame launched itself from its mounting and spun toward her like a throwing disc. The castle was fighting. Not just responding to Harry's commands, fighting, with the focused, furious intelligence of something that had been violated and wanted revenge. Every stone was a weapon. Every corridor was a trap. The very air thickened around the invaders, resisting their movement, dampening their magic. Bellatrix was good. She was better than good, she was brilliant, devastating, a combat witch of extraordinary power. She fought through the castle's defenses with screaming, laughing intensity, and 3 of her squad went down behind her, caught by animated armor, trapped in sealed corridors, pulled into the walls by stone hands that wouldn't let go. But she kept coming. Harry stopped running at the junction of the 3rd-floor corridor and the grand staircase. He turned, wand raised, and Bellatrix skidded to a halt 10 meters away. 2 Death Eaters flanked her, breathing hard, their masks cracked and their robes torn. "There you are," she breathed. Her eyes were wild. Her wand quivered. Little Harry Potter. The Dark Lord's favorite toy. "I'm going to break you, and then I'm going to bring the pieces to my master." "Your master is busy," Harry said. "But I'll give him a message." He attacked. Not with a single spell, with everything. Curses, hexes, jinxes, raw magical force channeled through the castle's infrastructure and focused through his wand. The corridor erupted. Stone exploded. The air screamed. Bellatrix met it. Their magic clashed in the corridor with a force that blew out every window within 50 feet. Glass and stone fragments flew like shrapnel. The 2 remaining Death Eaters were hurled backward, slammed against the walls by the shockwave. Harry and Bellatrix dueled in the ruins. She was faster than him, faster by far, her reflexes honed by years of combat and madness. But Harry had the castle, and the castle tipped every scale. When she dodged left, the wall shifted to block her path. When she launched a killing curse, green light, the color of his nightmares, the floor rose in a shield of solid stone that absorbed the impact with a crack like thunder. "How?" Bellatrix shrieked. "How are you doing this? You're a child." "I'm the lord of this castle," Harry said, and the words resonated through the stone, amplified by the intelligence, filling the corridor with a harmonic that made Bellatrix's curses waver and her Death Eaters cringe. "And you are not welcome." The castle struck. Not Harry, the castle itself, acting with autonomous fury. The floor beneath Bellatrix erupted upward, a pillar of stone that caught her in the chest and hurled her backward. She hit the far wall with a sickening crack, slid to the ground, and for a moment, just a moment, she was still. Then she moved. Rolled. Raised her wand with a hand that trembled, broken, Harry realized, her wand arm was broken, and smiled a bloody smile. "Not bad," she whispered. "Not bad at all." She disapparated. Inside the castle. It shouldn't have been possible, anti-apparition wards covered the entire grounds, but Bellatrix Lestrange had never been constrained by what should have been possible. She was gone, and the corridor was silent except for the groaning of settling stone. Harry leaned against the wall, chest heaving. His wand hand was shaking. His robes were torn, his face cut by flying stone chips, and the magical exhaustion was settling into his bones like lead. But the breach was sealed. The 2 remaining Death Eaters were unconscious, trapped in stone, and the corridor was already repairing itself, walls reforming, windows regenerating, the castle healing its wounds. The intelligence pulsed through the stones, warm and fierce. Well fought, it said, and Harry could feel the approval in every molecule of the castle's ancient frame. Outside, the battle had turned. Harry emerged from the castle into controlled chaos. The main assault on the western gates was faltering. Dumbledore's duel with Voldemort had reached a stalemate, the two wizards locked in a contest of power that neither could break, and without Voldemort's direct command, the Death Eater assault had lost its coordination. The Dementors had retreated from the north, driven back by the Patronus teams. Neville's defenders had held the line, rotating fresh casters in with mechanical precision, never letting the silver light die. And then the goblins came. They appeared without warning, because that was how goblins did things. One moment, the ground at the base of the castle's eastern wall was empty. The next, a section of earth opened like a trapdoor, and armored figures poured out in perfect formation. 200 goblin warriors. Small, fierce, armed with weapons that gleamed with enchantments Harry could feel from across the grounds. They wore armor of dark metal, the same alloy as the Gringotts deed, resistant to magic, light as leather but hard as diamond. They carried axes and short swords and devices that Harry didn't recognize but that crackled with contained energy. At their head stood Director Ragnarok. The old goblin was transformed. Gone were the robes of the banker, the gnarled fingers and milky eyes of the boardroom. Ragnarok wore battle armor, black and gold, etched with geometric patterns that blazed with protective enchantments, and he carried a war axe that was longer than he was tall, its blade inscribed with runes that burned the color of fresh blood. He was terrifying. He was beautiful. And he brought 2 centuries of goblin fury with him. Gringotts guard. Ragnarok's voice was a battle roar that carried across the entire grounds. For the Accord. For the Alliance. Charge. The goblins hit the Death Eater flank like a hammer on glass. It was butchery. Not because the goblins were cruel, because they were professionals. They fought in tight formations, their short stature making them difficult targets, their enchanted weapons cutting through shield charms and protective magic with ease. Death Eaters who had spent their careers bullying unarmed muggles and terrorizing shopkeepers found themselves facing an enemy that fought back, hard, fast, and without mercy. The Death Eater lines crumbled. Masked figures fell, stunned or disarmed or simply overwhelmed by the goblin onslaught. Others broke and ran, disapparating in panicked bursts, abandoning their formation, abandoning their cause. Harry watched from the castle steps as the battle turned. The goblins swept through the western approach, clearing Death Eaters from the gates, from the drive, from the grounds. Behind them, Dumbledore pressed his advantage against Voldemort, and for the first time, the Dark Lord gave ground. Then a sound split the night, a voice, high and cold and furious, amplified by dark magic until it filled the world. Enough. Voldemort. The Dark Lord broke away from Dumbledore, not retreating, but ascending. He rose into the air, his robe streaming, his wand raised, and his red eyes blazing with a fury that made the wards shudder. He hung above the battlefield like a dark star, and when he spoke, every living thing within earshot felt the weight of his power pressing down on them like a physical force. You think walls and wards and goblins can stop me? His voice was silk over broken glass. You think this castle can protect you, Potter? Harry stepped forward. The castle's magic surged through him, the intelligence feeding power into the connection, the wards tightening around the grounds, the ancient enchantments of the founders rising to meet the darkest wizard in history. Come and find out, Harry said. Voldemort's eyes found him across the battlefield. Red met green. The scar on Harry's forehead erupted in pain, blinding, overwhelming pain that drove Harry to his knees, and through the pain, he felt something else. The connection. The link between them, forged in blood and murder and prophecy. Voldemort felt it too. Harry could see it in the Dark Lord's expression, the flicker of something that might have been surprise, might have been recognition, might have been the faintest ghost of fear. Then Voldemort raised his wand and pointed it not at Harry, not at Dumbledore, but at the ground. Dark magic erupted from the wand tip, not a curse, not a spell, but a ritual. Black fire poured from Voldemort's wand and sank into the earth, and Harry felt it through the wards, a burrowing, gnawing force, driving down through the soil and the stone and the foundations, reaching for something deep beneath the castle. The ward lattice. The anchor points. The magical infrastructure that held the castle's defenses together. Voldemort wasn't trying to breach the wards. He was trying to steal them. Harry screamed. Not in pain, in fury. He threw himself into the ward connection, plunging his awareness down through the castle's foundations, chasing Voldemort's dark magic through layers of stone and enchantment. The intelligence was there, roaring with rage, throwing its power against the intrusion, but Voldemort's ritual was targeted, precise, designed to bypass the intelligence's defenses and strike at the ward lattice itself. Harry felt the moment of contact. Voldemort's dark magic touched one of the deeper ward nodes, a junction point buried in the castle's bedrock, where 3 lattice lines converged, and pulled. The pain was indescribable. It was like having a piece of himself torn away, because the wards were a part of him now, woven into his magical core by the trials and the intelligence's acceptance. When Voldemort ripped the node free, Harry felt it in his bones, in his blood, in the deepest chambers of his heart. The ward lattice buckled. Not collapsed, buckled, one node torn free from a network of 12, the geometric perfection disrupted. The defenses held, but they were weaker now, diminished, incomplete, like a chain with a missing link. Voldemort rose higher, and in his hand, the hand not holding his wand, something blazed with stolen power. A fragment of the ward lattice, ripped from the castle's foundations, pulsing with Founderera magic that Voldemort held like a trophy. This is just the beginning, he said. His voice was quiet now, the quietness of absolute confidence. I will return, Potter. And next time, I will take it all. He vanished. Not disapparition, something else. Something that left a scar on the air, a wound in reality that bled dark magic for several seconds before closing. The Death Eaters followed, those who could still move, disapparating in ragged, panicked clusters. The Dementors fled north, streaming over the lake like a black wind. The giants were already dead or unconscious, buried under the stone Harry had brought down on them. Silence fell over the grounds. Not peaceful silence, the shocked, ringing silence of a battlefield after the last shot is fired. The silence of survivors looking around and realizing they're still alive. Harry was on his knees on the castle steps. The ward connection throbbed with pain, a raw, open wound where the stolen node had been. He could feel the lattice compensating, the remaining 11 anchors redistributing the load, the intelligence working furiously to maintain defensive integrity with a compromised structure. But the damage was done. Voldemort had taken a piece of the castle's magic. A piece of the Founder's power. And he would use it. Hands gripped his shoulders. Ron and Hermione, one on each side, lifting him to his feet. Harry, Hermione's voice shook. Are you, the wards, he gasped. He took, a piece of, you need to breathe, Ron said firmly. His face was streaked with soot and blood, someone else's blood, Harry hoped, and his eyes were bright with the particular intensity of someone who just fought for his life and won. Breathe first. Castle later. Harry breathed. The night air was cold and tasted of smoke and magic, and he breathed it in and let it fill his lungs and push back the darkness at the edges of his vision. Casualties? He asked. Light, considering. Neville appeared, limping slightly, a gash on his forehead seeping blood that he hadn't bothered to wipe away. 17 injuries on our side, none critical. Madame Pomfrey's handling it. The goblins took 6 wounded, 1 serious. The Death Eaters lost at least 20, stunned, captured, or injured. Captured? 11. The goblins have them. Neville's expression was grim. Ragnarok wants to know what to do with them. Gringotts custody. Same as Pettigrew. We'll question them tomorrow. Neville nodded and moved away, already issuing orders to the castle guard with the quiet authority that had become his natural register. Harry looked across the grounds. The battle's aftermath was visible in the dawn light, craters in the earth, scorch marks on the stone, the remnants of conjured barriers and defensive positions. The castle's self-repair was already underway, stone flowing back into place, walls regenerating, the gargoyles returning to their perches. Dumbledore walked up the drive, his robes torn, his face lined with exhaustion but very much alive. He moved with the measured step of a man who had expended enormous amounts of magic and was running on willpower and habit. He took a ward fragment, Dumbledore said, without preamble. I felt it. A node from the deep lattice. I know. I felt it too. He will use it to create a weapon. A counter-ward device, most likely, something designed to neutralize the castle's defenses entirely. With a fragment of the Founder's own magic, he has the key to the lock. How long? Weeks, perhaps. Dark ritual construction is slow, even for someone of his power. But he will succeed eventually. Harry closed his eyes. The intelligence stirred in the back of his awareness, wounded and furious but still present, still watching. Then we have weeks to find a way to stop him. Yes. Dumbledore paused. Harry. What you did tonight, the castle, the wards, the defense, it was extraordinary. You held this castle against the most powerful dark force in Britain. You should be proud. I'll be proud when everyone's safe. Dumbledore nodded. Something in his expression shifted, the old wizard looking at Harry with an openness that Harry had never seen before. No calculation. No manipulation. Just, recognition. I was wrong about you, Dumbledore said quietly. Not in the ways you know, the will, the Dursleys, the vault. Those were grievous errors, and I own them. But I was wrong in a deeper way. I believed you needed to be guided. Protected. Shielded from the weight of what was coming. I see now that you were always strong enough to carry it. You simply needed someone to stop carrying it for you. Harry looked at the old wizard, battered, exhausted, standing in the ruins of a battle he'd helped win, offering the kind of honesty that must have cost him dearly. I'm not going to forgive you, Harry said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I don't ask for forgiveness. But I am going to trust you. Not blindly, never again. But enough. Because we can't fight this war while also fighting each other. No, Dumbledore agreed. We cannot. They stood in the dawn light, two wizards on the steps of a castle that had weathered its first siege in 1,000 years, and between them, fragile, cautious, hard one, something that was not quite trust and not quite forgiveness but was, perhaps, the beginning of both. We can settle our differences after the Dark Lord is dead, Harry said. The faintest twinkle returned to Dumbledore's eyes. Agreed. Harry found Daphne on the astronomy tower. He'd been looking for her for 20 minutes, checking the Slytherin common room, the hospital wing, the defensive positions where her team had held the interior corridors. The castle had eventually nudged him upward, opening passages and lighting torches along a path that led to the tower's summit. She was sitting on the parapet, legs dangling over a drop that would have killed her if she slipped. Her robes were torn. There was a burn mark on her left sleeve and a cut on her cheek that had been healed but left a thin pink line. Her wand lay across her lap, and she was staring out at the lake, which was still half frozen from the Dementor's passage. She didn't look at him when he sat down beside her. Astoria is safe, she said. Evacuated with the younger students. I checked. Good. 3 of my Slytherins were injured. Nothing serious. Tracy took a cutting curse to the shoulder, but Pomfrey fixed it. A pause. 2 of the Death Eaters we captured were parents of students in my house. Knott's father. Crabbe's father. Harry said nothing. There was nothing to say. Theodore is in the common room. He's not talking. He's just, sitting. She drew a breath. How do you comfort someone whose father just tried to kill them? Is there a protocol for that? A Gryffindor guidebook? No. You just sit with them. Sit with them. Yeah. Don't say anything. Don't try to fix it. Just, be there. She finally looked at him. Her mask was gone, completely gone, stripped away by hours of combat and fear and the particular exhaustion that comes from fighting a war while also caring about the people around you. What was underneath was raw and real and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with her features and everything to do with who she was. You held the castle, she said. You actually held it. Against Voldemort. Against 50 Dementors and 2 giants and more Death Eaters than I could count. Not alone. No. Not alone. She looked at the grounds below, the scars of battle, the goblin patrols, the castle slowly healing itself. But you were the center. The reason it held. Without you, the wards would have fallen in the first 10 minutes. Without Neville, the north wall would have fallen. Without Dumbledore, the gates would have fallen. Without the goblins, stop. She put her hand on his. Her fingers were cold. Stop deflecting. I'm trying to tell you something. Harry, shut up. I came to you with a transaction, she said. Protection for information. A fair trade. Cold. Clean. Slytherin. She turned her hand over, lacing her fingers through his. Somewhere along the way, it stopped being a transaction. When? I don't know. Maybe when you chose the people over the library. Maybe when you said, just like that, about Astoria's cure. Maybe when you walked past Dumbledore's chair in the Great Hall and didn't look smug about it. She squeezed his hand. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. You're not what anyone expected. Is that good? It's terrifying. The ghost of a smile. I don't do terrifying well. You do everything well. Flattery gets me nowhere. I remember. They sat on the parapet, hand in hand, watching the dawn paint the lake in shades of rose and gold. Below them, the castle breathed and healed and watched. Around them, the sounds of aftermath, voices, footsteps, the clink of goblin armor, the distant murmur of healing spells. Harry turned to face her. She turned to face him. They were very close, close enough that he could see the gold flecks in her grey-blue eyes, the thin pink scar on her cheek, the way her pulse beat in the hollow of her throat. I'm going to kiss you, he said. Unless you'd rather I, shut up, Potter. She kissed him. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't cinematic. It was two exhausted, frightened, imperfect people pressing their lips together on a cold stone parapet while the sun came up over a battlefield, and it was the most real thing Harry had ever felt. Her mouth was soft. Her hand tightened on his. The castle hummed around them, warm and approving, and the intelligence pulsed once, a single, resonant note that vibrated through the stone like a heartbeat. They broke apart. Daphne's cheeks were flushed, the Ice Queen of Slytherin, blushing on the astronomy tower. Tell anyone about this and I'll hex you, she said. Noted. I mean it. My reputation is terrifying. I know. He smiled. She smiled back, and it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, not because of how she looked, but because of how rare it was. Daphne Greengrass smiling was like a sunrise in winter, brief, brilliant, and worth every cold hour you spent waiting for it. They sat together until the sun was fully up and the castle's repairs were complete and someone, Hermione, probably, would come looking for them. They didn't talk about the war or the wards or the stolen fragment or the battles still to come. They just sat, and breathed, and were alive. It was enough. The hospital wing was full but calm. Madame Pomfrey moved between cots with the brisk efficiency of a woman who had patched up generations of Hogwarts students and was not about to let a little thing like a battle throw off her routine. Harry walked through the rows, checking on the wounded. Most of the injuries were minor, cuts, burns, the after-effects of stunning spells and shield breakers. A few were more serious. A sixth-year Ravenclaw had taken a bone-breaking curse to the leg, and a Hufflepuff prefect had been caught in the edge of a blasting curse that had shattered 3 ribs. The goblin wounded were in a separate section, attended by their own healers. Ragnarok stood among them, his battle armor dented and stained, his war axe resting against the wall. He looked up when Harry approached. "Lord Potter." "Director Ragnarok." Harry extended his hand. The old goblin took it, his grip was like iron, same as the first time. "Thank you. Without your warriors, the accord stands," Ragnarok said. "Gringotts does not abandon its partners. Our wounded will recover. The dead is mutual. Your soldiers fought beautifully." Something shifted in Ragnarok's expression, something ancient and fierce. "It has been 300 years since goblins fought alongside wizards. 300 years since we were treated as allies rather than subordinates. My warriors will remember this night for generations. So will we." Ragnarok nodded. Then, quietly, the Dark Lord took a ward fragment. "I know. He will use it against you. A weapon forged from stolen magic, Foundera magic, will be capable of neutralizing the castle's defenses entirely. I know that too. Then you know what must be done. The fragment must be destroyed before he can complete the weapon. We have intelligence assets within the Death Eater network, limited, but functional. If we can identify where he's conducting the ritual work, we find it and we destroy it." Ragnarok's smile was all teeth. "The director approves." They clasped hands again, goblin and wizard, allies in a war that had just become a great deal more complicated. Sirius arrived 20 minutes after the battle ended. He came through the gates at a dead run, in dog form, his huge black shape streaking across the grounds. He transformed mid-stride and didn't stop, charging up the steps and through the shattered front doors, already being repaired by the castle's self-healing enchantments, and into the entrance hall. Harry met him there. Sirius grabbed him in a hug so fierce it drove the breath from his lungs. "You're alive," Sirius said into Harry's hair. "You're alive, I'm alive." "Sirius. I'm okay." Sirius pulled back. His face was drawn, his eyes wild, and he was shaking with the kind of adrenaline that came from running flat out for miles in dog form. "I felt it. From Hogsmeade, I felt the battle. The explosions, the dark magic, he broke off. I should have been here. You're here now. I should have been here from the start." The guilt in his voice was raw, the particular guilt of a man who had spent 12 years unable to protect the people he loved and lived in constant terror of failing again. "Sirius. Listen to me. You being here, alive, free, safe, matters more than you being in the fight. I can't lose you too." Sirius's hands tightened on Harry's shoulders. His grey eyes, Lily's eyes, people said, but Harry thought they were their own, were bright with unshed tears. "Your dad would have been in the thick of it," Sirius said. "Front line, wand blazing, probably trying to duel Voldemort personally." "Yeah, well. Mum would have been organizing the defenses and making sure the evacuation routes were clear. She would have, wouldn't she?" Sirius laughed, a wet, broken laugh. "Merlin, I miss them." "Me too." They stood in the entrance hall for a moment, godfather and godson, surrounded by the debris of a battle that had nearly killed them both, and the castle watched them with something very close to tenderness. Then Sirius's expression sharpened. "The ward fragment. Dumbledore told me. Voldemort ripped a piece of the defenses away. We'll get it back. Or destroy it." "How?" "I'm working on it." Sirius studied him, really studied him, with the particular intensity of someone who'd known Harry's parents and could see them both in their son. "You've changed, pup. In the past 3 weeks, you've become someone I barely recognize. And I mean that in the best possible way. I didn't have much choice." "No. You didn't. Sirius clapped his shoulder. But you chose well. Now, where's the hospital wing? I should check on people. And then I need to eat about 6 pounds of food and sleep for a week. Hospital wings that way. Kitchens below the Great Hall, tickle the pair in the painting. I remember. Sirius grinned, the old grin, the marauder's grin, bright and reckless and alive. James and I used to raid the kitchen at 3 in the morning. Remus would lecture us about setting a bad example. Then he'd eat more than both of us combined. He walked away down the corridor, and Harry watched him go with the fierce, protective love of someone who'd almost lost everything and was holding on with both hands. The War Council convened at noon. The Great Hall had been restored, the house tables back in place, the enchanted ceiling showing a clear autumn sky, the candles floating serenely as if nothing had happened. But the people gathered around a conjured round table at the center of the room carried the marks of battle, fatigue, injuries, the particular haunted awareness of people who had faced death and survived. Harry sat at the table. Around him, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, Neville, Daphne, Hermione, Ron, Sirius, in dog form, beneath the table, because technically he was still a wanted man, Griphook, and Director Ragnarok. The immediate threat is neutralized, Harry said. The Death Eaters are routed. 11 captured, at least 20 others wounded or scattered. The Dementors have withdrawn. The Giants are dealt with. But Voldemort has the ward fragment, Dumbledore said. And he will use it. Explain, McGonagall said. Dumbledore leaned forward. The fragment is a piece of the castle's foundational magic, Founder-era enchantments of extraordinary power. In Voldemort's hands, it can be shaped into a weapon capable of suppressing Hogwarts' defenses entirely. A counterward device that would render the castle's protections, all of them, including the intelligence's contributions, temporarily inert. How long? Neville asked. Minutes, perhaps. Long enough for a second assault, this time against an undefended target. The table was silent. Then we don't let him finish it, Harry said. We find where he's working and we destroy the fragment before he can complete the weapon. Malfoy Manor, Snape said. Every head turned to the potion's master, who sat with his customary black-robed stillness, his face revealing nothing. The Dark Lord has been using Malfoy Manor as his primary base of operations since his return. The ritual work would require a space of significant magical resonance, the Manor's ancestral wards would provide that. You're sure? I spent enough time there to be certain. The Manor has a ritual chamber beneath the drawing room. It's where the Dark Lord conducted the resurrection ritual. It's where he'll be working now. Security? Moderate. With his forces depleted after tonight, the Dark Lord will rely on the Manor's own defenses, blood wards, curse traps, enchanted creatures. He'll keep a small personal guard. Perhaps 10 Death Eaters, plus the Manor's house elves. Harry looked around the table. We go in. Small team. Fast. Destroy the fragment and get out. When? Hermione asked. Soon. Before he's had time to recover. Before he reinforces the Manor's defenses. Harry's mind was racing, pieces falling into place with the clarity that came from the ward connection, from the intelligence's influence on his thinking, sharpening his strategic instincts. Tomorrow night. He won't expect it, he just launched a major assault and was repulsed. He'll assume we're licking our wounds. He won't be ready for an offensive. It's risky, Griphook said. Everything's risky. This is less risky than waiting for him to finish the weapon. Ragnarok spoke. Gringotts intelligence can provide updated information on the Manor's defenses by tomorrow morning. We have assets in the region. I can provide a detailed floor plan, Snape added. Including the ritual chamber's protections and the best approach routes. Dumbledore was watching Harry with an expression that mixed admiration and concern. You're proposing a covert strike on the most dangerous dark wizard stronghold with a team of How many? 6. Me, Daphne, Neville, Hermione, and 2 goblins from Ragnarok's guard. Not Ron? Hermione asked, surprised. Harry felt serious shift beneath the table, a canine nudge against his leg. Ron stays here. He commands the castle defenses while we're away. If something goes wrong, if we don't come back, someone needs to hold this place. Ron, standing behind Harry's chair, went very still. His face worked through a rapid succession of emotions: hurt, understanding, anger, acceptance. You're benching me, he said. I'm trusting you with the castle. With everyone in it. Ron stopped. Swallowed. That's worse. You know that's worse, right? Waiting. Not knowing. Yeah. I know. Their eyes met. Something passed between them, 15 years of friendship, compressed into a single look. Don't die, Ron said. Wasn't planning on it. Good. Because if you die and I have to explain it to your owl, she'll murder me. The tension broke. People laughed, the thin, fragile laughter of the exhausted, but real. Human. Tomorrow night, Harry said. We plan today, we rest tonight, we strike at dusk tomorrow. Any objections? Dumbledore raised a hand. Not an objection, a contribution. I will not join the strike team. My presence would be detected. The Dark Lord and I share a certain, magical resonance that makes stealth impossible. But I will do something else. What? I will provide a distraction. A public one. Something that draws the Dark Lord's attention away from his manor and toward a different target entirely. The twinkle was back in his eyes, not the manipulative twinkle of the old Dumbledore, but something sharper. The gleam of a warrior who had found his purpose. Leave that to me. Harry nodded. Then we have a plan. The council dispersed. Harry remained at the table, looking at the map of Malfoy Manor that Snape was sketching from memory, the grounds, the gates, the drawing room, the hidden entrance to the ritual chamber. The intelligence watched through the stones, feeding tactical analysis into Harry's awareness: approach vectors, defensive weak points, escape routes. Daphne appeared at his shoulder. She studied the map in silence, her mind already working. The blood wards will be the hardest part, she said. Malfoy blood wards are tied to the family line. Without a Malfoy to provide access, Draco, Harry said. She looked at him. You can't ask Draco Malfoy to help us break into his own home. I'm not going to ask him. I'm going to tell him what his father is doing and let him decide. And if he decides wrong, then we find another way in. Harry met her eyes. But I don't think he will. You saw his face when his father's name came up during the battle. You saw Theodore Knotts. These kids are trapped between who their parents are and who they want to be. The least I can do is give them the choice. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she leaned in and kissed his cheek, quick, soft, and gone before anyone could see. You're too good for this war, Potter. Probably. But here we are. Here we are. They bent over the map together, planning the assault that would either save the castle or end everything. The sun moved across the great hall. The castle breathed around them. And deep in its foundations, the intelligence stirred and watched and waited, counting down the hours until the dark approached again. Its message to Harry, when he checked the book that night, was the shortest it had ever given: bring it home. Chapter 5, The Lord of Hogwarts. The plan was elegant in its simplicity, which was how Harry knew it would go wrong. They spent the morning of the strike day in the Founder's library, hunched over Snape's hand-drawn map of Malfoy Manor. The potions master's memory was surgical: every corridor, every room, every hidden alcove rendered in precise ink lines on parchment that Daphne had enchanted to show three-dimensional cross-sections when tapped with a wand. The ritual chamber is here, Snape said, his long finger tracing a path from the manor's east wing down through a concealed staircase to a subterranean vault. Beneath the drawing room. The entrance is behind a panel in the wall, password activated, keyed to Parseltongue. Parseltongue, Hermione repeated. That's, Harry, can you still, yeah. Harry didn't elaborate. The ability had always made him uncomfortable, a gift from Voldemort, a piece of the connection between them that he'd never asked for and couldn't shake. But tonight, it would get them through a door that nothing else could open. The manor's blood wards extend approximately 200 meters from the main structure, Snape continued. They're keyed to the Malfoy bloodline. Anyone who isn't a Malfoy crossing the perimeter will trigger an alarm and a defensive response. The specifics vary, but expect curse traps, animated statuary, and possibly the albino peacocks. The peacocks are dangerous? Neville asked, and Harry could tell he was genuinely unsure whether this was a joke. They breathe fire, Snape said flatly. Lucius had them enchanted after the First War. Gaudy and lethal, rather like Lucius himself. So we need a Malfoy to get past the blood wards, Harry said. He looked at Daphne. I've spoken to Draco, she said. The table went quiet. Hermione's quill stopped scratching. Neville straightened. Even Snape's perpetual sneer shifted into something more attentive. When? Harry asked. Last night. After the battle. He came to me. She said it with the precision of someone who'd been expecting the question and had prepared her answer. He was in the common room. Theodore Nott was there too. Neither of them was sleeping. Neither of them was going to sleep. She pulled a small vial from her robes and set it on the table. Inside, a single drop of blood, deep red, almost black, clung to the glass. Malfoy blood, she said. Freely given. Draco pricked his own finger and didn't ask what I needed it for. He said. She paused. Something flickered behind her mask. He said, tell Potter I'm not my father. And tell him if he gets my mother killed, I'll find a way to make him pay. Harry stared at the vial. A single drop of blood, freely given by a boy who hated him. A boy who'd spent 4 years tormenting him, sneering at his friends, parroting his father's ideology. A boy who'd stood in the entrance hall and reached for his wand and been stopped by animated armor. And who had, in the dark hours after a battle that pitted his father against his school, chosen his school. His mother, Harry said. Narcissa Malfoy. She's at the manor. Almost certainly, Snape said. Narcissa is, complicated. She is not a Death Eater, she bears no mark. But she is Lucius's wife, and she will be in the manor, and she will fight to protect her home. We don't hurt her. Potter, non-negotiable. Narcissa Malfoy is a civilian in her own home. We go in, we destroy the fragment, we get out. No one dies who doesn't have to. Snape regarded him with those impenetrable black eyes. Something shifted in their depths, not respect, exactly, but the cousin of it. Lily said something very similar once. In a different context. The silence that followed was brief but bottomless. The approach route, Harry said, pulling the conversation back to operational planning. Griphook, what do Gringotts' intelligence assets show? Griphook unrolled a second map, this one produced by Goblin cartographers, showing the terrain surrounding Malfoy Manor in extraordinary detail. Every tree, every hedge, every contour of the Wiltshire countryside was marked with the obsessive precision that goblins brought to anything involving property. The manor sits on a ridge overlooking the River Avon, Griphook said. The main approach is from the south, through the formal gardens. This is the most heavily defended route, curse traps, ward triggers, and a clear sight line from the upper windows. We recommend the northern approach, through the old servants' tunnel. He tapped the map, and a thin line appeared, a subterranean passage running from a point half a mile north of the manor, beneath the surrounding farmland, and terminating inside the manor's kitchens. A servant's tunnel, Hermione said. Like the ones at Hogwarts. Exactly like the ones at Hogwarts. Old magical manors share common architectural traditions. This tunnel predates the current manor. It was part of the original medieval structure and was incorporated into the Malfoy estate when they purchased the property in 1714. It is not covered by the Blood Wards, because it was not built by Malfoys. Are you sure? Harry asked. We are goblins, Lord Potter. We built it. That settled that. Team composition, Harry said. Me, Daphne, Neville, Hermione. 2 of Ragnarok's guards. 6 total. We move fast, we stay quiet, we destroy the fragment and get out. And if the Dark Lord is there? Neville asked. Not fearfully, practically. The question of a soldier assessing the battlefield. Dumbledore's distraction should draw him away. But if he's there, we adapt. I engage him. The rest of you complete the mission. Harry, Hermione started. I'm the only one who can survive a direct confrontation with him. The priori incantatem effect, the scar connection, he can't kill me easily, and I can't kill him easily, but I can hold him. Long enough for you to finish the job. Nobody liked it. Harry could see it on their faces, the resistance, the fear, the fierce loyalty that wanted to argue. But nobody argued, because they knew he was right. Departure at dusk, Harry said. Rest until then. Eat. Check your equipment. Write letters if you, he stopped. The words if you need to hung unspoken, and everyone heard them anyway. The meeting broke up. People drifted away in ones and twos, Neville to check on the castle's defenses, Hermione to review every text on Blood Ward she could find, Griphook to coordinate with Ragnarok's guard contingent. Snape lingered. When the room was empty except for the 2 of them, the potions master spoke. Potter. Professor. The ritual chamber contains a secondary defense that I did not mention in front of the others. Snape's voice was low, controlled, carrying the weight of a secret he'd been debating whether to share. The Dark Lord has placed a Horcrux within the manor. Harry went very still. A Horcrux. You know what they are. Fragments of his soul. The intelligence told me. How many? Snape's expression flickered, surprise, quickly masked. Dumbledore believes there are 6, plus the fragment within the Dark Lord himself. The diary you destroyed in your second year was 1. The ring that Dumbledore recovered this summer was another. Dumbledore recovered a Horcrux. Snape's eyes dropped to Dumbledore's hand. Harry remembered it now, the blackened, withered hand that the headmaster had been concealing all term. Not an injury. A curse. The price of destroying a piece of Voldemort's soul. The Horcrux in the manor is Voldemort's snake, Snape said. Nagini. She is always with him, and she is extraordinarily dangerous, not merely as a serpent, but as a vessel containing a fragment of the most powerful dark wizard in history. If Voldemort is drawn away by Dumbledore's distraction, the snake might be left at the manor. It is possible. If so, you will have an opportunity to destroy 2 targets in a single strike, the ward fragment and a Horcrux. Harry studied Snape. The man's face was a closed book, as always, but something in his posture had changed. He stood slightly straighter. His shoulders had lost a fraction of their perpetual tension. He looked like a man who had been carrying a burden for a very long time and was, at last, setting part of it down. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Because Dumbledore would have told you eventually, in his own time, in his own way, when he judged you ready. And I have learned, watching you these past weeks, that you do not need to be managed. You need to be trusted. Snape's lip twitched. Don't make me regret saying that. I won't. Harry paused. Professor. Thank you. For everything you've done. I don't fully understand what you've sacrificed, but I know it's more than most people could bear. Snape went rigid. For a moment, just a moment, something cracked in the mask. Not grief, not anger, not the cold disdain that he wore like armor. Something rawer. Something that looked, in the dungeon's dim light, almost like the ghost of a man who'd been seen for the first time in 14 years. Then the mask was back, and Snape turned with a sweep of his black robes. "Don't die tonight, Potter. I've invested too much in keeping you alive to have it wasted by adolescent heroics." He was gone before Harry could respond. Harry spent the afternoon in the owner's suite, preparing. Not packing, there wasn't much to pack. His wand. A pouch of emergency potions from Snape's stores. The invisibility cloak. The Marauder's map, useless outside Hogwarts but a comfort, like a talisman. The enchanted mirror, tuned to Sirius and to Ron, who would be monitoring the mission from the castle. He prepared differently. He sat on the floor of the suite, cross-legged, eyes closed, and sank into the ward connection. The castle's awareness unfolded around him. He felt every stone, every beam, every molecule of magic in the ancient structure. He felt the intelligence, vast and patient, watching from within. He felt the wound where the stolen fragment had been, the missing node, the gap in the lattice, the ache that had been constant since the battle. "You're going to get it back," the intelligence said. Not a question. Yes. The fragment is ours. Part of us. It does not belong in the hands of the dark. I know. When you destroy it, the energy will seek to return. Be ready. The release will be significant. How significant? The founders put everything they had into these wards. Their magic, their knowledge, their very essence. A fragment of that power, released in an uncontrolled burst, could level a building. Or restore one. Depending on who guides it home. And if I'm standing next to it when it releases? Then you had better be strong enough to channel it. Or it will channel you. Harry opened his eyes. The suite was quiet. The book on the desk glowed faintly, its message unchanged from last night, "Bring it home." He stood, checked his wand one last time, and went to find his team. They gathered at the entrance to the Goblin tunnel at dusk. The tunnel entrance was hidden in the basement of the castle, behind a section of wall that slid aside at Harry's touch to reveal a dark, narrow passage that descended into the earth at a steep angle. The air that wafted up was cool and dry and smelled of old stone and goblin metalwork. Neville stood with his wand out, wearing the plain dark robes that Daphne had insisted on, no house colors, no identifying features, nothing that could be traced back to Hogwarts if things went wrong. His face was set with the particular determination that Harry had come to think of as Neville's battle face, calm, focused, utterly committed. Hermione was checking her supply pouch for the fourth time, her lips moving silently as she ran through mental checklists. She'd spent the afternoon cramming blood ward theory and curse-breaking techniques with the frantic intensity that she brought to exam revision, and Harry suspected she now knew more about Malfoy Manor's defenses than Lucius Malfoy himself. Daphne stood apart, reviewing the floor plan one final time. She wore her hair pulled back tight, her wand in the goblin-made holster Harry had given her, a matched pair to his own. She looked up when Harry approached, and something passed between them that didn't need words. The two goblin guards were warriors from Ragnarok's personal unit, Ironfoot, a female goblin with arms like knotted rope and a pair of enchanted short swords strapped across her back, and Grimjaw, a stocky male carrying what appeared to be a crossbow made of black metal that hummed with contained energy. The tunnel connects to a network that runs beneath most of Wiltshire, Griphook explained, standing at the tunnel entrance like a general seeing off his troops. Ironfoot knows the route. Travel time is approximately 40 minutes. You'll emerge in the basement level of Malfoy Manor, in what was once a root cellar. From there, we know the plan, Harry said gently. Thank you, Griphook. The goblin nodded. His expression was grave. Director Ragnarok asked me to convey a message. He said, the accord between our peoples was forged in gold and sealed in blood. Tonight, it is tested in fire. Do not let the fire consume you, Lord Potter. Tell him I'll do my best. Ron was there. Of course he was. He stood at the back, arms crossed, his freckled face tight with the effort of not arguing, not demanding to come, not doing any of the 100 things that every instinct in his body was screaming at him to do. Harry went to him. "If we're not back by dawn, I know. Seal the castle. Full lockdown. Nobody in or out." Ron's voice was steady, but his eyes were bright. "I've got the wards. Dumbledore's on standby." McGonagall's briefed the staff. "We're ready. You're the best mate anyone could ask for. You know that?" "Yeah, well. Don't go getting sentimental on me, Potter. It's weird." Ron's jaw worked. "Come back. All of you. That's an order from the temporary acting emergency castellan. Is that a real title?" "It is now." They gripped hands, tight, fierce, the kind of handshake that carried everything they couldn't say. Then Harry turned to his team, and they descended into the tunnel. The darkness swallowed them. The goblin tunnels were extraordinary. Harry had expected rough-hewn passages, functional, utilitarian, the kind of thing you'd expect from a species that valued practicality over aesthetics. What he found was architecture. The tunnel was smooth-walled, precisely circular, lined with the faint luminescence of goblin-forged metal inlaid in geometric patterns that served both as decoration and as structural reinforcement. The floor was level and even, the air was fresh and dry, and the passage extended into the distance with the gentle curve of something that had been designed, not merely dug. Ironfoot led them at a pace that was just short of running. The goblin warrior moved with silent efficiency, her enchanted swords catching the tunnel's dim light and throwing it back in blue-white fragments. Grimjaw brought up the rear, his crossbow held at the ready, his dark eyes scanning the tunnel behind them with professional vigilance. They moved in silence. Harry could feel the castle receding behind them, the ward connection stretching, thinning, like a thread being pulled to its limit. By the time they'd been walking for 20 minutes, the connection was a whisper. By 30, it was barely there, a faint hum at the edge of his awareness, like hearing someone call your name from very far away. It was disorienting. He'd grown so accustomed to the castle's presence, the constant awareness of its walls and wards and ancient intelligence, that being cut off felt like losing a sense. Like going blind, or deaf, or numb. "You're twitching," Daphne murmured, falling into step beside him. "Your left hand keeps clenching." "The castle. I can barely feel it." "Is that a problem?" "It means I'm on my own. My own magic. My own instincts." She looked at him sideways. "Is that a problem?" she repeated, and this time the question carried a different weight. "No," he said, after a moment. "It's not." Ironfoot raised a fist, the goblin signal for halt. The team stopped. The tunnel had ended at a rough stone wall that looked different from the rest, older, less refined, the stone crumbling at the edges. "The root cellar is beyond this wall," Ironfoot said, her voice a low rasp. 6 inches of limestone. I can cut through in 30 seconds. Do it." The goblin drew one of her short swords. Its blade glowed white-hot, and she drove it into the stone with a practiced thrust that made no more sound than a knife sliding into butter. She carved a circle, wide enough for a human to pass through, tight enough for a goblin to fit easily, and the stone section fell inward with a soft thud. Cool air rushed through the opening, carrying the smell of old wine and dust and something else, something dark, electric, the unmistakable taste of concentrated dark magic. They were inside Malfoy Manor. The root cellar was exactly what Snape had described, a low-ceilinged stone room filled with racks of wine bottles and shelves of preserved foods. The door to the upper levels was closed but not locked. Either Lucius Malfoy didn't consider his cellar a security risk, or the blood wards were supposed to handle unauthorized visitors before they got this far. Hermione pulled the vial of Draco's blood from her pouch. She uncorked it, dipped her wand tip into the dark liquid, and traced a series of runes on the cellar door, a blood ward bypass technique she'd researched that afternoon, adapted from a text in the Founder's Library. The runes glowed red, then gold, then faded. The door clicked softly. "We're through the blood wards," Hermione whispered. But we're not invisible. Any Death Eater we encounter will know we don't belong here. Then we don't encounter any, Harry said. Neville, you and Grimjaw take point. Daphne and Hermione, center. Ironfoot and I bring up the rear. Move fast. Stay quiet. If we're compromised, Neville and Grimjaw clear the path forward. The rest of us push through. They moved. The manor was vast and silent and deeply wrong. Harry felt it as soon as they left the cellar, a pervasive darkness that went beyond the physical, that seeped from the walls and the floors and the very air. The house was beautiful, ornate, expensive, every surface polished and every fixture gleaming, but beneath the beauty, something rotted. Dark magic had soaked into the manor's bones the way damp soaks into old wood, and the result was a building that felt malevolent. Hostile. Watching. They moved through servants' corridors and back passages, avoiding the main halls. Snape's floor plan was accurate to the inch, every turning, every staircase, every concealed door was exactly where he'd said it would be. They encountered 2 house elves, both of whom Ironfoot dealt with silently, not lethally, but with small enchanted darts that induced instant, deep sleep. The elves would wake in an hour with nothing worse than a headache. The drawing room was on the ground floor, at the center of the manor. They reached it in 12 minutes. Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside, and the darkness hit him like a wall. The room was large, high-ceilinged, with a massive marble fireplace and long windows that looked out onto the manor's formal gardens. But the windows were dark, the curtains drawn, and the only light came from a sickly green glow emanating from the far end of the room, where the panel in the wall stood open, revealing a descending staircase carved from black stone. The staircase led down to the ritual chamber. And curled at the top of the staircase, her enormous coils gleaming in the green light, was Nagini. The snake was larger than Harry remembered, 12 feet of scaled muscle, thick as a man's thigh, with yellow eyes that reflected the green light with an inhuman intelligence. She raised her head when they entered, her forked tongue tasting the air, and her gaze fixed on Harry with a recognition that sent ice down his spine. She knew him. The fragment of Voldemort's soul inside her recognized the fragment inside Harry, the connection, the scar, the bond of blood and murder that linked them. Speaker, the snake hissed. Not in English, in Parseltongue, the language of serpents, the gift that marked Harry as something other than ordinary. The master's enemy. You should not be here. Your master isn't here, Harry replied, in the same sibilant tongue. The others couldn't understand, they heard only hissing, but they could see the snake's reaction. Nagini coiled tighter, her body tensing, her head drawing back into the striking position. Harry, Neville's voice, tight with warning. The fragment is down those stairs. Past her. Harry didn't take his eyes off the snake. Hermione, Daphne, when I move, you go. Down the stairs. Find the fragment. Destroy it. What are you going to do? Hermione whispered. Keep her busy. Harry, she's a Horcrux. Normal spells won't, I know. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the last item he'd taken from the owner's suite, a goblin-forged dagger, given to him by Ragnarok. 6 inches of dark metal, enchanted with the same magic that made goblin silver capable of absorbing anything that strengthened it. Including basilisk venom. Including Horcrux-level dark magic. Goblin steel, Grimjaw said, his voice carrying a note of fierce satisfaction. It will serve. Nagini struck. The snake launched herself across the room with explosive speed, her jaws gaping, her fangs dripping venom that hissed and smoked where it hit the marble floor. Harry threw himself sideways, and the snake's strike missed him by inches. He felt the displaced air, felt the brush of scales against his robes. G.O., he shouted. The team split. Hermione and Daphne sprinted for the staircase, Ironfoot running interference, her twin swords blazing. Neville took a position in the doorway, rear guard, covering the retreat, his wand aimed back down the corridor they'd come through. Harry faced the snake. Nagini coiled and struck again, and this time Harry was ready. He dodged the strike, barely, and slashed with the goblin dagger. The blade caught the snake's flank, opening a wound that bled black. Nagini screamed, a sound that was partly serpent and partly something else, something human and agonized and deeply wrong. The Horcrux reacted. Dark magic erupted from the wound, a blast of raw malevolence that hit Harry like a physical force and sent him staggering. The scar on his forehead blazed with pain, white-hot, blinding, and through the pain, he felt Voldemort's attention snap toward the manor with the sudden, terrible focus of a predator sensing a threat to its young. He knows, Harry thought. He felt the fragment being attacked, and he knows we're here. The distraction. Dumbledore's distraction. Harry could only hope it was working, could only hope that whatever the old wizard had planned was compelling enough to keep Voldemort occupied, even now, even with a Horcrux under attack. Nagini lunged again. Harry ducked under the strike, came up inside the snake's guard, and drove the dagger into the junction of her head and body, the soft spot just behind the skull, where the scales were thinnest. The blade sank deep. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic. The Horcrux shattered. Dark magic erupted from Nagini in a burst of shadow and screaming, a sound that wasn't sound, a darkness that wasn't darkness, a fragment of Tom Riddle's torn soul tearing itself apart as the goblin's steel destroyed its vessel. Harry was thrown backward, slamming into the far wall hard enough to crack the marble. He slid to the floor, vision swimming, ears ringing. The dagger was still in his hand, its blade now glowing faintly, humming with absorbed power. Nagini lay on the marble floor, motionless. Dead. The enormous serpent's body was already beginning to dissolve, the dark magic that had sustained her unraveling, her physical form losing coherence as the soul fragment that had anchored it was destroyed. Harry pulled himself to his feet. His ribs ached. His scar still burned, but the pain was receding. Voldemort's attention pulled away by whatever Dumbledore was doing, dragged back from the manor before he could fully respond. Harry. Neville, from the doorway. We've got company. 2 Death Eaters coming up the main corridor. Hold them. Neville turned and fired. Spell light flashed in the corridor, red and purple, the sharp crack of shield charms and the deeper boom of offensive magic. Grimjaw moved to support him, his enchanted crossbow sending bolts of compressed energy that punched through shield charms like hot knives through wax. Harry ran for the staircase. The ritual chamber was a nightmare-made architecture. It was circular, carved from black stone that seemed to drink the light. Runes covered every surface, floor, walls, ceiling, carved deep into the rock and filled with something that glowed a sickly green. At the center of the room, on a stone pedestal, sat the ward fragment. Harry recognized it immediately. It was a piece of the castle, literally a piece, a chunk of enchanted stone about the size of his fist, pulsing with a golden light that was achingly familiar. The castle's magic. The Founder's magic. Ripped from the ward lattice and placed here, in this temple of darkness, being slowly corrupted by the ritual that Voldemort had begun. The corruption was visible. Dark tendrils of magic wound around the fragment like roots around a stone, burrowing into its surface, turning the golden light muddy and sick. The ritual was incomplete, Voldemort hadn't finished his weapon, but the corruption was advancing, and Harry could feel the fragment's distress through the faint remnant of his ward connection. It was in pain. The castle's magic, torn from its home, suffering in a place of darkness. Hermione and Daphne stood at the edge of the runic circle, their wands out, their faces pale in the sickly light. "Don't touch the runes," Hermione said. Her voice was taut. "The circle is trapped. Standard dark ritual defenses, contact triggers a backlash that would kill anyone who isn't the caster. Can you disarm it? Give me 5 minutes." "We might not have 5 minutes." Daphne stepped forward. She studied the runic circle with the intense, analytical focus that Harry had come to associate with her best work, the same focus she brought to the Founder's library, to political strategy, to everything she did. "The corruption is tied to the circle," she said. "If we break the circle, we break the corruption." But the circle is self-sustaining, powered by the fragment itself. It's using the castle's own magic to fuel the ritual. So we need to cut the connection between the fragment and the circle. Without triggering the backlash, without destroying the fragment, and without getting killed. Yes. Harry looked at the fragment. Golden light, corrupted by darkness. The castle's magic, crying out in pain. He closed his eyes and reached. The ward connection was almost gone, a thread so thin it was barely perceptible. But the fragment was a part of the castle, and Harry was the castle's guardian, and the bond between them was deeper than distance. He found the thread and pulled, and the connection flared, weak, faltering, but there. Through the connection, he could feel the fragment's structure. The corruption was deep but not complete. The dark magic had penetrated the outer layers but hadn't reached the core, the heart of the Founder's enchantment, where the magic was oldest and purest. And the intelligence was there. Faint, distant, barely a whisper, but present. Watching through the fragment. Reaching across miles of earth and stone to touch the piece of itself that had been stolen. Break the circle, it whispered. We will handle the rest. Hermione. Daphne. I'm going to cut the connection manually. When I do, the circle will lose power. The backlash will trigger, but it'll be weakened. I need you to shield me. How weakened? Hermione demanded. Hopefully enough. Hopefully. Best I've got. On 3. Hermione and Daphne raised their wands, flanking him, their shield charms ready. Harry drew a breath, found the thread of the ward connection, and wrapped his will around it like a fist. 1. The dark tendrils pulsed, sensing the intrusion. 2. Hermione's wand trembled. Daphne's was rock steady. 3. Harry reached into the runic circle, not physically, but magically, through the ward connection, through the bond between guardian and castle, and he pulled the fragment free. The circle shattered. The runes exploded outward in a burst of dark energy that hit Hermione's shield and Daphne's shield simultaneously, and both witches staggered but held. The backlash was brutal, a wave of pure malice that slammed through the chamber and cracked the stone walls, but weakened, diminished, a shadow of what it would have been at full power. The fragment flew to Harry's hand. He caught it, and the moment his skin made contact, the ward connection blazed to life. Power surged through him. The castle's magic, released from its prison, rushed through the connection like water through a broken dam. Golden light erupted from the fragment, filling the chamber, burning away the darkness, consuming the runic circle, the corrupted enchantments, the sickly green glow. The black stone walls rang like bells as the Founder's magic cleansed them. Harry felt it all. Every ounce of power, flowing through him, through the connection, back toward the castle. The intelligence had warned him, the release will be significant. It was more than significant, it was overwhelming. The magic wanted to go home, and Harry was the conduit, and the sheer volume of it threatened to burn him from the inside out. He gritted his teeth. Channeled. Directed. Not fighting the flow, guiding it, the way you guide a river with levees and channels instead of trying to dam it entirely. The magic poured through him and into the connection, across miles of earth and stone, back to the castle where 11 anchor points waited to receive their missing brother. The fragment in his hand grew hot. Then white hot. Then it dissolved, not destroyed but transmuted, transformed from a physical object into pure magical energy that screamed along the ward connection at the speed of thought. In the castle, Harry felt it arrive. The lattice snapped whole. 12 anchor points, burning bright, the geometric web complete and thrumming with power. The intelligence roared, not words, just raw, triumphant sound, the castle celebrating its own wholeness. Harry collapsed. He hit the chamber floor on his knees, gasping, his hands burning where the fragment had been, his magical core depleted to the edge of exhaustion. The golden light faded. The chamber was dark and silent, the runic circle destroyed, the pedestal empty. Daphne was there. Hands on his shoulders, pulling him upright, her face close to his. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? It's done, he whispered. The fragment's home. The wards are whole. Good. Now get up, because Neville's fighting 3 Death Eaters and we need to leave. That got him moving. They fought their way out. The corridor above the ritual chamber was chaos. Neville and Grimjaw had held the doorway against 2 Death Eaters, but reinforcements had arrived, 3 more masked figures, alerted by the magical discharge from the ritual chamber, converging on the drawing room with curses blazing. Harry emerged from the staircase into a firefight. Spell light crisscrossed the drawing room, blasting chunks from the marble walls, shattering the ornate mirrors, setting the heavy curtains ablaze. Neville had taken a position behind an overturned table, trading curses with 2 attackers while Grimjaw's crossbow picked off a third. Harry raised his wand. He was exhausted, magically drained, physically battered, running on adrenaline and sheer stubborn refusal to die in Lucius Malfoy's drawing room. But exhaustion was familiar. He'd been exhausted for most of his life. Stupefy. Stupefy. Impedimenta. 3 spells, rapid fire, aimed at the 2 Death Eaters engaging Neville. The first stunner caught one square in the chest. The second missed. The impedimenta hit the other's shield and shattered it, and Neville, beautiful, relentless, fearless Neville, followed up with a body bind that dropped the man like a puppet with cut strings. "We're clear." Ironfoot shouted from the corridor. "The tunnel entrance, this way." They ran. Through the servants' corridors, down the stairs to the cellar, through the opening in the wall that Ironfoot had cut. Behind them, the manor's defenses were waking up, alarm wards shrieking, curse traps activating, the fire-breathing peacocks, of all the absurd things, erupting from their roost in the garden with streams of white flame that lit up the night sky. They plunged into the goblin tunnel, and Grimjaw sealed the entrance behind them with a goblin-forged charge that collapsed the cellar wall in a cascade of stone and dust. The sound of pursuit was cut off. The tunnel stretched before them, dark and quiet and safe. They were out. Harry leaned against the tunnel wall and slid to the floor. His hands were shaking. His wand arm felt like it was made of lead. Every muscle in his body ached, and the remnants of the magical surge still crackled through his nervous system like aftershocks from an earthquake. Hermione crouched beside him. She was cut across the forehead, her hair wild, her robes torn, and grinning. Actually grinning. "We did it. Harry, we did it. The fragment's gone and the Horcrux is destroyed and we're not out yet," Neville said, but he was grinning too, the fierce grin of a man who just walked into hell and walked back out with the devil's teeth in his pocket. Daphne didn't grin. She sat down beside Harry, shoulder to shoulder, and pressed her hand against his. Her fingers were cold and trembling and absolutely real. "The wards?" she asked. Harry closed his eyes and reached. The connection was there, distant but strong, growing stronger by the second as they moved toward the castle. He could feel the lattice, whole and healed, all 12 anchor points blazing with renewed power. The intelligence pulsed with fierce satisfaction. "Complete," he said. "The wards are whole. Voldemort can't break them now, not with magic, not with ritual, not with anything. The castle is sealed." Ironfoot made a sound that might have been a goblin laugh. "Then we should stop sitting in a tunnel and go home." Home. The word hit Harry with unexpected force. Not the Dursleys. Not Privet Drive. Not any of the temporary, grudging shelters he'd been given and never belonged in. Hogwarts. The castle. His castle. Home. They walked the rest of the tunnel in exhausted, triumphant silence. Dawn was breaking when they emerged into the castle's basement. The first light was filtering through the high windows of the entrance hall, painting the stone in shades of rose and gold. Ron was waiting. He stood in the entrance hall with his wand in his hand and dark circles under his eyes and the look of a man who had spent the entire night staring at a mirror, waiting for news, prepared to seal the castle and fight alone if the mission failed. He saw Harry come up the stairs from the basement. He saw the team behind him, battered, exhausted, alive. Ron's wand clattered to the floor. He crossed the hall in 4 strides and hugged Harry so hard he lifted him off the ground. "You absolute, I swear to, don't you ever," Ron's voice was muffled against Harry's shoulder, broken and fierce. "You're alive. Thank Merlin. Thank Merlin. I'm alive. We all are." Ron released him, wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and pretended he hadn't been crying. "Right. Good. Excellent. I'm going to go eat everything in the kitchen and then sleep for about 40 years. "Earn it," Harry said. "Debrief first." Slave driver. The debrief was brief. McGonagall, Dumbledore, who had returned from his distraction mission, a public appearance at the ministry that had drawn Voldemort's attention to London and away from Wiltshire, Snape, and Ragnarok, via Enchanted Mirror, received the team's report in the Great Hall. Dumbledore listened to the account of Nagini's destruction with an expression that cycled through surprise, calculation, and something that looked remarkably like hope. "A Horcrux destroyed," he said softly. "That is, significant. More significant than you may realize." "I know what it means," Harry said. "It means he's one step closer to mortal." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. He looked at Snape, who looked back with the barest shrug of one shoulder. "It seems Severus has been more forthcoming than I anticipated," Dumbledore said. "Someone had to be," Snape replied, and if there was a rebuke in the words, it was softened by the exhaustion in his voice. "The diary and the ring are already destroyed," Harry continued. "Nagini makes 3. How many are left?" "3 that I know of," Dumbledore said. "A cup belonging to Helga Hufflepuff, hidden in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. A locket belonging to Salazar Slytherin, whose location I have narrowed to a cave in Cornwall. And a diadem belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw, which I believe is hidden somewhere within this castle." Within the castle. Tom Riddle had a particular attachment to Hogwarts. It is the only place he ever called home. If he wished to hide a piece of his soul in the safest place he could imagine, it would be here, Harry finished. He reached for the ward connection and felt the intelligence stir. "We know," it said. "We have always known. The corruption has been in our walls for 50 years. We could not remove it without an owner's authority." "Where?" "The room of hidden things. 7th floor. Behind a vanishing cabinet. We will guide you." Harry relayed the information. The table went quiet. "The cup is in Gringotts," Ragnarok said, his gravelly voice emerging from the enchanted mirror. "The Lestrange vault. Under normal circumstances, accessing a client's vault without their authorization would be a violation of Gringotts' most fundamental principles." "And under these circumstances?" Harry asked. Ragnarok's smile was visible even through the mirror's distortion. "Under these circumstances, we have a Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, who used her vault to store a dark artifact that poses an existential threat to the magical world. Our charter permits the seizure of hazardous materials from client vaults when the safety of the bank or its allies is at risk." A pause. "I may need to invoke that clause somewhat creatively. But creativity is a goblin virtue." 3 Horcruxes, accounted for. The locket in Cornwall, that was Dumbledore's mission. The cup in Gringotts, Ragnarok's. The diadem in the castle, Harry's. "And the last one?" Hermione asked. She'd been quiet, her formidable brain processing information at speed. "You said 3 that you know of. But the intelligence mentioned fragments, plural. And the way Voldemort created these things suggests a pattern. 6 Horcruxes, making his soul 7 pieces. 7 is the most powerfully magical number." Dumbledore was very still. "There is a 7th fragment," he said. "Though it was not created intentionally." The room waited. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. In them was the terrible weight of a truth he'd been carrying for 14 years, the real reason he'd hidden Harry away, the real reason he'd controlled every aspect of the boy's life, the real reason he'd looked at Harry with that calculating grief that wasn't quite genuine and wasn't quite fake. The night Voldemort murdered your parents and his killing curse rebounded, a piece of his soul, unstable, fragmented by repeated division, broke away and latched onto the only living thing in the room. Harry's hand went to his scar. The lightning bolt. The constant, low-grade connection to Voldemort. The Parseltongue. The visions. The pain. Me, he said. The word fell into the silence like a stone into deep water. I have spent 14 years searching for a way to separate the fragment from you without killing you, Dumbledore said, and his voice cracked on the word killing. I have not yet found one. But I have not stopped looking. I will never stop looking. Harry sat with the knowledge. It was enormous, vast and terrible and strangely clarifying, the way a diagnosis clarifies symptoms that have been mysterious for years. The scar. The connection. The feeling of something other inside him, something dark and parasitic that he'd always sensed but never named. He was a Horcrux. The seventh fragment. The last piece of Voldemort's shattered soul. The room was watching him. Waiting for him to break, to rage, to despair. He could feel their fear, not of him, but for him. Ron's horrified comprehension. Hermione's rapid-fire problem-solving, already searching for solutions. Neville's quiet, fierce loyalty. Daphne's hand finding his under the table and holding on with a grip that said I'm here and I'm not leaving and we'll figure this out. Then we figure it out, Harry said. But not today. Today, we deal with what we can deal with. Dumbledore's eyes were bright. Whether with tears or with that damnable twinkle, Harry couldn't tell. Maybe both. The diadem, Harry said. I'll deal with it now. Before Voldemort realizes what we've been doing. He stood. His legs were shaky, his magical reserves depleted, his body running on fumes and willpower. But the castle was behind him, literally, its walls and floors and ancient magic pressing against his awareness like a hand at his back, and the intelligence was with him, and the wards were whole, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter knew exactly where he stood and exactly what he had to do. The room of hidden things was a cathedral of forgotten objects. Harry had been in the room of requirement dozens of times, but this was different. The room had reshaped itself at the intelligence's direction, not the training hall the castle guard used, but a vast, cluttered space filled with centuries of hidden, lost, and abandoned things. Mountains of furniture, towers of books, forests of broken wands and outdated robes and objects so strange Harry couldn't begin to guess their purpose. And there, buried in the chaos, radiating a dark energy that the intelligence had isolated and contained, was the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. It was beautiful. Delicate silver filigree, set with a sapphire that glowed with a cold blue light. On its face, the words "what beyond measure is man's greatest treasure" were engraved in tiny, perfect script. It was also a prison for a fragment of the most evil wizard who had ever lived, and it pulsed with a malice that made the air taste like copper. Harry held the goblin dagger. Its blade still hummed with absorbed power from Nagini's destruction. He looked at the diadem, at the beauty and the darkness, the treasure and the trap. "Sorry, Rowena," he said. And drove the dagger through the sapphire. The Horcrux screamed. Dark magic erupted from the shattered gem, shadow and fire and a face that might have been Tom Riddle's, distorted by agony, twisting in the air before dissolving into nothing. The diadem crumbled. The sapphire turned to dust. The silver filigree tarnished and blackened and fell apart. The intelligence surged through the room, purging, cleansing, burning away 50 years of corruption with the focused fury of something that had been violated and was finally free. Harry stood in the sudden silence, holding a goblin dagger and the remains of a genius's crown, and counted. The diary. The ring. Nagini. The diadem. For destroyed. The cup and the locket would be next. And then. Him. He pushed the thought aside. Not today. Today was for victories. Tomorrow was for the rest. The political earthquake hit 3 days later. The news of the battle at Hogwarts had spread through the wizarding world like wildfire, not through the Daily Prophet, which Fudge had tried to suppress, but through the students who'd fought in it and their families, through the Goblin networks, through the international magical community that had watched Britain's denial of Voldemort's return with increasing incredulity. When the news broke, when the evidence became undeniable, when captured Death Eaters were presented in full regalia, when the battle damage to Hogwarts was documented and published, the ministry collapsed. Not literally. But politically, completely. Cornelius Fudge resigned on a Tuesday morning, his letter of resignation delivered to the Wizengamot by an owl that looked almost as exhausted as its sender. The official reason was health concerns. The unofficial reason was that Amelia Bones had presented him with 2 options: resign voluntarily, or be removed by the Wizengamot after a public inquiry that would expose every failure, every cover-up, every deliberate suppression of evidence about Voldemort's return. Fudge chose the door. Amelia Bones was elected Minister for Magic the following day. The vote was nearly unanimous. She was the head of magical law enforcement, she'd sold her castle shares to Harry with clear eyes and a firm handshake, and she was, by universal consensus, the most competent and incorruptible senior official in the ministry. Her first act was to order a full review of the Sirius Black case. Her second act was to revoke every educational decree that Dolores Umbridge had implemented. Her third act was to send Dolores Umbridge a letter informing her that her services were no longer required. Harry watched from the owner's suite as Umbridge packed her things. She moved through the castle's corridors, within her restricted access, always within her restricted access, with the rigid dignity of a woman who was planning something horrible and had decided to wait. The kitten plates were wrapped in pink tissue paper. The quills were packed into a velvet case. The cardigan was buttoned with deliberate, meticulous precision. At the gates, she turned and looked back at the castle. Harry stood at his window, looking down. Their eyes met across the distance. Umbridge's face was expressionless, a mask so perfect it was almost admirable. Then she smiled. The toad smile. The one that promised nothing good. She walked through the gates and disapparated, and the castle relaxed around Harry like a clenched fist opening. "She'll be back," Daphne said from behind him. She'd entered without knocking, which had become their norm. People like Umbridge don't go away. They wait. They plan. They come back with more power and worse intentions. Let her. She won't get through those gates again. Famous last words, Potter. Stop calling me Potter. Stop giving me reasons to. He turned. She was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching him with the expression that had become familiar and dear, cool on the surface, warm underneath, always evaluating, always thinking, always 3 steps ahead. "Come with me," he said. "I want to show you something." The Founders' Library had reorganized itself. Since the wards were restored and the diadem was destroyed, the intelligence had been active. Not in the dramatic, trial-presenting way of the first weeks, more quietly, more subtly. Doors appeared where there hadn't been doors before. Hidden rooms revealed themselves. The library's shelves shifted and sorted, bringing certain texts to prominence, burying others deeper. The section that had surfaced for Harry was in the library's deepest level, a small, circular room lit by a single crystal lamp, its shelves containing only a handful of books. Old books. The oldest Harry had seen. Their covers were made of materials he couldn't identify, and their pages hummed with a magic so fundamental it was almost beyond perception. "These are the Founders' personal journals," Harry said. "The intelligence showed me yesterday. Godric Gryffindor's battle diaries. Helga Hufflepuff's healing compendiums. Rowena Ravenclaw's theoretical frameworks. And," he pulled a slim, dark volume from the shelf. The cover was smooth and warm, like skin, and the title was embossed in silver that glowed faintly, On the Nature and Remediation of Hereditary Maledictions, by Salazar Slytherin. Daphne's hands went to her mouth. Slytherin was a healer, Harry said. Before he was a bigot. Before the ideology consumed him. He was one of the greatest medical minds in magical history. He wrote this book, The Intelligence says it's the only copy, about blood curses. Hereditary maledictions. Exactly the kind of curse that's killing Astoria. Daphne took the book from his hands. Her fingers trembled. She opened it, scanned the first page, the second, the third, and her eyes went wide. This is, Harry, this is, she looked up at him, and the mask was gone. Completely, utterly gone. What was underneath was the face of a girl who had spent years watching her sister die by inches and had just been handed hope. It might not be the cure, Harry said quickly. I haven't read it. The Intelligence says the techniques are advanced, beyond modern healing magic. But it's a starting point. A real starting point. It's more than that. Daphne's voice was barely a whisper. The theoretical framework in the first chapter alone is, this changes everything. The way he conceptualizes hereditary curse structures, it's completely different from modern approaches. It's better. She stopped. Set the book down on the reading desk. Turned to Harry. Why? She asked. Why what? Why are you doing this? You have a war to fight. Horcruxes to destroy. A Dark Lord to defeat. A school to protect. A castle to run. And you spent your time finding a book for my sister. I made you a promise. Back at the Ward Anchor, the night you told me about Astoria. I said we'd find it. I meant it. She stared at him. The lamplight caught the gold flecks in her gray-blue eyes, and something in her expression shifted, not the intellectual recalculation he'd seen before, not the strategic reassessment. Something deeper. Something that had nothing to do with politics or alliances or mutual advantage. I love you, she said. The words came out raw and unpolished and completely unlike anything the Ice Queen of Slytherin would normally permit to pass her lips. She looked almost surprised that she'd said them, as if the declaration had bypassed her considerable mental filters and emerged directly from whatever lived behind the mask. Harry looked at her. Daphne Greengrass. Sharp, brilliant, fierce. The girl who'd approached him with a transaction and stayed for something else entirely. Who'd fought Death Eaters in her own common room and organized Slytherins into defenders and sat on the astronomy tower with him watching the dawn and kissed him like the world was ending because it might have been. I love you too, he said. She laughed. It was a real laugh, surprised, delighted, slightly hysterical, and she closed the distance between them and kissed him with a thoroughness that left no room for ambiguity. When they broke apart, she picked up the book, held it to her chest, and said, I'm going to read this cover to cover tonight. I'll have a research plan by morning. You're going to fund the research from the Potter Vault, and we're going to cure my sister, and then we're going to win this war, and then you're going to take me somewhere warm where nobody is trying to kill us. That's a lot of ends. I'm a Slytherin. We plan ahead. The formal ceremonies happened a week later. Harry hadn't wanted ceremonies. He'd wanted to fix the wards, plan the Horcrux hunts, and get back to classes. OWLs were coming, and McGonagall had made it absolutely clear that castle ownership did not exempt him from examinations. But Dumbledore had pointed out, with the gentle diplomacy that was his particular genius, that symbols mattered. You have changed the world, Harry. Not just the castle, the world. The Goblin Alliance alone is unprecedented. The political restructuring, the defeat of Voldemort's assault, the proof of his return. These things need to be acknowledged. Not for your sake, for everyone else's. So there were ceremonies. Neville's appointment as Castellan was first. It happened in the Great Hall, before the assembled school, with McGonagall officiating and the Intelligence providing a distinctly dramatic accompaniment, the torches flaring, the enchanted ceiling displaying a dawn sky of extraordinary beauty, the suits of armor lining the walls in a formal guard of honor. Neville stood before the school and accepted the appointment with the quiet dignity that had become his hallmark. Harry spoke the formal words, ancient, drawn from the castle's charter, binding the castellan to the service of the castle and its people. When the final word was spoken, the castle responded, a deep, resonant vibration that ran through every stone, every beam, every molecule of the ancient structure. The wards acknowledged Neville. The intelligence accepted him. Neville Longbottom, who'd been told his whole life that he wasn't good enough, stood in the great hall of Hogwarts and felt the most powerful magical building in Britain say you belong here. His grandmother, who'd been invited for the occasion, sat in the front row and cried. She would later deny this categorically, and no one would dare contradict her. The Goblin Treaty was next. Director Ragnarok came in person, accompanied by an honor guard of 20 Goblin warriors in ceremonial armor. The treaty was signed in the Great Hall, a document of Goblin-forged metal, inscribed with terms that both sides had negotiated over a week of intensive meetings between Griphook, Daphne, Hermione, and a team of Goblin legal scholars. The terms were straightforward: mutual defense. Gringotts would provide military support to Hogwarts in the event of attack. Hogwarts would provide diplomatic support to Gringotts in the event of political persecution. Neither party would act against the other's interests without consultation. Economic partnership. Goblin businesses would have access to Hogwarts-adjacent commercial space in Hogsmeade. Hogwarts students would be offered Goblin-taught courses in metallurgy, finance, and enchantment theory, if the school chose to adopt them. Political representation. Harry would use his influence as Castle Lord to advocate for Goblin rights within the Wizengamot, not as a gift, but as a treaty obligation, binding on his heirs and successors. This is the first Wizard-Goblin partnership treaty since the Goblin Rebellions, Ragnarok said, his gravelly voice carrying through the silent hall. 3 centuries of suspicion, hostility, and mutual contempt, set aside by a 15-year-old wizard who had the audacity to treat goblins as equals. He looked at Harry with those ancient, sharp eyes. The Goblin nation does not forget its debts, Lord Potter. Nor does it forget its friends. They signed the treaty simultaneously, Harry with a quill, Ragnarok with a Goblin-forged stylus that engraved his signature into the metal document with a hiss of contained fire. The Goblin Honor Guard saluted, a sharp, percussive movement that rang through the hall, and the treaty was sealed. The students watched in stunned silence. Some of them were old enough to understand what they were witnessing. Some weren't. But all of them would remember it. And then, Dumbledore. The conversation happened privately, in the owner's suite, the night before Dumbledore's formal reinstatement. Harry sat behind the desk. Dumbledore sat in one of the leather chairs by the fire. Between them, on the desk, lay the book, the Intelligence's communication device, open to a blank page. "I've spoken to the board," Harry said. With Malfoy stripped of his chairmanship, Lucius had been arrested, along with 11 other Death Eaters, and was currently in Ministry holding cells awaiting trial, and Madame Marchbank serving as interim chair. They've agreed to formal terms for your reinstatement. And these terms include your conditions? They include conditions that we, the board, the acting administrator, and the Castle Lord, have agreed on collectively. Harry pushed a document across the desk. "Read it." Dumbledore read. His expression didn't change, but Harry watched his eyes move across the parchment and saw the moment each clause registered. The headmaster would manage all academic and institutional matters autonomously. The Castle Lord would manage all property, defense, and access matters autonomously. Disputes would be resolved through a joint committee comprising the headmaster, the Castle Lord, the board chair, and the castellan. No individual, headmaster, Castle Lord, or minister, would have unilateral authority to override the others. Decisions affecting student safety required unanimous agreement. The headmaster could not seal, suppress, or conceal legal documents pertaining to students or staff without the explicit approval of the joint committee. The headmaster could not authorize financial transactions from student vaults without the explicit written consent of the vault holder or their legal guardian. The headmaster could not place students with guardians against the explicit instructions of the students' parents or legal testamentary documents. Dumbledore set the document down. You've built a constitution. I've built a system that doesn't depend on any single person being wise enough to run everything. Including me. These constraints, they apply to you as well. Of course they do. I'm 15. I shouldn't have unchecked power over a castle full of children any more than you should. The system is designed so that no one can do what you did, make unilateral decisions about other people's lives without accountability. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. The book on the desk glowed faintly, as if listening. You know, Dumbledore said finally, when I was your age, I believed I was the smartest person in the world. I may have been right, academically, at least. I was certainly the most powerful wizard of my generation. And that power, that intelligence, became a trap. Because when you believe you can see further than everyone else, you begin to believe you should decide for everyone else. That your vision justifies your control. He looked at Harry with those ancient, tired, brilliant blue eyes. The greatest mistake of my life was not Grindelwald. It was not the Hallows. It was not even the Potter will, though that was grievous. The greatest mistake of my life was believing that being the most powerful person in the room made me the most qualified to decide what happened in it. And now? Now I sit in a room with a 15-year-old boy who has done in 3 weeks what I failed to do in 50 years, build a system that doesn't need a great man at the center. A system that runs on cooperation, not control. On trust, not authority. The twinkle returned, but different now. Warmer. Sadder. More human. I am, humbled, Harry. Genuinely humbled. It is not a feeling I am accustomed to. You'll get used to it. Dumbledore laughed. A real laugh, surprised, warm, the laugh of a man who had forgotten how to be delighted and was relearning. I'll sign your constitution, he said. I'll return as headmaster under your terms. And I will spend whatever time I have left trying to be worthy of the trust you're extending. Not because I deserve it, but because you deserve a world where old men don't decide the fates of children in secret. He picked up the quill and signed. The document shimmered, the castle's magic sealing it, making it binding, weaving it into the ward structure as a fundamental law of the building itself. As long as Hogwarts stood, no headmaster would have unchecked authority. No castle lord would have unchecked authority. The system would endure. Harry extended his hand. Dumbledore took it. Welcome home, Albus. Thank you, Harry. The old wizard's grip was firm and warm. Thank you for giving an old man the chance to do better. He stood, gathered his robes, and walked to the door. There he paused, because Dumbledore always paused at doorways, always had one more thing to say, one more piece of wisdom or misdirection or gentle truth. The Horcrux, he said. The one inside you. Harry went still. I will find a way, Dumbledore said. I swear it on my magic, on my life, on whatever remains of my credibility. I will find a way to free you from that fragment without destroying you. If it is the last thing I do. I believe you, Harry said. And meant it. Dumbledore nodded once and left. The door closed softly behind him. Harry sat alone in the owner's suite. The fire burned low. The book on the desk glowed with a warm, steady light, and new words appeared on its page. The castle is whole. The wards are strong. The guardian is worthy. But the war is not over. I know, Harry said. The Dark Lord will return. Stronger. More desperate. More dangerous. He will come for what he has lost, and he will come for what he fears. I know. You will be tested again. Not by us. By the world. By the dark. By your own heart. I know. The book was still for a moment. Then, the founders built this castle to be a sanctuary. A place of learning, of growth, of safety. They did not build it for one wizard or one age. They built it for everyone. For every child who walks through these doors seeking knowledge and finding home. You have proven yourself worthy of that legacy. Not because you are powerful. Not because you are brave. Because you chose to be human when you could have been something more. Because you chose connection over control, trust over domination, love over fear. You are the Lord of Hogwarts. Not its master. Its steward. Its guardian. Its heart. Remember that, Harry Potter. In the dark days ahead, remember what you are. And remember what you chose. The words faded. The book closed. The golden light dimmed to a gentle glow, and the castle settled around Harry like a blanket, warm and ancient and alive. He closed his eyes. Breathed. Felt the ward's pulse with steady strength, felt the 12 anchor points burning bright, felt the intelligence watching from within, patient, proud, eternal. The war was coming. Voldemort was out there, wounded and furious, stripped of 3 Horcruxes, his army broken, his plans disrupted. But he wasn't dead. And until he was, no one was safe. There were Horcruxes to find. A cup in Gringotts. A locket in a cave. A fragment in Harry's own scar. There were battles to fight, alliances to maintain, students to protect, and a world to save. But not tonight. Tonight, the castle was secure. Tonight, the people he loved were alive and safe within its walls. Tonight was for rest, and for gratitude, and for the quiet, fierce joy of having survived. Tomorrow was for war. Dawn broke over Hogwarts Castle on a crisp October morning, painting the towers in gold and the lake in silver. Harry stood on the astronomy tower and looked out over the grounds. Below, students were emerging from the castle, heading for Saturday breakfast, their voices carrying up through the cool air in fragments of conversation and laughter. The Quidditch pitch gleamed in the distance. The Forbidden Forest was dark and mysterious at the ground's eastern edge. The lake was glass still, reflecting the sky. From this height, you could see everything. The 12 ward anchors, invisible to anyone without the owner's connection, burned like tiny stars in Harry's awareness. The goblin tunnels ran beneath the earth like veins beneath skin. The castle's gargoyles perched on the parapets, stone eyes scanning the horizon. The suits of armor stood at their posts, polished and ready. And somewhere, deep in the foundations, the intelligence watched. Patient. Ancient. Proud. Footsteps on the stairs behind him. Harry didn't turn, he knew who it was. Knew it the way you know the sound of your own heartbeat. Daphne emerged onto the tower, her hair loose around her shoulders, her cheeks flushed from the climb. She carried 2 cups of tea, a habit that had developed over the past week, their morning ritual, standing on the tower and watching the world wake up. She handed him a cup. Their fingers brushed. Astoria's responding to the treatment, she said. Madame Pomfrey says the curse progression has slowed. Not stopped, not yet. But slowed. For the first time in her life, it's not getting worse. That's good. It's more than good. It's the beginning. She sipped her tea. Hermione and I are drafting a research protocol based on Slytherin's framework. With the Founders Library and the Goblin Medical Archives, we think we can develop a full treatment plan within the year. We will. She looked at him. You say that like you know. I do know. Because you're the most brilliant person I've ever met, and Hermione's the second most brilliant, and between the two of you, a blood curse doesn't stand a chance. Don't let Granger hear you ranking us. She already knows. She's the one who told me. Daphne's eyebrows rose. Granger said I was more brilliant than her. She said you were more brilliant at certain things. She was very specific about the caveats. Daphne laughed. It was still rare, that laugh, still precious, but less so than it had been. The ice was thawing. Slowly, imperfectly, the way real change always happened. Not all at once, but day by day, choice by choice. They stood together on the tower, watching the grounds fill with students, watching the sun climb higher, watching the castle's long shadow shrink across the grass. "Ready?" Daphne asked. Harry looked at his castle. At the ancient walls and the tall towers and the windows that caught the morning light and threw it back in fragments. At the grounds where goblins and wizards had fought side by side for the first time in 3 centuries. At the lake where the squid's tentacles broke the surface in lazy arcs. At the forest where centaurs watched from the shadows. At the gates where Dumbledore had held the line. He thought about the war ahead. The Horcruxes. Voldemort. The fragment in his scar, the ticking clock, the terrible choice that might be waiting at the end of everything. He thought about the people who would fight beside him, Ron, loyal and fierce, Hermione, brilliant and brave, Neville, steady as stone, Sirius, wild and loving, Dumbledore, flawed and trying, Ragnarok, iron-willed and true. Daphne, standing beside him, sharp and warm and real. He thought about the boy in the cupboard. The boy who'd been told he was nothing, who'd been hungry and scared and alone, who'd never known he had a home. The boy who'd found one. Harry smiled. "Always," he said. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.